Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats so we can begin. As a courtesy to all, please turn your mobile devices to silent. Welcome to the 2025 Hill and Valley Forum, and please welcome to the stage co-founders of the Hill and Valley Forum, Christian Garrett, Jacob Helberg, and Delian Asparouhov.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the fourth annual Hill and Valley Forum. My name is Christian Garrett, and I'm a partner at 137 Ventures, and I'm also the co-founder of the Hill and Valley Forum alongside Delian and Jacob. For those new to the forum, let me tell you what you're in for by first starting with some history. Our industry, the tech industry, began in the 20th century with a close partnership with government during the Cold War. Bell Labs, Fairchild, Intel, and more all benefited from large government contracts and federal research grants to universities like Stanford, MIT, Carnegie Mellon, and more. Vannevar Bush, Robert McNamara, Frederick Terman, Claude Shannon, and more led the way to make sure government was effectively partnering with technology and industry to achieve U.S. technological and economic supremacy. As we all know, we succeeded. We won. But something happened, and post-Cold War, those bridges began to break. Silicon Valley found a new focus, and government found a new way. We started this event to rebuild that bridge between Silicon Valley and Capitol Hill in order to win the next Cold War, and win it we will. Former President Calvin Coolidge said the business of America is business, and we believe ensuring the success of business, the success of industry, the success of technology is how we continue American leadership and strength this century, and this success is only possible with a strong public and private sector that works together. King David wrote in the Psalms on how beautiful it is when brothers and sisters live together in unity, and let today remind you of that. Before I let Delian and Jacob give their remarks, I'd be remiss to say that this event does not exist without the same spirit of unity. And what better way to do that than to partner with our entire ecosystem to build these bridges together. So with that, I'd like to thank all of our supporters, and there's a lot of them, so bear with me. 137 Ventures, 8VC, Applied Intuition, Caffeinated, DCVC, Founders Fund, Gecko Robotics, Hadrian, K2 Space, Khosla Ventures, Lightspeed, Lower Carbon Capital, Lux Capital, Marathon Capital, OpenAI, Palantir, Peregrine, Ramp, Regent, Saronic, Second Front, Sequoia, Shield Capital, Sierra Nevada Corp, Shrug Capital, and Varda. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your support, and thank you everyone for attending, and let's use this event to continue the momentum and work we all do year-round.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for waking up early to come for the opening remarks rather than just waiting till Jensen and Huang got on stage. So appreciate that. My name is Delian Asparouhov. I'm one of the other co-founders of the Hill and Valley Forum. In my 2 day jobs, I'm also a partner at Founders Fund, which is one of the preeminent venture capital firms in Silicon Valley. And my other day job is I'm the co-founder and president of Varda Space Industries, where we build in-space manufacturing facilities to produce pharmaceuticals and reentry pods that bring those pharmaceuticals back down to Earth. We also use those reentry pods to support Defense Department priorities, like the testing of next-generation hypersonic technologies. Christian and Jacob will both, Christian spoke and Jacob will speak about the unique geopolitical situation we find ourselves in today. And today's panels will be focused on particular areas of technology that can give the United States an advantage against our adversaries. In some areas of technology, the United States is woefully behind today, like shipbuilding, where the Chinese have over 200x the shipbuilding capacity of the United States, or rare earth minerals processing and magnet manufacturing, where China has a 90% market share. In other areas, the United States has the lead, but our adversaries are clearly nipping at our heels. In the field of artificial intelligence, our research labs in the United States clearly dominate the field, both in consumer applications like ChatGPT, we'll have Chief Product Officer of OpenAI, Kevin Weil, later today, but also in scientific fields like Alphabet's protein structure prediction AlphaFold. At the same time, the Chinese released DeepSeek's open source model, which gained usage across the globe and gives China a soft power by disseminating an AI model to the world that refuses to acknowledge the Tiananmen Square massacres. In the world of aerospace, which is very near and dear to my heart, I'm a sci-fi geek, and the company that I started has to operate in space, the United States clearly maintains the lead in launch cadence, reusable rockets, and total mass to orbit. At the same time, just a quarter ago, the Chinese landed rovers on the far side of the moon, collected drilling samples from the far side of the moon, and returned those back to Earth. This achievement that the United States has never done, and the last time we actually collected core samples on the near side of the moon, Nixon was president, and so probably a significant portion of this room was not around. Now, the Chinese clearly have clear plans to get boots on the moon in 2030, and it will be disastrous for the West if we cede the high ground to them. In a dictatorship like China, they are able to execute a full military-civil fusion that enables them to work in lockstep with commercial technologies. Thankfully, everyone in this room lives in a democracy that respects human rights. But that means in order to stay ahead in areas that we are currently ahead and catch up in areas where we're behind, we need to convince technology leaders, policymakers, appropriators, and military leaders to convene in a single venue and discuss the policy changes and collaborations that are necessary to stay ahead. I'm a proud immigrant to America, and I believe it's the greatest country on earth. And I hope through the collaborative relationships that are formed here today, we can return to American excellence in all areas of technology. America invented all of these technologies, and so let's just bring them back home. That way we ensure Pax Americana dominates not only for the next century, but for the next millennia as humanity ventures out into the solar system. We hope you enjoyed today's discussion, and I'll pass it off to my co-founder, Jacob.
Good morning. It's great to be with you. My name is Jacob Helberg. I am a proud advisor to the CEO of Palantir Technologies and currently President Trump's designee for Undersecretary of State for Economic Affairs. I'm very proud to say that this is by far the largest and arguably most consequential gathering we've hosted yet. While this group has grown to a record size, I see so many familiar faces as I look around this room. And in fact, I see many faces that joined the Hill and Valley Forum 4 years ago. And for those of you who were there, I'm sure you can see just how far we've come. 4 years ago, this group practically met in private behind closed doors, not out of choice, but out of necessity. The small group of technologists and policymakers who gathered back then were rebels in an environment where the conformists in Silicon Valley and Washington weren't just on different coasts, but seemingly on different teams. Just recall the reality of that moment. In Washington, it was all the rage to lash out at Silicon Valley for its business practices and behavior, and in Silicon Valley, it was nearly pious and noble to refuse to work with the US government. But look at how far we've come. In 4 short years, we flipped the script. Today, the Hill and Valley Forum has by far become the preeminent gathering of technology builders and policymakers. And thanks to the work of all the builders in this room, we've made the 2021 counterculture the 2025 mainstream culture. And we've done so by asking ourselves a timeless American question: what we can do to help the country, not what the country can do to help us. The partnership between Silicon Valley and Capitol Hill is arguably more important now than it's ever been. It's been 80 years since America has fought its last great power war. That's the same amount of time that's elapsed between the Civil War of the 1860s and the Second World War. Just think about how profoundly different those two worlds were and how profoundly different those two wars were. Technology today is accelerating on every front and completely transforming the character of warfare. History teaches us that periods of rapid technological change can lead to major shifts in the global balance of power. Upholding American deterrence in the decade ahead will require America to convert today's rapid technological change into hard power. In other words, keeping peace means reinventing war, and technology is the key. Thankfully, thanks to President Trump's leadership, we'll soon have our good friend Emil Michael leading technology efforts at the Department of Defense as the Undersecretary for R&E, and we'll hear from Emil later today. The theme of this year's forum is Rebuilding America, and thanks to the policies of this administration and historic advances in AI, I believe we're on the cusp of unlocking a reindustrialization revolution in this country. This is in and of itself an American miracle. It's just been over a decade since Steve Jobs told former President Obama that Apple's manufacturing jobs were never coming back to America. Today, that same company not only announced it was moving its supply chains for iPhone production out of China, but it's also investing $500 billion in manufacturing right here at home. But it's not just Apple. Since President Trump was elected, there's been nearly $3 trillion in new private sector investment thanks to his pro-growth America First policies, which are showing the rest of the world that it's possible to make things in America again. This is something innovators and policymakers are finally on the same page about. Everyone in this room realizes that economic security is national security, and today's program will showcase the most significant advantage we have in the 21st century over our competitors, which is our people. This year's forum, from panelists to participants, is a clear reminder that we have the very best people, builders and innovators, and they are the fabric of American power and dominance. We have the best policymakers, both Republicans and Democrats, who are working day in and day out to put their country first, support innovation, and above all else, ensure the 21st century is an American one. Most importantly, we have the best leader in the world. President Trump is objectively and truly a sample of one. No one who loves this country is relentless and as resilient, and the only person able to inspire a new golden age. The stars have aligned. We have the builders, we have the innovators, the policymakers and leaders for a reindustrialization revolution in this country that seizes this new American moment. And now, without further ado, I'd like to welcome someone whose lived experience embodies the spirit of the Hill and Valley Forum, a former Microsoft executive, a former venture capital investor, a former governor of the great state of North Dakota, and America's 55th Secretary of the Interior. Please welcome my good friend, Doug Burgum.
Good morning. That's all you got? Good morning. Hey, I forgot you guys have flown from the West Coast. It's actually like 4 a.m. or something for many of you. But first of all, I want to begin with gratitude, and certainly gratitude to the three founders, with Christian, Jacob, Delian. Just 4 years ago, this was conceived, and now this is, again, one of the most influential conclaves of Silicon Valley coming to Washington, D.C., and thank goodness they came up with this idea in 2021, because your voice matters now more than it ever has before. And so I also want to extend gratitude to each of you making a decision to, in many cases, fly from around the country to be here, to be a thing, to be here participating and helping to drive policy forward. So with that, I just, again, gratitude to all of you. As Jacob said at the beginning, I've got a similar path to many of you. I started out as an entrepreneur with a startup, fought through decades of startup, had a successful IPO, had a great run as a public company, got acquired, stayed at that large company, and that large company was Microsoft, stayed there. All 2,000 of us at Great Plains joined Microsoft. I stayed there as we grew from 40,000 to 90,000 people. I had people working in 120 countries around the world. Had an opportunity to see what all of you have seen, which is that software is the greatest invention to extend human capability in our lifetimes and in perhaps the history of humanity. It's been just a game changer. And during the times, there's almost 3 decades that I was in tech, and specifically in software, 1 billion people around the planet were raised out of poverty because of the innovation that was being driven out of America in terms of advancements in productivity and raising and the disbursement of that capability around the planet. It was a miracle. And now here we stand on the cusp of where AI is taking us. And it's going to be leaps beyond what any of us have seen. I think even many people that are in the industry or spent their careers in the industry have a hard time understanding fundamentally that we're at this point where AI is going to take us to places where software changed every job, every company, and every industry. AI is going to do that at some multiple level of that. It's going to do it with a speed that we haven't seen. We're going to be curing diseases. We've just, essentially solved the shortage of software developers with one invention, because as all of you know, the current versions of AI can code at levels that 90% of software developers can. So we're at a remarkable thing. Policymakers don't understand it. I hope that all of you understand it, but policymakers may hear the word AI, but they don't quite grab the impact this is going to have on every job, every company, every industry. And it's going to have an impact on defense. It's going to certainly has an impact on the cybersecurity of our company, our country, our data, and our infrastructure. But the point of all that is that there has to be this understanding. Your presence here matters to try to drive the policies, because we can lead in technology all we want, but now we're at a different point. We're at a point where few people had connected the dots that you can't win the AI arms race without enough electricity to drive the manufacturing of intelligence. An AI data center is a manufacturing hub, and it manufactures intelligence. And if we don't have enough power, we're going to lose the AI arms race. And the AI arms race with China is one of the 2 existential threats that I feel we face as a country. The other is obviously Iran getting a nuclear weapon. That's something that we can't let happen, just like we can't allow ourselves to lose the AI arms race to China. And we need power. But we've been stuck and I would say Silicon Valley's been commingled with this idea for the last several decades, that somehow there's an idea that the climate extremist agenda, that somehow, a degree of temperature change in the year 2100 is the thing that we should drive every policy in America. And I've always been a little offended by that. I'm a curious person. I'm curious about, how a group could, take a spreadsheet and extrapolate data, for 90 years, 80 years, now 75 years, and say this is absolutely what's going to happen. Because many of you, have you guys seen any business plan and any projection ever turn out exactly the way it was going to be for a startup? No, I don't think so. So it's like, but somehow somehow the nation and the policymakers were putting faith in this idea that this thing was an absolute, and if you spoke out against it or even questioned it or were curious about it, then you get canceled. And why I was offended by it was because, having spent my life in innovation, like all of you, understanding that innovation has been the source of American greatness. It always has been and it always will be, was sort of precluding that somehow over the next century that between now and 2100, we weren't going to be able to have any new invention to bend or change a curve. And it would be like sitting around in 1925 and saying, I'm going to tell you exactly, I'm going to be a future fortune teller. I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen in the year 2000. But whoops, they forgot to figure out, that Noyce was going to invent the chip in 1958. They forgot, that Gordon Moore was going to come along and go, wow, look at this, Moore's Law. And we're going to have the explosion of technology that we've had. And now you throw AI in the mix. We know AI is here. It's not like a mystery. It's coming. And people have known it's coming. We've always known that we were going to get to this point of capability. It's been predicted and predictable that we were going to get here. It wasn't a mystery in like 1925 versus 1958 and boom, I mean, something you never saw coming, and here's the chip that's going to transform everything. So do a group of all of smart people like you really believe that we're not going to be able to solve an issue around a degree of temperature change in this country when we've got AI and we've got that capability? Of course, but in the short term, but in the next few years, even though we might have a slight lead in technology ahead of China, but China's a fast follower. That's a polite way of saying they copy and everything. And I'm not saying this as a politician. I'm saying this because my first trip as a student to China was 1980. That was interesting. They were barely opening up. My first time there as an entrepreneur was in 1989. And we were not selling. Great Plains was not. We were not selling internationally. We were selling in Canada. We were starting to move into other elements of the British Empire. I was on my way back from a trip to Australia where we were setting up international distribution capability for our accounting software in Australia, and I was going to swing through China on the way back. And I got there and they said, hey, there's a street market where they're selling software. You should check it out. I went down there and I thought, wow, maybe I'll see, a copy of Lotus 123, the leading spreadsheet at the time. Maybe I'll see some other stuff. And I went in there and as a joke, I said, hey, do you have any Great Plains? Thinking like no one's ever heard of us. We're a little startup company in North Dakota. And they said, right over here, sir. And I could buy a copy of our software for $1 on a 5 1/4 inch floppy in 1989. That was the first time I realized, wow, everything we make, they're pirating. They meaning China. And then I had an opportunity to be chairman of multiple other public software companies. I had an opportunity to serve as corporate officer of Microsoft for 7 years, from 2000 to 2007. Everything we made was stolen. Even at Microsoft, 1% of the copies of Windows and Office were getting paid for in China. So I'm not standing up here, making pejorative comments as someone who's in elected office or an appointed office now. I'm just saying my life experience is that fast followers, code word for they're going to steal our IP. And so if we have a slight lead in technology and AI, and then you're going to have a fast follower coming at you, you better make sure that we have enough electricity. But that's my point here, is I'm wearing two hats. I'm wearing the Secretary of Interior, but I'm also chair of the National Energy Dominance Council, the NEDC. And it's easy to remember that. Think of AC/DC with the lightning bolt. This is NEDC, because we already had an NEC, the National Economic Council, and you know how many acronyms are in government. You can't have two important organizations with the same acronym. So NEDC, housed inside the White House, our job is to help make sure one of the goals that we have is to make sure, one of the mandates we have, one of the directions from President Trump is to make sure we don't lose this arms race, make sure we have enough electricity to power this country, and make sure we have enough critical minerals, and make sure that we've got enough ability to sell energy to our friends and allies so they don't have to buy it from our adversaries. You don't end up with Western Europe being dependent on an adversary for their energy. So we've got multiple goals that we're pursuing. But the one that's most important to this group is focused here is domestic electricity. And guess what China's been doing? Okay, we've had a war going against thermal coal since Obama took office, and it's an incredible source of energy. We've got hundreds of years worth. We have all the technology innovation that exists in places like my home state, where we can take out every emission that you would be concerned about, including CO2. That can all be solved with innovation. It can all be, that CO2 can be used as value-added products. It can be sequestered. It can be used for enhanced oil recovery. We had a company that was taking CO2, putting it in the ground, more in the ground than the oil was coming up, with people producing carbon-negative barrels of oil. You don't need to, go have $900 per avoided ton subsidies that all of you are paying for to drive an EV. We can decarbonize liquid fuels. All of this available through innovation. We can do all that. But meanwhile, it's like, no, we got a 4-letter word. We hate it. It's called coal. It's not big, beautiful coal. Any coal plant running in America today is incredibly clean. They've survived the toughest. Many of you would be out of business and would not have survived the assault on your businesses if you were regulated as heavily as the coal industry has been. Anybody that's still standing is an innovator and a patriot in that business. And our job is to make sure that we don't close any more of them. Our job is to make sure we don't become Spain. Spain celebrated the closing of the last coal plant on April 12th, just over a month ago. They were celebrating a week ago about how they'd achieved their first day of all renewables, and then they were shocked to find out that the physics of the grid, when you don't have the actual physical mass of flywheels running in places like thermal plants run by natural gas or run by coal or run by geothermal or run by hydro, where you've got permanent 7 by 24-hour power, you can have grid failure. That's a window of what could happen in the U.S. We came dangerously close to that story being about us this winter. On the day that President Trump was elected, or not elected, the day that he was inaugurated on January 20th, the PJM grid, which extends from here, from the Pentagon to Wall Street, 60 million people, about the same number of people in the PJM grid as in this situation in Spain and Portugal and part of France right now, 60 million people. We were this close to having the same thing happening. Rolling blackouts. And when you have a rolling blackout like that, if you are all renewables, the flywheel's not there to kickstart and start that engine again, which is why they're having a challenge getting everything rolling again in Europe. But that morning at 5 a.m. on the day that President Trump was being inaugurated, we had 70% of the power in the PJM grid was coming from fossil fuels. 22% was coming from nuclear. 0 was from solar because it was 5 a.m. There's a catastrophic failure every 24 hours in the solars in producing with solar, because every night the sun goes down predictably and it produces no power. And I know that you're saying yes, batteries, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet in terms of that capability. We don't have enough battery storage to run New York to Washington, D.C. I mean, not even close. I mean, we can do load transfer for several hours for a household or maybe overnight, but we don't have the capability to support in entire states and entire industries and AI data centers and manufacturing and defense and Wall Street. So we know that solution is not there, because all of you know that batteries are not operating on Moore's law. So we were there, and then you say, okay, so we have 70% fossil fuels and 22% nuclear, and well, nuclear is coming back into somewhat favor, and we're highly supportive of nuclear. We're highly supportive of exploring the cutting edge of fusion. We're highly supportive of small modular nuclear reactors. We know that there's VC dollars, but I think you all know that that's not going to be a solution for right now. I mean, that might be a solution for 2030, 2032, but right now we're facing a real existential threat, China. And what's going on in China? China opened up 94 gigawatts of coal last year. 1 gigawatt's Denver, okay? They opened up 94 Denver's worth of coal last year. And this is not U.S. beautiful, clean coal with all the emissions out. This is 1970s, type plants. They're just throw them up and go. Who cares about emissions? China in the Paris Accord could keep emitting until 2035. They could keep increasing their emissions. They're the world's largest emitter now by a huge margin, and they're being very successful at a strategy. We don't care about emissions. We care about power. We want to get power to all of our people. We have power to power manufacturing. We have power to win the AI arms race. That's what their strategy is. And they've got 30 nuclear plants under construction. They're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on hydro. I mean, they've effectively, with the Yangtze, it's like it'd be like us building a dam on the Grand Canyon. Can you imagine? I mean, we're tearing down dams. They're building dams. Hydro is great baseload power. So it's like, we could have a slight technological edge, and we could maybe even have a longer one if you could actually protect our IP. But if we can't protect our IP, then we have to win the power race, and we're losing the power race. President Trump declared on day one a national energy emergency. Critics say, well, we don't have an emergency. We've got record amounts of oil and gas production. They're missing the whole point. We have a critical minerals emergency, which I don't have time to speak about this morning. But, you know, the founders up here said it. I mean, 85% of the refining of rare earth minerals and critical minerals is done in China. They've got with their Belt and Road, whether it's, you know, pulling it out of the Congo or Indonesia, you know, open pit mining, slave labor, no reclamation. Yeah, they got low cost. Anybody in the U.S., you get behind a critical mineral, rare earth mineral startup in this country, and guess what? China dumps into the country. So we're working on a plan at NEDC where we've got to have sovereign risk insurance, not against a foreign country, but against our own, that if you put capital into a project that's related to fossil fuels or a project related to critical minerals and mining, that if somebody comes along in a future administration with an executive order that if they want to wipe out if they want to wipe out what you've invested in, they've got to write you a check to pay you for your lost capital. You know, future administration shouldn't be able to say, no, with a stroke of a pen, we're going to kill this pipeline project, even though that company's got $3 billion in the ground in pipe, labor, and easements, moving a legal product legally permitted. But we've just decided we don't like it for idealistic, extremist reasons. That if they want to do that, they may have the executive power to do that, but they should have to write a check to you and your companies. And so sovereign risk insurance is one thing. We need stockpiling of critical minerals in this country across the top 20 ones where we're most exposed, just like we have a strategic petroleum reserve. We have to do that. And then we've got to think about, actually, for the first time, the federal government itself getting in as a partner with you as an equity investor in companies that are doing the processing. And we're moving at this at light speed, because right now, if there was an actual war going on right now, we are in a huge precarious position relative to China, because we did manage to kill, along with the timber industry, we've tried to kill the grazing industry, not we, but the previous administrations. And certainly mining has been about as welcomed as coal in this country. But when we develop coal, I mean, you should also remember there's two kinds of coal, thermal and metallurgical. But on metallurgical coal, you need it for steel. And all of you know that we've got to have steel going in our country. If we want to get back in shipbuilding, if we want to get back into defense, we have to have that. And so, again, this is why that, you know, it's not just drill, baby, drill. It's map, baby, map. We've got to figure out where all the resources are. And believe me, we have them. Just in interior, there's 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, and 2.5 billion acres of offshore. All of these, we can protect every square inch of our national parks. We can protect, you know, every square inch of our national wildlife refuges, because they make up a small portion of those numbers, those massive amounts of lands that are our last best special places we can take better care of than we ever have before. And how we're going to take care of them? Because we're going to actually drive revenue. The largest balance sheet in the world would be the U.S. federal government, throwing another 200 million acres from the U.S. Forest Service. There isn't a company in the world, not even Saudi Aramco, that come even close with the balance sheet that the Department of Interior plus USDA would have. But what's our return on that? You're all investors. What's the return? The return. When Theodore Roosevelt put away those lands, he said that was for the benefit and the use of the American people. That was for all of us. You've all been told, you all know the answer right now. If I gave you a quiz to one question, what's the U.S. debt? In your head, you're all saying to yourself, $36.5 trillion, because you all know the number. If I said to all of you, next question, what's the asset side of that same balance sheet? How many trillion on the asset side? If there's 300 of you here, we'd have 300 different answers, because there is not an answer in Washington, D.C., because you could maybe go over to Treasury and they'll tell you, here's what our financial assets are. What's the value of the 500 million acres of timber and land and rare earth minerals? We got a rough estimate last week. Just the coal resources in this country could be worth $8 trillion. Just the coal on public lands, not the coal that's on private lands. You know, we just found out last week there might be 23% more oil and gas underneath the Gulf of America than was previously thought a month ago. We know that now that there's an opportunity to develop critical minerals from undersea mining and do that safely. We have such an opportunity to get a return for all of you and your children and your children's children, get a return on the amazing assets that is the natural resources of this country. If we want to balance the budget, if we want to reduce interest rates, we have to thoughtfully do what Theodore Roosevelt said, because he said that conservation was as much development, sustainable development, is preservation. And so we have a huge opportunity in this country going forward. We can win the AI arms race with China. We can have enough power to power our cities. We can build grid security. We can support all of you. And we can get back in the game where we're not relying on imports for all of the things because we've shut down American development across all of our public lands. And in closing, I want to say, I'm sure that you're saying, hey, I've got a bunch of team members. That's great. You said that. We're here in Washington. But all of the people that work for us, still believe that, that we've got to save the world. We've got to save the environment. We got to stop, cutting any trees. And we stopped cutting trees, after the spotted owl. Now we burn more board feet of timber by many, many tens of millions a year than we actually harvest. Okay, we burn it because we got uncontrolled forest fires because there hasn't been forest management for 30 years in this country on public lands. And that it kills people, it kills communities, it kills jobs. Interesting. But if we were doing the forest management and we were harvesting the timber, all of you would be participating and receiving a check because the federal government, when we sell timber sales, we get money in. When we fight fires and come in afterwards and have to spend tens or hundreds of billions of dollars on recovery, that's all coming out of your pockets. Do you want to get paid or do you want to pay? That's on every one of these topics: timber, grazing, oil and gas, critical minerals. No one would run a business where you would decide all you do is pay out, print money and pay out as opposed to get checks in. This is essential to how we build a better, stronger government. But we can do all the things we need to support this industry. We could absolutely do that. And in doing that, we are going to win the AI arms race with China. We're going to bring prosperity here to home, and we're going to bring peace abroad. And peace abroad begins when we sell energy to our friends and allies. They can stop funding conflicts against us with the sales of oil and gas to specifically who? China. When we have failed sanctions in Russia and Iran on oil and gas exports, the dark fleet, which now represents 25% of the world's shipping, we've just turned our adversaries into China's discount gas station. So under the Trump administration, we're in a 180-degree turnaround to a different direction. We're moving in a direction that is completely aligned with all the things we want to do. And I would say, again, for your team members that are concerned, they should be insisting that every ounce of energy, every electron that we make is made in the U.S. because we do it cleaner, safer, smarter than anywhere else in the world. When you shut down U.S. energy production, you don't do anything to demand. You just push it. You push that supply to people that don't do it as cleanly as we do. So it's good for the environment, it's good for the economy, it's good for prosperity, it's good for world peace. That's the Trump plan, and that's what we're doing right now. Thanks for letting me spend some time with you. Have a fantastic day this morning.
And now, a special address from Senator Bill Hagerty.
Good morning, everybody. Boy, this is a tough act to follow. Every time I hear Doug Burgum, I learn something new. First, before I start, I just want to thank the three individuals that founded the forum here, Christian, Jacob, and Delian. And I particularly want to congratulate I want to congratulate Jacob for the new position that he's going into. He's going to be our Undersecretary for Economic Affairs. It's a huge job at the Department of State, someone that has a clear vision on the threats posed by China and the opportunities that we can deliver from a technology standpoint, from a defense standpoint. We couldn't have a better person going into this position. I look forward to helping make Jacob successful. I look forward to getting him confirmed, and I hope all of you will find ways to help him be successful as well. What I want to convey today is a message of optimism. I couldn't be more excited about where we are. We're on the precipice of something that's auspicious here. We have a real chance. You heard Doug go through some of the energy opportunities that we have. I think about the innovators that are in this audience today. Our ability to innovate, to fund, and to create is unmatched around the globe. But first, I want to talk about some of the challenges that we face, particularly from China, what the Trump administration is going to do. And I also want to share with you a piece of legislation that will hit the floor of the Senate in about 10 days, because I think you'll be excited about it. First, with respect to China. If you think about what's happened, particularly since 2001 when they entered the WTO, China has used extraordinarily unfair practices, stealing intellectual property, subsidizing key industries, and making it next to impossible to enter their market without taking on very unfair terms of trade. In the process, as they built up a massive trade surplus with us, they've also built up a massive military. And if you look at their military, guess what? It looks just like ours. Where do you think they got that intellectual property? Right here. They steal it. They steal it, they build it, they use slave labor, have no environmental standards, and they use those advantages in an unfair way to compete. That's about to change. From a technology standpoint, I served as U.S. ambassador to Japan before coming to the Senate. One of my biggest jobs was to get Huawei, ZTE, and those types of technologies out of the communication systems there in Japan. We did it here in America. We went around the globe trying to make certain that there were clean networks in place so that we could actually share data without being observed or pilfered or infiltrated. Think about the social media platforms today that China uses to try to perpetrate Beijing's perspective and try to undermine our own. They've utilized technology in a way that certainly is advancing their interests and to the detriment of most everybody else. The time has come for this to end. And that's going to end right now. And let me explain to you what the Trump administration is doing and what we're supporting in the United States Congress. First, we're going to get our economy moving like never before. My colleagues and I are working at pace on extending the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. What that will do is it will lower corporate tax rates. It will help you know how to expense and depreciate. It will facilitate capital investment, and by making it permanent, it will facilitate capital investment over the long term. We saw this happen before the pandemic. Once this was put in place, the U.S. GDP grew at about twice the rate of any other major economy in the world. It can and it will happen again. Deregulation. Over the course of the past 4 years, the Biden administration implemented regulation after regulation, compliance cost after compliance cost, permitting requirement after permitting requirement. As we've summarized this and calculated the incremental annual compliance cost of all of these new regulations just in the past 4 years, it's $1.4 trillion per year of incremental costs borne by American companies that companies in China certainly don't have to bear. As we go through and clean out these sclerotic regulations and trim them down, we're going to increase the operating income of American companies. We're going to allow American companies to take their assets and the resources away from the confusing compliance cost and focus on more productive activity. Deregulation is going to have a real positive impact on our economy as well. You heard Doug just talk about where we can go with energy. Our conversation has gone from energy independence to energy dominance now. If you think about it, energy is an input factor cost for almost everything that we manufacture in America. Certainly everything that we make here has to be moved. As we lower energy cost, that creates yet again another competitive advantage for our economy. From a geostrategic standpoint, if we're able to provide clean American energy around the globe, I'm thinking LNG, I'm thinking many other technologies, we can have a true counterweight to China's Belt and Road like never before. When I was ambassador to Japan, we talked extensively about putting transshipment operations in that part of the world so that we could take U.S. LNG, transship it throughout Southeast Asia with our partners in Korea, Japan, have a huge counterweight to the Belt and Road Initiative that China puts in place by building a deep water port or railway, foreclosing on it. A continuous supply of energy is a geostrategic partnership that would be enormous. We can do that. Trade and tariffs. This has been probably the topic of conversation for me the past 4 or 5 weeks. I was in the Rose Garden the day the president unveiled the new tariff roster. This has created a tremendous amount of confusion right now, and I think the media are amplifying this in a way because they're so invested in President Trump's failure, or their desire to see that. But here's what's happening. We're rectifying imbalances that have occurred for decades. You've got to go back to World War II to put this into perspective. We tried to help economies that were devastated by the war. We put in favorable terms of trade with Europe, with Japan, with countries that were in a shambles. But what we should have done is put a time limit on it, maybe a GDP per capita limit. what we have now are very imbalanced terms of trade. Think about it. We build a car here in America. We build it in my home state of Tennessee. We ship that car to Europe. We have to pay a 10% tariff to the Europeans. They build a car in Europe and send it to us, 2.5%. I don't think anybody would do that deal today. We're in the process right now. I talked to Jameson Greer, our trade representative, yesterday. He's been working at pace at this. I worked with him very closely when I was ambassador. We did 2 trade deals with Japan. An extraordinarily competent person. He is working with multiple countries right now on term sheets that will get us to a place I think will be far better. So we're in the middle of a negotiation right now. I try to remind my friends this. I hope we can make it as short as possible. I think we will. But I think that over the medium to long term, we're going to see much more favorable terms of trade and then a focus on China that does not play by the rules. And it's time for the rest of the world to join us to bring China to the fore and get them to play by the rules. Finally, I just want to touch on a piece of legislation. I just want you to be aware of this. It's called the Genius Act. But what it does is make clear that we're going to facilitate the use of U.S. dollar-denominated stable coins here in America. For the last 4 years, we've seen a war on any type of decentralized finance, particularly cryptocurrency, crypto technologies. That is about to change too. We're going to see that innovation stay here, reside here in America, and grow. And I'm happy to lead that legislation and see it happen here in America. For 8 years, we did not get a piece of major legislation through the Banking Committee. We just did it with my legislation a few weeks ago. It's going to hit the floor of the Senate. It's going to become law very soon. This puts America on a new path of innovation, just one area. But I hope you'll see this is an example of where we're headed as a nation. In closing, I'd just like to say this. I want to thank all of you for what you're doing, because America has the greatest source of innovative capacity, of technological know-how. We're a magnet for that sort of talent from around the world. We have the ability to finance it. We have the ability to move it. We have the ability to deploy it. And hearing from people like Doug Burgum, who just talked with you, from Alex Karp, one of my favorites, you're going to be fascinated with what Alex has to tell with you next and the potential there with technology and our national defense. We can see the next century become our century. We can deal with the predatory practices of countries like China. With leaders like Jacob Helberg coming into the administration, I could not be more optimistic. So thank you. I hope you have a great session. Sayonara.
To discuss forging the technological republic, power, purpose, and the new American century, please welcome co-founder Hill and Valley Forum, Jacob Helberg, moderating with co-founder and CEO Palantir Technologies, Alex Karp.
Alex, it's great to see you since last year's Hill and Valley Forum. Since then, you published a book, and I'm sure everyone in this room wants to know, how has the reception of Western values, the concept of Western values that you wrote about in your book, evolved since last year's Hill and Valley, but also since the release of your book?
Well, first of all, congratulations on many accomplishments. And when you first started this forum, it was like in a small room that, like, you know, you could fit 5 people in, and now you have everyone who should be here, and as far as I can tell, everyone in DC talking about it. And yeah, so I'm delighted to be here, and we've known each other for a long time. And so first of all, I wrote this book, which The Technological Republic. The biggest surprise, honestly, is that anyone read it. You know, and then it was a #1 bestseller. And the basic way the book market works in this country is you write, it's like a little bit like yoga versus Taekwondo. It's like in yoga, it doesn't really work, but you feel good about feeling good. And you don't really know what you learned, and you go once in a while, and somebody famous said, do it. And that's how you sell one kind of book. And the other book is like Taekwondo. You get lots of belts, and it doesn't really work. And if you get in a real fight, you get your ass kicked. And that's how you sell a book. And we had neither, and it's a real book. And there's and it's not, by the way, like by Palantir, although obviously that's the logical conclusion of everything. And then to top everything else off, it's kind of intellectually erudite, and the central thesis is the obvious truth that Western society, defined by meritocracy, rule of law, and honestly, mostly by competence, is superior, and that very few societies are willing to have a plan of any kind where they could be around in like 100, let alone 1,000 years. And then there's a lot of discussion of how you could organize something so it's actually highly competent, so meritocracy, and then kind of unique structures of what we do, at least at Palantir, which is low hierarchy, low title, high competence, some stuff actually stolen from the SAS and from German military Auftrag, so you get a mission and then you have a lot of authority there, and considering a lot of the world is kind of powered by Palantir-shaped things and ex-Palantirians. To your question on the reception, I think it's been, the Valley was a place that, went through a lot of phases. The beginning phase of the Valley was Silicon Valley post and during World War II, where the Valley built products that were useful, raised the standard of living, and was the center of cohesion in America and the Western world. And then at some point, there was the whole consumer internet where people figured out that a few people get wealthy, and if you said platitudes that were obviously stupid, you could...
You're getting wealthy off of killing Palestinians. With Palantir kills Palestinians with their AI and technology.
Oh.
You're killing my family in Palestine.
Yeah. And,
What kind of person are you? How do you sleep at night?
Well, if you...
Shame on you.
Do you want to hear my answer?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, I think the primary cause of death to Palestinians... Okay, do you want to hear the answer, or do you want to yell? Well, you don't want to hear an answer? Obviously. So the primary source of death in Palestine is the fact that Hamas has realized that there are millions and millions of useful idiots that will...
Can we get security up there?
Okay. One of the most... Okay.
How dare you? Your AI and your technology from Palantir kills Palestinians!
Mostly terrorists, that's true.
No, it's not everybody. If you say mostly, so it's okay to kill
Okay.
Look,
if your argument was so strong, wouldn't you let me talk? It's so strong. It's so strong. It's so strong. Your argument is... Okay. That's... Thank you for...
anyone else who supports this technology and AI to kill Palestinians.
If your argument was so strong, you'd let me talk.
You don't deserve a platform.
If your argument was... By the way, just as an ipso facto thing in my book, if you have an argument... thank you.
Ma'am, I think we've heard you. I think we've heard you.
Shame on all of you.
Okay.
For supporting a genocide. Shame on all of you. You
Yeah.
are sick. You support a genocide. When the forces of brown people...
I think you came to the wrong event.
Okay. It's... Well, no, the yeah. How about, like, okay, if anything...
Okay, have a great day.
One of the most important things, first of all, I really support free speech. So the part where you get up and say what you think, I'm 100% on your side. Like, if you want to come in here and accuse us of doing bad things, regurgitate where I'm a sick, bad person who's doing it for power and I'm enjoying watching people suffer. Okay, great. I 100% support her right to say that. But the thing on our side that we have to fight for is we have to fight for a right to discuss and say our side of this or my side of this. And like one of the most important things about the book, which you may not want to read, is you don't need to read, is if your argument is that strong, why will you not let the other side talk? And there, it's like obviously, if the argument was as simple, and by the way, the pain of Palestinians is something that everybody, and anyone who dies in war, obviously people care about, I care about that. The obvious solution to war is to have the West having the strongest, most precise, deadly weapons possible so that we can minimize unnecessary innocent deaths. And by the way, the primary way you minimize these deaths is you're so strong no one attacks you. And that's how you actually do it. Now, there are many sides to this debate, but, you know, one of the things that's really frustrating in the West, honestly, is I kind of call it, I spent a lot of my life in Germany. I'm kind of pro-German culture, especially where it actually works, which you could argue in many ways it's not. But it's like what I would call probably incorrectly, the greenification of our society, which is, you know, we kind of all support something like climate. I think most people support regulated immigration. You have 20% of your society in Germany who are just radical to the point where the ideas make no sense, but they 100% believe, and then they end up controlling the policies of the whole society. And the responsibility we have, who want pragmatic, real-world solutions, like, of course, wars lead to innocent deaths. What do you do to minimize the death? Why did October 7th also include how were there security lapses? You know, these are really important questions. Could it be done better? How would you do it better? What is America's role? Who do we sell to? Under what conditions? Who controls the technology? Does America control the products we produce? At what point, if we're going to have generalized deadly AI, does the government have a responsibility to control who owns it, who runs it, what is it used for? Is there a sense in which you have to be politically and culturally aligned? Can you have a discoursive discussion? These are all completely legitimate topics. But if we who disagree with being shouted at do not stand up and say, you know, fuck it, we got to fight back, at least talk about and force discursive discussion, they will win. And by the way, it's not that there's not anything legitimate in what they're saying. It's like they take it to an extreme where it's obviously absurd. And by the way, and where it's very much linked to, you know, what happened in the Valley, she believes I'm evil. I believe she's an unwitting product of an evil force, Hamas. That she unwittingly is part of their strategy, that she is a product. And the most important thing, arguably, in the book, or what Palantir, or what you could learn, is do not become a product of an ideology that sounds sensible. Because the minute you become a product of that ideology, you will be weaponized. And like the consumer internet version is we become more divided and less smart and less happy. The political version of it is you won't let anyone provide a different opinion because, of course, that person has to be evil. And the opinion that is actually probably less productized is more nuanced. And then, quite frankly, because you also probably have to make implicitly adopt an ethical hierarchy. So the hierarchy of my book and our company is the West is superior. It's simply superior because we can have this discussion. She can yell, I can respond, and we have to fight to make sure that breaks down. And then the other part of that I actually think is, and the thing that scares people about AI is scary, which is that it can be abused. It will give great powers, much more power over than they otherwise would have without it, and it will lead to a hierarchical disparity, which will lead to how the world is governed, which is why we have to win this in America. Because if, in fact, another great power gets this technology and has the ability to more or less precisely target, more efficiently target, more accurately use actual devices that currently work, which is like hardware, software, hybrid devices, they will define the world order. And that world order is going to look like the person doesn't get to speak or they only get to speak. And that's what I do not want. And that actually is what we have to fight for.
And Alex, if I could just add something, in cases like this, in the freedom of this country In the freedom of this country, you're attacking the U.S. government. People vote with their feet.
What is happening in Gaza is a disaster, and you are responsible, Palantir.
People vote with their feet. In the freedom of this country, these protesters are using our democracy to attack our system of government, and we support their freedom of expression. But it's important to remember that the freedoms they enjoy here, they would never be able to cause this circus in Gaza. And so it's important to keep that in mind. So, shifting gears a little bit.
I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Maybe I should come back tomorrow. This is like I'm actually a reformed academic, I spent most of my life, there are many Palantirians here, actively hiding my dyslexia. It's probably the only thing I've ever hidden. Like, I probably should have hidden more of my personal life, or definitely should have hidden my political views. I should have, I got lots of people to quit Palantir. I didn't want to quit by telling them things that were seen insane or offending them, which I apologize for sometimes. The dinner table basically was, obviously it wasn't just shouting, but like discursive, and there usually was an aunt or an uncle who was occasionally over who would pull something like this, but it was usually from the far left, just like, but the means of production are so stacked against the working class, how can you have a view? So it's somewhat cathartic.
So in this room, we have a lot of builders who want to build great products and who want to build great companies. Obviously, Palantir is now, I lose track of the market cap, $220 billion market cap, depending on the day of the week. What are some of the organizational lessons that you think have made Palantir a great company, and what advice do you have for policymakers to make our government culture more efficient and effective?
By the way, I believe we're in our infancy, but I think every real company that succeeds at a scale, like, basically I think there's a binary thing in the history of companies, like, can you get to $1 billion in revenue or not? And it's an important metric because parts of a system can go well and can get you pretty far, but if you can cross the $1 billion mark, then something has really gone well, and it's not just something falling together. And I would, to get to that kind of mark, you have to have a founding team where people are doing something where they have a primordial level talent, inborn talent, that they're willing to dedicate every ounce of their life to, probably for 5 years or more. And I believe to do that, you have to have a belief structure on top of it. Like, the pain of dealing with highly talented people, or the most talented person you've ever met, is going to be very, very high. And I don't know how you do that without some belief. Now, the belief doesn't have to be, I would prefer it to be Western values and the superior of the West defined like I see it, but it doesn't have to be that. But I would say, and as absurd as that kind of sounds, look at the counterfactual. Almost every great company in the world is built by builders in this country. And why is that? Again, take the German example. Germany has people that are equally talented, equally smart, they believe much smarter, which they tell me whenever I go there. And yet, in this country, and why is that? And one of the reasons is we have, our version of religious freedom is you get to define your own church, synagogue, mosque, or cult. And then you get to set largely the rules of your own religious community. And that seems like a banality, but it really only exists at scale in this country. So as you know, in Europe, so if you move to Germany or Switzerland, and you sign up, they'll ask you, are you Jewish, Christian, or Muslim? And then it's the community standards defines whether you're a member. And in this country, you get to decide, and you get to set. And we have a belief culture, and if you combine that with enough technical people and pragmatism, you can have a great company. But the part that people leave off the balance sheet when they talk about builder is the belief side. And I think there was like a flash in the pan where there were companies where the people were just completely narcissistic, and there is a narcissism to believing you're going to do something, a productive narcissism, I'd like to believe, of believing you're going to do something really big and great, even though the odds are stacked against you. That's necessary. But believing there is something larger than the numbers, that is more important than the numbers, that gets you through the pain of failure, and in my view, the greatest task ever, which is working with someone who annoys the crap out of you every day for 5 years, and deep into your pores annoys you. It requires belief, and then I think especially now you really obviously have to have something that is actually differentiated and actually deep and hard to do. Now, deep and hard, it can be a combination of tech depth and an ability to sell into a difficult market, like breaking into the U.S. government to get them to buy something that they couldn't measure, couldn't see, couldn't feel, couldn't test software was really hard. And, and I think it's gotten easier, but it's still hard. And so you're going to have to, businesses have basically two components, deep tech and some way of getting someone to buy it. And you need to do both. And that's why it's very hard, because most people who can do the deep tech probably are building the wrong product and or can't get the product out of the first olive or the second or the 10th or the billionth out of the jar. And so you have to think very seriously about both of those in what you're building and how you go to market. And then you want to be in America, honestly. There are people from all over the world here, and I want the West to succeed. If you want to know how good you are at tech, you do it here. It's not just this. People tell you it's a scale thing, a capital thing. No, it's also, this is more of a métier or an art form than a science, and all the artists are here. So you got to come here. If your government doesn't want you to be here, come here. This is where the action is. You can then build it and then go abroad, or build it, co-build it. But it's like, if you want to be in the NFL, you come to America. You want to be in tech, you come to America. You want to do lots of, like, I wanted to be a philosopher until I realized it was ridiculous. There are lots of places you could go to be a ridiculous philosopher. Germany is a great place for that. And you'll have a great social life, because people appreciate that. But, so that this is where the action is, and it's really important not to ignore these banalities, because they will determine your fate. And then, it's really important to have dialogue. You should have a low tolerance for stupidity. I mean, in public, when you're talking to people, you really want to steel man it's a contradiction, but you want to steel man everything you encounter. How could this stupid thing actually be true is a really important question. But if the stupid thing is actually stupid, no matter, and if it comes from a world-class wealthy person, it's still stupid. It's stupid, but again, you can't just write off things as like, this is obvious. You have to spend a lot of time figuring out, is something that otherwise looks dumb actually smart? And that's hard to figure out. But that it's not a prestige thing. A lot of smart people and accomplished people say things that used to be true. And like, one of the reasons we succeeded at Palantir, like, we sued the government. I've told the story 1,000 times, so some of you have heard it. But I sat here, and the most famous people sat there, and they said, if you sue the government, everyone will know you're an asshole. And I'm like, God, I don't really view myself as an asshole. I didn't realize coming out as being, and so, and we sued the government. And they were right that it was really stupid, and I was right that if we didn't change the way procurement was done, this nation would not be strong and good, and we would fail. And there are a lot of people here in this room who, have great companies because of their innovation and their hard work and their dedication to specialized talent, and also because we sued the U.S. government, and now there's something like meritocracy. So you're still shooting uphill. But shooting uphill and shooting like to Mount Everest while they're dropping grenades on you is a different story.
So, Alex, in closing, these two protesters was actually my secret way of creating the perfect segue to talk about your assessment of America's policy in Israel post-October 7th. And I wanted to ask you, where does Palantir, I mean, as a philosopher, you opine a lot on cultural issues, and Palantir took out a full-page ad in the New York Times post-October 7th to say Palantir stands with Israel. Where do you source that moral conviction? And can you explain to us a little bit why that's so important to you?
Well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, moral conviction is just conviction. And for better or worse, we have it at Palantir, and lots of people don't agree with our convictions. I do think having moral conviction is one of the main it's too simple to say you have clarity of conviction and therefore you're going to succeed. That's not true. But it is, I do think the inverse is also much harder than people think. Without any kind of conviction, I think it'd be very hard to stick with. We had 17 years of where everyone was short Palantir. I mean, everyone. And we stuck with it, and then also the kind of highly meritocratic environment comes with pain, and so you need conviction to get that to work. And flat hierarchy means everyone's telling you you're stupid all the time, so you need conviction to get that to work. But on like the general, the West has to survive, I think we have a way of ordering our life that is very special and is very underappreciated, often by our elite institutions especially. And if we lose it, we will lose everything that makes everything work in this world. I don't know exactly where the source of my personal convictions come, although it's more just a belief structure. But I'm very proud we have them. And I think, as importantly, like every time we reach a new milestone, so $1 billion, in each segment of our company, or one of the more important attributes of it is you win arguments in this country and industry by having conviction that leads to big tendies, which is a retail investment way of saying money. And so if you want to convince the world that you're right about something and you're a builder here, one of the best ways to do it is to build a great business, because everyone will listen. The stuff I'm saying now is arguably the same stuff I've been saying for many, many years, and it wasn't that worth it. It's like, so I think you win arguments, and you win arguments by basically building a castle of success and letting people look at it, and then they basically assume that the way you see the world. And by the way, again, this is kind of in the book, but one of the most important interactions I had was a very poor graduate student. It was so poor, I had this family in this rural village that gave me a coat. And in Frankfurt, of course, in Frankfurt, no one knew a fascist during the war. Everyone was, and in this village, people were like, yeah, I was basically a Nazi, and I talked to them. And one of the most important things I learned from them was, it was the fact that America and American ways of thinking made them healthier and wealthier and happier that changed how they saw the world much more than anything else. And if you want to change how people organize, if you want to create a discursive environment, if you want to widen the aperture of access to things that work, educational reform, including AI, meritocratic institutions across our society, including universities, you've got to show it in action, and then people will judge you by the fruits you bear, and that will have an enormous impact. And so, one of the reasons I think a lot of us still fight, both current Palantirians, ex-Palantirians, customers, partners, investors, fight for us or defend us, or at least tolerate things they may not exactly agree with, is because they know we're fighting to get something to actually work. And that is actually how you shift the dialogue. And if you want to steel man, why are they yelling and not talking? What are they building? You know, one of my favorite things, I have most of my family is left of center. And one of my favorite things is, and I view myself as a classic liberal, my first question is always, show me an institution you respect that's actually working. And that shuts things up very quickly. And I say, I'll give you an institution you don't agree with a lot, my company, and it's actually working. Why don't you try to figure out how you can take some meritocracy and put it into your worldview, because that might work. How about a little bit of discourse? That might work. How about working with people who disagree with you? That might work. How about taking something and building something where the inputs are much less than the output, which is the primary determinative of something, if something is working. And then what you will get is you essentially split the ocean. One side will yell at you and tell you, you can't say this, you can't think this, you can't do this. And the other side, people who equally do not agree with me, will be like, yeah, you know, that's a real challenge. And it's those people that don't agree with you, that are open for a system that actually works, like a system that any system in a differentiated, complicated society below which we cannot regress without destroying all of our lives is going to have certain attributes. Talented people are going to succeed more. Hardworking people are going to succeed more. There's going to be wealth inequality. How do you solve that? You're going to have to deal with ways to test for merit. There may not be the simple ways we know. And you're going to have to produce something where the inputs are less than the outputs. And we have to get, you know, and the way you convince people of this is you do something that's successful and you challenge them to have their worldview produce something that is better. And usually what you'll find is half the people will say, yeah, well, you're kind of some form of bigot or you're evil. And the other half will be like, yeah, okay. And then that's how you organize things, and that's how you actually make a lot of change.
It's Karp, everyone, the CEO of Palantir.
Up next to discuss rebuilding industrial power, AI factories, and the return of American manufacturing. Please welcome co-founder, Hill and Valley Forum, Jacob Helberg, moderating with President and CEO Nvidia, Jensen Huang.
Jensen, welcome to the Hill and Valley Forum. It's great to have you.
Thank you very much. It's very nice to be here.
You've positioned AI as a new industrial revolution with AI factories at the center of it. Can you explain to us what is an AI factory and why is it important to understand in the 21st century economy?
AI. We've been talking a lot about AI over the last several years. It's multifaceted, and I think it's helpful to look at it in this lens. First, of course, AI is a new technology. It's a new technology in the sense that it's built differently than software of the past, and this new software can do things that software of the past could not do. And so it's incredible technology. All the things it can do, you know, all the things that we have to do to keep it safe, all the amazing things that it's going to enable, fantastic. So there's the technology layer. The second layer, which is
rather new. In the last technology industry, software production, it was done by humans typing. Now we have a new industry, and this software is produced with machinery. So you need a large supercomputer, you apply electricity to it, and what comes flying out of it are tokens. And these tokens could be reformulated into numbers and words and proteins and images and videos and three-dimensional structures, and you could reformulate these tokens into all kinds of things. We call it intelligence. And so this machinery looks different than the machinery of the past. And I call it an AI factory because it does one thing. Every single day it's producing tokens. And the layer above that is infrastructural. And this is the reason why we now internalize that AI is likely going to be quite an extraordinary industrial revolution, in the sense that this new technology is going to enable a new industry that I just mentioned, AI factories, the production of intelligence, but it's going to go back and revolutionize and transform every other industry. And so all of these tokens are going to go into healthcare and education. One of my favorites is education. I use it every day for education. Financial services, engineering. We use AI every day for software programming and supply chain management. It's about to go into manufacturing and so on and so forth. And so when you think about it from these three layers, it's very clear this is as transformative, as impactful as electricity was before, and it's going to revolutionize every industry. So it's an industrial revolution.
So do you think it's a paradigm shift in modern computing, and that every factory that's building physical things in the real world will also be accompanied by an AI factory?
Yeah, perfect. Absolutely. Every company that makes things today, so long as they move, so let's say you make lawnmowers, and it could be Caterpillar, and or they build construction machinery. Today it's largely manually manipulated. In the future it'll be autonomous or highly autonomous or semi-autonomous or assisted. And when it becomes autonomous, then it'll be software defined. And so you're going to have to produce those tokens, those software that feeds that tractor. And so in the future, every company that builds things will have a factory that builds the things that they sell, and then they'll have another factory that builds and produces the AI that runs on that thing that they sell. And so it's very clear when you look at car companies. Today's car companies largely make cars, but it's very clear that in 10 years' time, every car company will also produce the tokens that runs in those cars.
You've talked a little bit about physical AI, the concept of physical AI over the last year. For policymakers who are thinking about the future of American policy, can you explain to us a little bit what physical AI is and how we should be thinking about it?
Take a step back. AI really came to consciousness, modern AI really came into consciousness about 12, 14 years ago when AlexNet came out and computer vision saw its big giant breakthrough. And that was, I guess, 2012. Around that time, when you take a step back, what is computer vision? In its largest context is perception. Perceiving the world, whatever modality of information. It could be, of course, images, it could be sounds, it could be vibration, it could be temperature. And we've now developed AI models that understand the meaning of all of that information, and can be quite smart about it. So the first layer, the first wave of AI was perception AI. The second, what everybody started talking about maybe 5 years ago, was generative AI. And generative AI is where the AI model has learned how to understand the meaning of the information, but translate it. So, for example, you could understand English and translate it to French. You could understand English and translate it to images. And so you could prompt it to generate images. So generative AI is essentially a universal translator, if you will. A universal translator that understands the language of humans. Language. And so that's the next wave. The wave that we're in now is where you now have AIs that can understand, it can generate, but as you know, intelligence requires us to solve problems and recognize conditions that we've never seen before. And the way we do that is we use reasoning. We apply rules and laws and principles that we've learned in the past, and we break the problem down step by step by step. And even though we've never solved this problem before, through reasoning, we can solve it. Okay, and so one of the unique capabilities of intelligence. And so we're now in this age called reasoning AI, and reasoning AIs allow you to produce a form of digital robots. We call them agentic AI, agents. It has agency. And so AI that can understand the task that's been given, it can go off and learn and read, use tools like calculators and web browsers and spreadsheets, and then come back and does something for you. And it could be something related to supply chain, so it accesses SAP. It could be something related to HR, access Workday. And so these agentic AIs are essentially robots, but they're digital workforce robots. And so in the future, we're going to be the generation of CEOs that are going to manage biological workforce as well as digital workforce. And HR department for the biological workforce and our IT department are going to become the HR of agentic AI, right? And so we have this is kind of the phase we're in today. Well, the next wave, and this is where the largest industries of the world are going to benefit. The next wave requires us to understand things like the laws of physics, friction, inertia, cause and effect, the fact that I tip that thing over, it's going to fall. When I said the bottle down, it's not going to go through the table. And so all of these common sense physical reasoning abilities that children have, that our pets have, most AIs don't have. I roll a ball over the kitchen counter and it goes over the top and it disappears. Well, the AI thinks it's disappeared, but your dog knows it's on the other side. It understands this concept called object permanence, and it didn't go into another metaverse, and so it runs around the table and gets it. And a robot needs to learn that if you want to go from this side of the table to that side of the table, you can't go through the table. You're going to have to reason about how to go around the table. And so all of these type of physical reasoning things is what's called physical AI. And when you take that physical AI and then you put it into a physical object called a robot, you get robotics. And this is really, really important for us now because, we're building plants and factories all over the United States. And we'd like to build it in a way that takes advantage of the latest technologies. And so hopefully, in the next 10 years, as we build out this new generation of plants and factories, they're highly robotic and they're, helping us deal with the severe labor shortage that we have all over the world.
So many people have talked about this concept about the fact that we're in an AI race globally. What do you think the U.S. government needs to do to win that AI race, to have the very best AI technology?
First, in order to have a race, to do well in a race, you have to understand the race. And you have to understand the resources that you're working with, the assets that you have, the assets you don't have, your advantages and your disadvantages. And some of the things to realize is that AI is fundamentally at this core level, and going back to the three levels that we're talking about, at each level, we have to make sure that we understand the game. And this game isn't, there's no 60-minute clock on this thing. This is an infinite game. And so most people aren't very good at playing infinite games. Nvidia is now 33 years old. We've been through 3 computer revolutions, from the PC revolution to the internet to mobile, and now we're in AI. And so you have to, in order to thrive across all of these different changes in the environment, you have to understand how to play games. And so the things that I just described, understanding the game, understanding the assets you have, really important. At the first layer, at the technology layer, the most important thing to understand is the intellectual capital. And remember, 50% of the world's AI researchers are Chinese. First, just take a step back and recognize that. That important factor has to play into how we think about the game. The next is AI factories. In order to do well there, you need to have energy. Because fundamentally, we We transform electricity into digital tokens. Just as the last industrial revolution transformed atoms through energy into, steel things and physical things that we know, cars and things like that, buildings and things like that. And the generation before that, we gave it water into a machine called the dynamo, and what came out was electricity. And so now we have electricity go in and tokens come out. So the next layer requires energy. The layer above that is just happening now. And it's really, really important that we understand that ultimately the winners of the last industrial revolution wasn't the country that invented it. It was the country that applied it. And the United States applied steel, applied energy faster than any country. Everybody else was worried about things like labor and, horses being replaced by cars and, those kind of matters. But the United States we just took it and ran with it. And so the infrastructural layer above that is about the application of the technology. It's about not being afraid of it, wanting to engage it, reskilling our workforce so that we're able to apply it, encouraging people to adopt it. And so when you look at when you look at AI through the lens that I just described, the framework that I just described, each one of the layers has its own, if you will, challenges and opportunities, and the game's a little different in each one.
On the workforce point, the press has been so focused on weaving the narrative that AI could potentially lead to mass displacement of labor and mass unemployment. Could you help paint a picture a little bit about what your prediction is for the impact of AI on the job market, but also more specifically on what you see as the potentially new categories of jobs that we're potentially not even thinking about today that could actually come into being?
Some new jobs will be created. Some jobs will be lost. Every job will be changed. Okay, so let's just break it down. It's always easy to go to one extreme from another, but I always find it helpful when you break the problem down, reason about it from its first principles. And again, in this framework that I just described, at the lowest layer, as you know, and Jacob, you're deeply integrated into venture investment, and you know what's going on in AI. And you know at the foundational layer, it's because of AI that San Francisco is back. Okay, anybody who lives in San Francisco, you'll know what I'm talking about. Just about everybody evacuated San Francisco. Now it's thriving again. It's all because of AI. And AI creates a new type of job, and the fundamental reason is because it's software development, but done in a different way. We've changed every layer of the technology as a result of AI. What used to be human-coded software running on CPUs are now machine learning-generated software running on GPUs. And so every single layer, the tooling of it, the compilers of it, the methodology of it, the way you collect data, curate data, use AI to guardrails, use AI to teach, use AI to keep the AI safe. All of that technology is being invented right now, and it creates tons of jobs. At the next layer, this is where the giant opportunity is. Remember, I just said that we're going to create a new type of factory, and this factory has electricity come in, and it generates tokens out. A 1 gigawatt factory, let me just put it, 1 gigawatt factory, and we're in the horizon building something like 7, 8, 10 gigawatts of AI factories. 1 gigawatt factory is $60 billion. $60 billion for 1 gigawatt. 100 megawatt factory is pretty commodity now. It's pretty commonplace. And so you just divide that by 10. But $60 billion is the annual, one factory is the annual revenues of Boeing. And to build it, you have to finance it, creates a lot of jobs. You have to build out the site, the shell, creates a bunch of jobs, construction. You got carpenters, you got steel workers, you got masons. You got to build out that factory. $60 billion factory. This thing is gigantic. You have to have, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, plumbers, and then after that, all the low voltage stuff, all the IT and the networking. After that, operations. That entire cycle is about 3 years. A whole bunch of new trade jobs have to be created. These trade jobs, in the last computer industry, the last computing platform shift, the number one miss the number one critical path for most companies' growth is software engineers. This next layer, AI factories, the number one is going to be trades, the trade craft. And I think this is terrific. Our country needs to acknowledge that trade craft is respectable work, and it's critical work, and it's necessary to build our country. And so we want to encourage trade craft, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, steel workers, the whole span of it. We're going to need a whole bunch. And then now, above that is when we can start talking about how are these AI agents going to change the work of doctors or financial service professionals or customer care. Or in our company, just as a starting point, every single software engineer is now assisted by AI assistants. And the amount of code that we check into the company is incredible. As a result, our productivity has shot up through the roof, and we're hiring more people because it enabled us to create more things that the world desires. It increases our revenues and increases our ability to hire. And so I think that layer above really wants to engage AI as early as you can. Remember, it's not AI that's going to take your job. It's not AI that's going to, destroy your company. It's the company and the person who uses AI that's going to take your job. And so that's, something to internalize.
There's been such a huge amount of focus lately on bringing manufacturing back. A lot of people in the AI space have talked about the concept of how digital twins and manufacturing plants adopting digital twins could actually help enable rebooting manufacturing here. And simultaneously, the CEO of Apple, Tim Cook, recently said that one of the main bottlenecks to reshoring and making the iPhone here was having a good and precise robotic arm technology. So on both counts, it really seems like AI could be an enabling technology for manufacturing and reshoring. Could you tell us a little bit more about what your prognosis is on that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, manufacturing is not about low-cost labor. Advanced manufacturing today is software. The entire factory is software-driven. The entire factory is one giant robot, and it's a robot orchestrating a whole bunch of robots inside. And so these advanced factories has a lot of people in it, but it's largely technology. And so I think the first part of it is in our industry, and I'll just talk about mine, the ability for us to manufacture end-to-end from silicon to the AI supercomputers here onshore is a terrific opportunity, and I'm delighted that the administration is really encouraging and supporting the industry to onshore manufacturing. This is high-quality work. It's advanced technology work. Doing it onshore is a fantastic opportunity for the country, and I'm very enthusiastic about it. We're huge proponents of it. And we're fortunate that we have partners around the world who are supporting us to do that. That's number one. Second, if we don't get good at manufacturing, we're going to leave behind a giant industry that is going to be propelled by the availability of energy. What country doesn't want to get engaged in this new industry called AI? Why would you not want to produce AI? Why would you not want to engage in one of the most advanced manufacturing? It's manufacturing. It just happens to be numbers when it's done. And just like it was electrons at the last industrial revolution, most people couldn't understand that you could create this thing through a machinery called dynamo. Now we call it, Nvidia AI supercomputers. But back then, a dynamo, what came out of it was invisible. It's electricity. Don't touch it, but it's electricity. It's electrons. And now, it's a new form of electrons, it's numbers. And so, of course, we want to engage in this new industry. And in order to do that, we have to have manufacturing onshore. Now, the thing that is absolutely the case, because manufacturing is so technology intensive, we should do it in a digital twin first. We should do it in virtual reality first. Nvidia designs the most complex systems in the world. Each one of our generation R&D, call it $20 billion. Maybe more now, but call it $20 billion of R&D just to produce a family of chips. We designed those chips completely in their digital twin. They existed for months and months and months, long before we ever produced it. The moment I produced it, I know it to be perfect. I know it because we've simulated it, exhaustively and we emulated it, and we put it into its paces. We should do the same with digital factories. These factories, large factories, we should completely create digital twins, use artificial intelligence to create these digital twins, operate it, virtual integration, integrate these magnificent structures completely digitally, operate it, optimize it, and use it for planning your output completely digitally. And in the future, every factory will have a digital twin version. In the future, and I'm hoping every human will have a digital twin version. Every car has a digital twin version. Every building has a digital twin version. Every city has a digital twin version. So this idea of digital twins is happening now, and it's all happening because of artificial intelligence.
Jensen, my last question for you is, what is your expectation on the timeline by which we live in a world where AI-enabled robots become a ubiquitous part of everyday human life?
First of all, a self-driving car is a robot. Now, it's taken us about 10 years. And now Waymo is, in cities all around the nation and is doing fantastically. And it's terrific to see the Waymos driving around in San Francisco and other cities. It took about 10 years. Robots will take less time. And the reason for that is because we can constrain the environments where the robots operate. And so the robots don't have to be as general purpose as a car. Once you're in San Francisco, you got to work in every street and every single condition. And so in the case of a robot, we could be a lot more constrained. From the moment that something is prototypable, fairly functional, to the time that it becomes high volume product, call it 5 years. And so we have quite high functioning robots today. And so in some 5 years time, we're going to see, robots get pumped out of these factories. And every car company who makes cars today will be very good at building robots. They just have to get good at the software part of it, the AI part of it, but that technology is really, fairly available.
Jensen, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Thanks for coming.
And now, a special message from CEO of Oracle, Safra Catz.
Technology companies play an increasingly important role in defending Western values and supporting the U.S. government. Can you describe how Oracle sees its role in that space and how you as a leader have approached that responsibility?
Yeah, we actually take that responsibility very seriously. There is nothing more important ultimately than making sure that our warfighters and our entire defense industries have the absolute best. Really, the things they need are always critical to what we do at Oracle. Remember, we started working for the CIA way, way back. That was our very first customer. And after that, NSA. So our whole really the center of everything we think about is how do we get the very best to the people who are spending their time defending all of us and defending freedom. And so for us, that has always been job one. Our entire commercial business actually just gives us scale to be able to put that energy behind keeping America and its allies safe.
So in the last few years, companies have had drastically varied responses in confronting moral issues that have come up. Can you share an example of when Oracle stayed true to its moral compass in the face of a moral issue?
Well, you see, we always try to do what we believe is right. The way we run our company is is as owners, not renters. We make decisions because we think they're the right answer. Decades ago, we decided not to go to China. We decided that our technology was simply too valuable, too powerful to share it with the Chinese government, the Chinese military. When we built a cloud, we didn't build a cloud in China, specifically because the requirements made us feel that national security of the United States would be at risk. When the Hamas terrorists attacked Israel, we immediately got behind Israel to help their military establishment work and fight this off. We did a lot of things for our employees and for those in need, millions in donation to Magen David Adom. But in some ways, one of the most important things I thought we did was we put on all our websites around the world in local language, we stand with Israel. And anyone who had a problem with that, they had a problem with us. And the truth is that that strong statement actually wasn't pushed back on. Even in countries that you would think Israel might not be very popular, my whole view was if you're with rapists, murderers, and child killers, we're not interested in working with you. What we actually found is that in every country, our business went up, not down. And we didn't think about that when we did it because we thought it's important to stand with the ones that were right. And I'll tell you, it wasn't even a hard decision. And we've made many of these decisions, including when Russia invaded Ukraine. We helped our Ukrainian employees immediately evacuate, often under fire. We resettled their families so they'd be safe. That's always our focus. I'll tell you, many times we have found that in times of trouble, if you are calm and know the difference between right and wrong, you're in a very safe place. And it actually gives strength to our employees and a real understanding to our customers of where we stand.
AI is now a top priority for the U.S. and its allies. How do you think that the United States government can leverage AI to defend against foreign threats on this growing digital battlefield?
This is a very important moment. And it's quite a challenge, I think, for our government right now, because though for decades the world's most important data is in Oracle systems, they're in many, many of them. And the problem when they're in stovepipes is they're not really AI ready. And one of the things we're actually working on is bringing all the data together into modern clouds, we have a product, 23AI, which is just the Oracle database, but it also has vector capabilities. So it can take all this data and have it consumed by these amazing AI large language models, which are just getting better I'd say every day. And it is imperative that we take advantage of the data we have because our adversaries, they are committed to using it. I remember I was on the National Security Commission on AI a few years ago. And this is before the baby talked, before large language models really showed their power. But even then, we saw our adversaries using AI to a level that should have alarmed us. And it did. And us here in America, it is imperative that we get ahead of them because every single victory and defeat ultimately in history is about who absorbed the newest technologies, whether it was industrialization, steel, or oil, or whatever. Now it's AI technology, it's cloud, it's being in the 21st century.
We've seen a huge shift in how the world sees America since the election. Do you think that America is on the cusp and in many ways already experiencing a new golden age?
I think this is the most exciting time we've ever had. I mean, we're just a few weeks into the new administration. I've spent a lot of time around Washington. The opportunities are huge. One day after the inauguration, Larry Ellison was already in the White House with Masayoshi-san and Sam Altman talking about Stargate. He's been in there multiple times since then. People are investing. People are excited. And this is an unleashing of the real American spirit. I can tell you when I'm talking to different cabinet members, the thought that energy is coming back, that we're no longer self-limiting our industrial capacity by limiting energy and limiting our grid is so exciting to companies. I've talked to a number of our customers who are manufacturers. They're bringing manufacturing back into the United States. So I'm incredibly excited. You can imagine, you know how long I've felt this way. This is, let's just say, this is a very blessed time, and we couldn't be more excited.
With DOGE, we've seen a huge push to bring operational rigor and concepts from the private sector into government. I'm curious, as a leader of one of the world's largest corporations, in the tech industry, there's a lot of talk of first principles. What are some of the technology first principles that you've seen throughout your career that have proven successful that people in the government can draw inspiration from?
Well, I would say rule one, keep it as simple as possible. That is probably the one thing that the government really has not gotten a handle on, and the DOGE is pushing right through. Bring it together, use the best technologies. Don't use things from years ago just because you've always been using them. Make sure that you've got the very best, and don't compromise the best technology just because you're afraid. I know when I started at Oracle, we basically doged Oracle my first year. We were $9 billion in revenue when I joined in 1999. We saved $1.2 billion my first year. And I have to tell you, thank goodness we did it, because we wouldn't even be here now, because we needed that money. Just like the government needs the money, like the DOD needs it for the warfighter, we needed it for R&D. And that's why we were able to buy over 100 companies to bring it all together for our customers. And if the government could just, let's do it the simple way. Let's do it the fast way. Let's do it the least expensive way. But let's do it one way, not 15 different ways. We're going to save billions, trillions, and we're going to have a lot more done and a lot less spent. And that's really, those are simple, simple principles, management principles more than anything else. Those are surefire.
Safra, thank you so much.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you for having me.
Now up next, the Arsenal Reimagined, designing the Department of Defense for the 21st century battlefield. Moderated by 137 Ventures and co-founder Hill and Valley Forum, Christian Garrett. U.S. National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, and co-founder and CEO Anduril Industries, Brian Schimpf.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you, National Security Advisor, for doing this. I know there's a lot going on in the world, so we will let you get out of here. We're going to get started with asking a couple questions for you and Brian, but and then I know you have to get rolling soon, and then Brian and I will continue the discussion. Maybe just to get started, National Security Advisor Waltz, you've talked a lot about the urgency of rebuilding America's defense advantage. What are we actually doing right now that's different, and where can we keep improving?
Yeah, thanks. So Good to be with you again. And Jacob, I don't know where you are, but always Jacob Helberg, good to see you. And what a great forum. I literally just wanted to do a quick drive-by here and then head back, because I want everyone to appreciate and understand that the administration is absolutely dedicated to reforming the way we acquire technology, to reform the way we acquire our systems, to go to capability-based requirements. We're seriously looking at modernization, and if you've tracked some of the recent executive orders coming out, I mean, we're 100 days in. It feels like a year. We're moving at Trump warp speed. And he knows that we have to move very quickly. We have to move at commercial pace, at tech pace, and that we have a hole to dig out of after the last 4 years. So you've seen executive orders, and I would encourage you to look at them more closely. That really is a big part of our roadmap on modernization, on acquisition reform, really going after things that always seem to cost too much, deliver too little, and take too long. And we've heard we could fill this auditorium with defense and acquisition reform think tank pieces, but you have a president and you have a leadership team that are all gas, no brakes, and sometimes we get to help him steer, right? Another piece of that we hear quite a bit is FMS. And CFIUS and all of those different items. You're also going to hear a lot, and you should be hearing a lot, on allied burden sharing in terms of pressing on their defense spending. If you saw Germany, for example, and what they just put into their budget, it is a significant increase, albeit better late than never, frankly. With our German friends, but you're going to see in the NATO ministerial coming up in just over a month a big push for a broader and faster and more significant defense spending. So, just all of those are really broad themes that you're seeing coming out of this administration. You will see a big, beautiful defense budget coming at some point.
Emphasis on beautiful.
And then, that's right. And finally, the Iron Dome that you've heard quite a bit about. And if I could just say a few words on that, I remember just a few years ago, President Trump saying we need a Space Force. And that this is a domain that we have not paid enough attention to. This is the domain that deserves a seat at the table, just like all of our other services, that you can't be number one on Earth if you're number two in space. We all remember the jokes and the Netflix series and all of those pieces, and yet just 6-7 years later, how prescient that was. And what a game changer that's been, in that every single war game that you play out now, the first shots are in space and in cyber. Fast forward, I firmly believe we will look back on the initiation of Iron Dome much like we look back on the game changer that was SDI in the 80s, and how that is going to change our posture in many ways. But I think with that, what else you have?
Oh, I think maybe just before we let you go, how can the tech community, the tech ecosystem, how can founders, how can investors, right, how can all of us in Silicon Valley work more with government, work more with yourself, and how can we solve
Well, that's why
problems?
I appreciate this forum so much, is the arc from just over a decade ago, right, where tech was basically running away from defense, and now you have so many folks like yourself, like Anduril, all, Palantir, all of these, middle tiers that are becoming very quickly upper tiers. But the fact that the capital community, the VC, the private equity, and yes, I can read a balance sheet. I have had to do that before, which I'm very proud of, unlike maybe some in this building. But that we are doing things, and what our role in government is to attract you to invest and to incentivize you to invest. And what you're going to see in this administration is get out of your way, right? And clean up a lot of the regulatory mess, clean up a lot of the overhead that we're seeing that have been disincentives historically, whether that is contract vehicles, whether that is LPTA, whether it is a disconnect between the operators and what they need and the contracting officers and what they write and their knowledge base. And that's why you're seeing so many people with business backgrounds that are coming in at the undersecretary level, at the deputy secretary level, heck, at the cabinet level, right? And so there is a deep appreciation, understanding for go fast, incentives rather than regulation, deregulation, and as you've seen in the first executive orders that are coming out the gate have been to push that envelope for the capital community.
That's great. Well, thank you. Let's give a hand.
I know that was fast and furious, but I wanted to get by here. Especially important to make that point, and especially important to make the point literally as pencils are sharpening right here in this building. But always good to be with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, man. Yes, thanks. Yeah, thank you.
Well, Brian, you have to follow that up.
All right.
You mentioned a great point, right? One of the things that most people don't appreciate is it's been less than a decade since Palantir actually sued the Army for not following commercial preference around Title 10 US 2377, which we talk a lot about, which was obviously critical for Anduril's founding. Less than a decade now, maybe piggybacking on what National Security Advisor Waltz was talking about, what is different right now and what is improved?
The biggest thing I've seen is the pivot to China actually created an immense amount of urgency. It created a sense, like people in the military had to really take account of would we be successful in one of these conflicts. And all the services are a little bit different, and they've got different kind of peculiarities of how they can mobilize against these things. But the U.S. really did a lot to actually re-examine what's working, what's not. And there's a sense of urgency that things actually need to move. And I really feel like in the last year, things really started to flip, where there's just actually real accountability around performance, around actually delivering. I've seen government agencies canceling contracts for non-performance. That is unheard of, right? Like actually really trying to create some degree of accountability on these things. I think that has all been significant goodness. Still hard, things are still slow, like things take time, but I've seen a lot more willingness to actually hold industry accountable for delivering, which is fantastic. I think the part that really deserves some change on this is the number of people that can say no. If you're in a government program office and you're trying to deliver a capability, the number of people that exist to say no compared to the people who are accountable for delivering is probably like 10 to 1, maybe 50 to 1. Like it is insane. And we don't actually empower these program offices to take risk, to field things, to make a call on how do they get something out quickly. I think if I were to change one thing, that would probably be the single biggest change we could do to actually empower moving fast and making a call on these things. And this is a lot of the stuff that I know the House is working on. The Senate with the Forged Act has really been, trying to push forward actual legislation to do some of these changes. And I think it's the right type of thing to get things moving.
I mean, the sense of urgency, we talk a lot about the last administration continue this momentum. Right now, it's definitely a lot of momentum around it. Where do you think, if you were to set the vision for if the momentum continues, where should we get towards and where do we need to go? If you were to look at the DoD reimagined, right, what would it look like?
I have this crazy idea, which is that the free market kind of works. And the idea that you could actually state what you want, compete it off in terms of actually just showing goods and services that function and buy what works. Crazy idea you could do this on is weapons, right? It's basically the cost to actually build a new missile is not that much. It's a couple $100 million. A lot of companies can afford to do that. And then just if the government actually showed up and said, yeah, I'm just going to buy 5,000 or 10,000 of whatever actually works, that would incentivize industry in a second to be able to show up and show what can be done. Instead, right now, 20, 30-year life cycles, very, very slow. You can't do it unless you've done it before. It's just a very slow process to actually get these things done. And there's so many reasons for that. But the fundamental basis of the entire DoD was started in McNamara, right, in the 60s. And the idea there was it was socialist economists who believed that the free market would fail to deliver the innovation necessary for the DoD to succeed, and that the science of progress was solved. And so that they could lay out these 5 to 10 year plans that would, kind of manifest technical progress. In the 1960s, that wasn't insane, right? Like, that was not a crazy idea where the percentage of R&D spending that was coming from the DoD was huge. But today, that seems like a little bit crazy, right? Where so much of the innovation is occurring in the commercial world. And we've seen so many cases of this where it's just impossible to actually compete and win. And if there was the opening to be able to show that you could do something cheaper and better, like nearly everyone here would just jump at it. The capital exists, the risk tolerance exists, just nobody's there to buy it on the other side.
Industrial capacity is getting a lot of attention right now, and we've obviously seen with the war in Ukraine how we can deplete munitions fairly quickly, and our ability to kind of replenish theirs is really limited. Everything from submarines, shipyards, munitions. There's a huge focus now on how we can sort of build out industrial capacity and produce mass more. The NSC led efforts to put out a recent shipbuilding EO. This obviously seems to be a big focus, and currently is a big focus for the administration, big focus in Congress. You guys have unveiled some groundbreaking technologies around maritime systems and manufacturing. Can you talk a little bit about what it'll take there to build out industrial capacity and maybe what Anduril is doing there?
Yeah, so there's the defense industrial base, I think Sean has put it well, kind of has existed on this weird Galapagos island where it's kind of shielded from competition. Very few of these providers are actually selling to other industries, and it's been relatively impervious to technological innovation that's occurring elsewhere. And so particularly at the supply-based side, the way we've kind of approached the manufacturing problem is there's a lot of good startups doing novel things and how you actually do component manufacturing, do things a lot cheaper, do things a lot more efficiently, higher quality, just iterate much, much quicker. And then the biggest piece, though, is actually designing your systems with manufacturability in mind, like that being an important concept from the outset. Because the ability you have to actually influence this at the start is quite a lot. So we did this low-cost cruise missile, and we picked a handful of manufacturing methods that were just incredibly scalable. We did cast aluminum airframes, hot press composite fuselage, rotomolded fuel tanks instead of a lot of these traditional things which are very hard to scale, very limited suppliers. We just went for the things that had the most kind of supply base and the ready ability to scale this. And I think that approach is going to have to be a key part of this. A lot of this starts at design time, and it is going to be very hard. I don't think you can 3D print your way through making, an SM-6 missile. It's not going to work. This is not designed to be manufacturable. It is going to be very, very hard to produce. If you can design it out and really tap into those commercial supply chains, I think you've got a real shot of solving the manufacturability issues. And that's kind of at the crux of how we're thinking about manufacturing on this you just have to work with a different supply base that is designed for scale, designed for low cost, and that starts at the design side. But once it's kind of baked, it's just too hard, right? The average lead time on most of these weapons, Patriot, LRASM, SM-6, they're 2 years with multi-year backlogs. I think this is also showing up with our allies and partners who are unsure if they're ever going to get the weapons that they've ordered. And they're starting to question whether the U.S. is a dependable supplier on these things in a time of need. And so I think there's just a massive gap here. This manufacturability thing, I think, is probably the most critical question we have on deterrence as a country. If China knows we do not have the ability to sustain a conflict, that is not very credible deterrence, right? And having the inventory plus the ability to replenish at scale, at speed, that is going to be absolutely critical.
I completely agree. How can Silicon Valley and Capitol Hill work together to actually solve that? I mean, some of this is policy. Some of this is obviously actually investing R&D dollars and starting companies. You guys are at the forefront of this, but maybe give some guidance for how we can actually go solve this.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always this question of in the DC community of how do they keep private capital flowing into the defense. The answer is incredibly simple. If you buy things, capital will flow into defense, right? It is very, very simple. Like, the financial markets are really good at allocating capital to things where there are a return. It's one of the things America uniquely has, and it's incredibly good. It's a huge asset. So I don't think that part's even like that hard, right? Like, we don't need a law to like do anything there or a policy. The number one thing is just going to boil down to like actually create the opportunities for companies to succeed at scale, right? Like, that's it. Just buy things at scale that matter, that move the needle, and create opportunities to actually onboard. You know, it's like we would never work on a whole host of capabilities we've just written off that we think we can do a better job at. Like air-to-air missiles is a great example. The programs to do air-to-air missiles, I have my questions with them and like, you know, are they going to work? But I don't think in 20 years anyone would buy an air-to-air missile we made because they've already committed to doing this. We're taking an insane position. We're making a torpedo. I think there's a low probability the Navy actually buys it. But I think it just needs to exist. I think you can do it a lot cheaper. And so I think the fundamental thing is if the DoD is actually buying things at scale, this problem actually just kind of solves itself in a lot of ways. And stop looking at 30-year life cycles, start looking at like 5-year life cycles, and how do you refresh on a lot of these capabilities?
And it seems like, you know, this focus from a national security perspective is not just domestic, right? It seems like all of our allies are now seeing how much of a problem this is. You've seen an increase in defense spending across the board, whether it's Japan. You obviously see this in Europe, the UK. You guys, you know, don't just sell technology to the U.S. government. You sell to our allies as well. What are you seeing there, and is that encouraging?
The allies and partners side has been incredibly complicated. You know, I think starting in the last administration, there just started to be a lot of questions of, you know, I think from Trump 1, the strategy of getting everyone to actually increase their defense spending worked. And also it turns out Vladimir Putin is very convincing on these things and got everyone to take defense much more seriously. Then last administration, there was a real question on a policy side, on a defense like production capacity side of whether the U.S. was a reliable partner they could really depend on. And you combine that with all the overhead and difficulty of FMS sales, all the ITAR restrictions, all these things. And everyone still believes the U.S. is the gold standard, right? Like, they want to buy American. They want to align closer with America on this. They want the interoperability with America. It is just too hard, and it's too unpredictable. And so they've all leaned into how can they have more sovereign control over what are they producing, right? Like, every country we're in, the first question is really, how can we get out of ITAR or avoid it in kind of craft the technology in the smart way? How can we, you know, think about localizing this and have more control over it? But they are all taking their defense incredibly seriously, right? Like, Japan ramping this up is such a cultural shift. You know, every single country is really starting to move out much more aggressively on this. But it is a very different world where there's a lot of questions of whether the U.S. companies are the right ones to work with, and how can they create a little more independence there.
Yeah. And we've heard warnings consistently of how China isn't just competing economically, but it's racing to lead in technologies, in AI, autonomy, military technology. What's at stake here, right, if we fall behind in these areas? And then, you know, maybe we'll end with an optimistic view, but, you know, maybe it's good to discuss, you know, what's at stake if we make these mistakes here and don't solve some of these problems?
So I think there's like always this, you know, not this crew, but like a lot of people tend to believe like America's the bad guy and everyone else isn't so bad. Maybe it'd be better if China was in charge. But you look at what they're doing in the Philippines, where they're just trying to like unilaterally claim territory and harassing the Philippine government on different territorial claims. You know, with Australia, I think someone commented one time that they thought, an Australian official commented they thought the Uyghurs was a genocide, what was happening there. China immediately cut off major imports from Australia as a punishment for this. You know, they're starting to like foment a lot of questions on claims over a bunch of Japanese questions based on, you know, vague historic documents. Like, they are not operating in a way that we've come to expect the U.S. operates, where, you know, you can question our tactics and whether we did things right, but the intent with the U.S. was never like territorial expansion in the last, you know, several decades. It was about reinforcement of a world order that everyone has come to depend on and take for granted. I don't think China shares that same world order. I don't think they are interested in making sure everyone else has a fair playing field. They're interested in making sure that they win, right? And so, their ability to succeed on this, I think, is extremely consequential. And all of these technology areas are where the growth is going to come in the future. Like AI, obviously, robotics is underrated. And in China, so much of it is tied to their military apparatus. Every piece of technology is flowing into that. In the U.S., everyone here has a choice. In China, not as much, right? And so I think the impact of falling behind on these things is just absolutely massive, not just for military superiority, but just I think the rules-based world order we take for granted really matters, and China is not interested in that.
Yeah. Well, Brian, as an investor, as a friend, but also as a citizen, we're really grateful for the work that you're doing, and all of our defense contractors and a lot of these companies here that are working with the government and military. This is really important. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
And now, a special message from the Vice President of Taiwan, B. Kim Xiao.
A big thanks to Mr. Jacob Helberg and the organizers for this opportunity to once again address the Hill and Valley Forum. Though I'm not with you in Washington today, I'm proud to speak from Taiwan, an island that is one of America's most resilient partners. Taiwan's resilience is not only foundational to peace and security in the Indo-Pacific. If you care about peace through strength, about rebuilding the American industrial base, and about staying ahead in the AI and technology race, then the partnership with Taiwan is important now more than ever. Let me highlight 3 areas where Taiwan matters. First, Taiwan's security is global security, and we're building to defend it. Taiwan sits at the crossroads of global trade, technology, and geopolitical stability. What happens to Taiwan affects the global economy and the strength of the free world. That's why we are not standing still. Taiwan is investing heavily in our own defense, not only through acquisitions from the United States, but by also building our own indigenous defense industry. Indigenous capabilities supplement and reinforce our U.S.-sourced systems, giving us more resilience, speed, and self-sufficiency in a contested environment. Furthermore, we have launched a whole-of-society defense resilience initiative, mobilizing our private sectors and civil society to form a lattice of resilience and security that extends beyond the military. Like those of you who have been committed to addressing Hill Valley tech defense gaps, we are also working to leverage our tech and manufacturing ecosystem to support national security needs. From drones and missile components to radar and next-generation telecommunications, we are producing capabilities that strengthen deterrence and reduce vulnerabilities. But we also know that defense isn't just about what you build, it's who you build it with. Our success in deterring aggression depends not just on our own strength, but on the strength of our partnerships. That's why a deeper industrial and technological partnership with the United States is essential. We seek to work together to close the gap between invention and implementation. Secondly, Taiwan can contribute to America's industrial comeback. In a broader context, as you strive to revitalize American industry and manufacturing, Taiwan can help make that happen. We're not just a supplier of finished products. We are a full-spectrum manufacturing partner that complements your strengths. Taiwan brings key capabilities, such as cost-effective production of critical tech components, high-precision machine tools, AI-enabled automation in production, and a trusted, reliable ecosystem of suppliers. These, along with American innovation in systems design and software, form a promising industrial alliance that multiplies strength by by strength. And third, you can't talk about industrial success without bringing in AI. We share your vision, AI that protects freedom and empowers people. That makes Taiwan your best partner in AI leadership. Taiwan's unique and efficient tech ecosystem has contributed significantly to building the advanced AI platforms used by American leading companies, enabling those companies to innovate, grow, and profit. And we're not just resting on past achievements. Taiwanese companies value opportunities to expand and invest with American AI tech partners, and our government is committed to helping to facilitate a win-win roadmap for building together in Taiwan and in America, reducing trade deficits and fostering a golden age of AI leadership. So, why Taiwan? Because we deliver, because we know how to build, and because we believe in freedom. For decades, Taiwan has stood sturdy and yet nimble and resilient under pressure, transitioning from authoritarianism to democracy and weathering military threats, disinformation, cyber attacks, economic coercion with determination and grit. We haven't buckled. We've adapted, defended our freedom, and kept building. In a world where authoritarian powers test the resolve of democracies, Taiwan has proven that free people can endure and prevail. With the United States, we ask for partnership and cooperation in security, industry, and in AI. Let's work together to build what's needed, deter what must be stopped, and ensure the next generation inherits not just freedom, but the strength to protect it.
Up next, to discuss the final frontier for American power, securing leadership in space. Please welcome Founders Fund, co-founder of Varda Space and Hill and Valley Forum, Delian Asparouhov, moderating with Congressman George Whitesides of California. Major General Steve Bucky Butow, United States Air Force, Military Deputy of the Defense Innovation Unit, Office of the Secretary of Defense, and Senior Vice President, Global Business and Head of Government Affairs, SpaceX, Tim Hughes.
I'm obviously, sort of biased as a space sci-fi geek, but this is always by far my favorite panel of the year, and so look forward to having a great conversation. And everybody here on stage is also a space sci-fi geek. Probably not everyone in the audience is, and so I think it'll be helpful to set the stage a little bit. Right now, as you may or may not know, commercial space is absolutely flourishing. Rockets are launching and landing basically every single day. But at the same time, the Chinese are launching their own space station. They're landing rovers on the far side of the moon, and returning, core drilling samples back. And so I'm excited to talk with my, sort of three panelists today about how America can continue to maintain its superiority and stay ahead of China. To maybe start off with you, sort of Bucky, there is so much activity going on, both for things that are relevant to the warfighter, civil space. Mm-hmm. How should a layman think about all the activities in space and what it means for the country?
Well, space is very exciting. Not a day goes by that there's not something significant happening. In opening, I want to just express my sincere gratitude to all the private investors in the audience who actually make this possible. It wasn't that long ago that we were completely out of the commercial space launch business. That was like, 20, 25 years ago, and the state of Florida was looking pretty gloomy at the future. And then it was really private investment, innovation from the commercial sector that's launched this renaissance in space that we're enjoying today. So what's really exciting, 10 years ago, launch to orbit was a real challenge. That's not a challenge today. I'm sure we'll hear more about that. Proliferation of satellites. Two companies have proliferated constellations, Planet with the Doves, and then of course SpaceX with Starlink. There's a lot of room for growth there, and on a proliferation side, in-space manufacturing, which Delian is personally involved in, but things like space internet, getting away from our reliance on ground-based fiber and doing data transport, edge compute, and transactions in the space layer, logistics that will enable us to do greater things, and then in-space power so that we can actually industrialize space. These are all really important things for the economic growth of this country in the coming decades. And we need the U.S. to lead the way, and we have to keep an eye on China because they are fast following us, which was the term used earlier. So we have to be mindful of that and maintain our lead.
And yet, Tim, you guys aren't just sort of resting on your laurels of the Falcon 9 becoming this incredibly operational vehicle, starting to develop obviously this largest sort of rocket that humanity's ever attempted to sort of build, Starship, and starting to try to make that to eventually transport sort of humans and boots back sort of on the moon. Talk to us about the sort of ambition of Starship and where you guys are headed.
Sure. Internally, there's a phrase that we use from time to time that it looks hard and it's harder than it looks. The Starship vehicle is the natural evolution of where we've tried to go as a company on the rocket side, in that it is a fully and rapidly reusable vehicle. It is designed for that purpose. That is the holy grail of rocketry, and that's been sort of an article of faith internal to SpaceX really from day one. And so this vehicle is being designed to be highly replicable and highly reusable. And we had the dramatic catch of the rocket. We've now done that a couple of times in Boca Chica, Texas recently. And we're working very, very hard to achieve upper stage full reusability as well. And once you're able to do that, you can do these tremendous additional things in space that will enable the industry to flourish even more. So we're hoping to solve the transportation problem to a large degree. Obviously, the Falcon 9 is a wonderful vehicle, and we'll keep flying Falcon 9. But, as little as 2010, as Bucky referenced, 2010, the United States had 0% market share of the commercial launch market. In this past year, we took roughly 85% of the mass to orbit into space with the Falcon vehicles. And then reusability has really enabled things like the Starlink constellation, because you're able to launch, in effect, on demand, roughly every 2.2 days right now.
Yeah, that launch cadence this week in particular, we broke a most launches in 24 hours record earlier this week. There's a launch that will be happening later today. There are 2 launches that will be happening tomorrow. So the cadence is something that humanity has never, ever achieved, and it's because of reusability. Congressman Whitesides, you obviously, prior to your, career here in the Congress, worked in the, sort of space industry. How do you take that perspective into Congress and recognize these massive, fundamental, sort of changes that are happening to the space industry that allow us to, stretch our dollars further from, sort of the taxpayer to enable next-gen space capabilities?
So, thanks, Delian, and nice to see everybody here today. I'd like to tell a story. First of all, Tim and I have known each other for like over 20 years, and it's incredible what you and the team have done. I mean, it's incredible, well, and it's truly science fiction.
And you're a congressman now.
Yeah, and that's I mean, for anybody who knows me, that's incredible too. So, anyway, I'd like to tell a story. When I was starting out in my career in the '90s, right? That's how old I was. I went to a family friend, a guy who was running the CIA, I think at the time. And I was trying to decide what to do with the rest of my life, right? And I was like, there are 3 things that are interesting, right? The first is neuroscience, right? The second is this new thing called the internet. And the third is space, right? And so this is a super smart guy. We happen to know him through the family. And he said, well, listen, neuroscience, interesting. It's like the early days of biotech. Potentially that could be an interesting thing. Internet, don't understand it very well, but seems like it might be big. But whatever you do, don't go into space, because nothing interesting is happening there, and there's not much innovation. And I was just excited about space, so I thankfully ignored him, and then, the rest is history, right? We've gone through this incredible period in American industry where Tim and all these other companies have reinvented American industry. We should be super proud of that. I was a small part of that at the Obama administration. Chief of Staff helped, honestly fight the Hill to get that contract to SpaceX for human spaceflight. And obviously, the technical team at Tim's company has just done incredible wonders. Then ran Virgin Galactic for 10 years, building a human spaceflight vehicle and sort of incubated an orbital launch vehicle along the way. Look, it is an incredible time. And as Bucky says, we cannot let our foot off the gas, right? We are leading the world. Luckily, when we made those bets in the Obama administration on trying to bring greater commercial stuff into space, most of them paid off, which is good. If they hadn't, it would have been a tougher story, but it worked. And now, as you say, the competition that we see from China and Russia is scary, right? Yeah. Because they're coming on fast. And so we need to make sure that Congress supports that innovation, that we're not just supporting folks who have made it, but that we're also helping new players come in to get across the valley of death, which is something that I think you're thinking a lot about these days.
Every day.
And I think the positive message that I would share is that there seems to be bipartisan support for that now. I'm on the Armed Services Committee, right, on the Strategic Forces and Cyber Committee, as well as some others. And, what I see is, bipartisan support for this, because what we see out there, particularly in the classified world, is so scary, right? There is stuff coming down which is really scary stuff. And so we need to work together as sort of a best of America to make sure that we're up to the threats that we face.
Well, I know we can't talk about, sort of classified operations here, but there's clearly a lot more activity in space that is becoming more and more, sort of militarized. Many of that has been, sort of publicized. The Battle of Britain, back in, sort of World War II was basically the first truly all-air, sort of battlefield. Bucky, now that we're starting to see this type of activity, what do you think that first all-space battlefield looks like? China starts to approach Taiwan, they're bringing Navy ships there, but they're almost certainly going to be doing things in space at the same time.
Yeah, well, you've heard it ever since the Space Force was created, that space is a contested domain. First, and most of the commercial companies know this, cyber attacks happen in the space layer on a regular basis. So, and in the cyber domain, we already have, some level of low intensity conflict. Here's how the Department of Defense looks at war fighting, right? So priority one, deter, right? So we peace through strength. We build a lot of capabilities. We flex our muscle commercially and otherwise to demonstrate that we should be messed with. And that's actually, deterrence is actually the best long-term solution. We have to be prepared to defend. General Hyten, when he was in the service, talked about the disadvantage of having big, juicy targets, right? So we have a lot of national capabilities that, including GPS, that need to be protected, and to lose GPS would cause quite a ripple economically and otherwise. So defending is really important. And then, of course, defeat or winning. We as a nation always have to be prepared to win if forced to fight. The Battle of Butow, I'm glad you chose that as an example, because the Germans lost that battle, and they lost it because of hubris. They had their technology was not up to speed. And they made other strategic errors. So mainly, they miscalculated the response of Great Britain, and I think there's a lot of parallels there in the space domain. So the last thing I'll say about this is you cannot be a military power in space if you're not an economic power in space. And so the coupling of our ability to work with and utilize commercial capabilities as part of our greater portfolio of capabilities for all phases, deter, defend, win, is really paramount.
So last year, Space Force's budget for the first time eclipsed NASA's budget. So militarized space, being a larger, sort of set of activity. As the sort of policymaker and, person responsible for, sort of budgets on this panel, how do you think Congress needs to continue to adapt to this idea that more and more military activity will be happening in space? But also, what are some of the policy changes that need to happen so that, sort of next generation capabilities like Starship, like the Varda reentry vehicle, aren't stymied by, overburdened regulatory, sort of processes in order to, sort of hit the cadence that they need?
One of the really important strands this session, I think, that we can make a lot of progress in is in the area of defense acquisition reform. The innovations, the contractual innovations that, Tim and team worked on literally 15 years ago to figure out how the commercial sector can work with the government sector, I think were crucial to the success of the public-private partnership that has, ushered in this new age in space. And we need to keep working on that, right? I think we also, so part of that will be regulatory, like you say, thinking about not just sort of the funder side, but the regulatory side, whether that's FAA, DoD, Spectrum, these other different areas that, really shape how private companies, even like yours, can succeed or not, right? And what we see on the Armed Services Committee and on the Science Committee, I think, is a bipartisan support for trying to make sure that American industry is winning, right? And so if any of you have ideas on how to make the American, procurement system work better, now is the time to get those ideas in, because there's a very focused construct going on right now to think about how we can integrate those ideas in. And many of you have interacted with that world. And so we need those ideas, and now's the time to get them in. Look, at the end of the day, I think that we need to build from strength, right? We're actually doing pretty good. And the great stuff that happened in civil space, we need to make sure it translates into defense, the defense world. That's happening through the great work that Bucky and his team and others around the government are doing. And we need to have, I think, an attitude of continuous improvement. Like, we can't just solve procurement reform this year and then be done for 10 years. I've been encouraging folks to think about, let's have people whose job is to knock down red tape and think about how to make the system work better ongoingly, because, the constraints that we sometimes face are not ones that the Chinese face when they're trying to do procurements, right? So we need to make sure that we have a level playing field for our companies.
We've used the word, sort of commercial several times on this panel, but I think it's important to distinguish that there's sort of two types of commercial. There's firm fixed price commercial contracts, like what SpaceX, sort of offered to NASA for cargo resupply to the International Space Station. And then there's commercial, where there's an entire market completely outside of the DoD or the US Gov, like Starlink's, sort of internet, case for consumers. I guess, Tim, I'd love to understand how you guys at SpaceX think about the word commercial internally, and how you prioritize those two different types of commercial.
Yeah, I think it's a misunderstood term, perhaps intentionally from time to time. Commercial to us does in fact mean firm fixed price, but it fundamentally means that you're putting your own skin in the game and you're taking some element of risk against a set financial outcome. And if you fail relative to that outcome, then like any commercial business, then you fail relative to that outcome. You aren't protected with a cost plus arrangement. But at core, commercial fundamentally means that there's an alternative market, or dual market, for your use case. So if you look at our rockets, they serve the commercial launch market. If you look at Starlink, Starlink serves commercial users around the globe. So commercial really does mean duality of purpose. And I think the government is a great purchaser of commercial items, not just by purchasing on a firm fixed price basis, which I think in many, many cases is the right approach, but also by looking at the dual use nature of things and saying, okay, I'd like to take maybe 80% of the goodness of the economies of scale and price achieved by mass production of things, and then I can tweak it at the margins, as opposed to saying, I want to buy a bespoke product. I'm going to plan for it 5 years in advance. I'm going to hope that there's a funding profile associated with it, and then I'm going to freeze things in place. And then I do want to jump on the back end of something that the congressman said here, and that is that the regulatory piece I do think is the real boring but important piece of all this, and that is you might have the funding, you might have the program, but if you're doing it in a commercial fashion, if the regulatory environment does not allow you to move at speed and to iterate, then you are fundamentally lost. And I think that there's a profound disconnect right now in the space world relative to the regulations that have existed forever and the fact that companies can launch every 2 days. Companies are building at scale and deploying massive constellations that serve the globe. And there has to be this speed of reform that is consistent and constant in order to honor that new metric. Like, gone are the days where you have frozen designs in 15-year procurement cycles.
Let me amplify this, Tim. The rate of change in technology today is off the charts, right? And the procurement process that we use in the government does not factor agility at all. So we have you basically have waterfall design, and it takes decades sometimes to build and buy things, and by the time you field them, they're obsolete. And then you spend more money to try to make them relevant. And so commercial is the best at agile, and I think the best thing we can be on the government side is more flexible. That's why we use other transactions and firm fixed price. But we're not inflexible. We can modify, just like a change order on a commercial contract, to take and factor that agility and make sure that the only requirement we care about is technological relevance. You can't get that if you froze the technology 20 years ago.
You've talked about, Bucky, what the department needs to do to adopt commercial technologies. So maybe sort of flip that question of, what do you think commercial leaders like, sort of Tim and myself misunderstand about what the Pentagon, sort of is thinking about and how they're, sort of prioritizing adoption of commercial technologies?
Well, there's a new sheriff in town, and one of the first policy memos that came out of the Secretary's office is to use other transactions as a primary means of contracting for software, which is huge. And just so you know, other transactions in the acquisition world is kind of like the dark arts. They usually don't do it, but in the right instances, using the authorities that Congress gave us to work with companies that are doing the agile development is really the right move.
So we've had, sort of astronauts, sort of make it to the Senate, but, George, I think you're really one of the first examples of like somebody that was truly in the commercial space industry, sort of now in Congress. I guess, do you hope that our, industry contributes more into that world, or any, sort of lessons learned from your first, 3 months now, sort of in Congress and, diving into the deep end?
One of the things that I hope to bring to Congress is a better understanding of risk, right? There are not a lot of people who have seen the good and the bad of developmental tests up close. And it's hard, and you have good days and you have bad days. And what I have found in my career is that if you have that conversation around risk up front, then when you have a bad day, you have a more efficient way to move forward. Versus what you sometimes get in Congress, which is like, let's beat the crap out of that thing because you failed, right? And I think in the world that we're moving into, an attitude where we beat the crap out of people who try hard to achieve something and maybe, move fast and occasionally fail, is not going to get us to where we need to go. And so my hope is that one of the things that I can bring to both the Armed Services Committee and the Science Committee, where I'm serving on as well, is a better understanding of the risk posture that we need to take as a government, as a buyer, as a country, in order to compete and also to move as quickly and as well as we can into what I think should be an incredible future.
Absolutely. And Tim, you guys, started from this, sort of total underdog, George and crew had to, help make sure that, anybody was even willing to take you guys, sort of seriously. And now, call it, sort of 20, sort of plus years later, you guys are the, sort of most dominant, sort of player in the U.S., sort of ecosystem.
A real overnight success.
Yeah. And so what are the challenges in some ways of just like having this type of just like global reach success? The fact that you guys are now serving everything from Starlink on the commercial side to Starshield on the DoD side.
Yeah, actually, you've got to have an engineering workforce that speaks to the ability to iterate and rapidly evolve. And it's really tough to find the best engineers in the world against that metric. Sometimes we actually turn away opportunities because we are sort of picking, internally we call it the main quest versus a side quest. And we want to put our engineers on the main quest all the time. Because, the business has evolved in a significant fashion. We've gone from a pure play rocket launch provider to now a global ISP coupled with, obviously a company that is supporting NASA and DoD in profound and important ways. But in the end, it really comes down to outstanding engineering. We have what is called internally a great signal-to-noise ratio. So engineers offer signal, and lawyers offer noise, right? And so you want the right signal-to-noise ratio.
And this was maybe, sort of rapid fire, sort of for the panel, but, a part of the main quest, at SpaceX is boots on, sort of Mars. There's also been, some core focus, within Congress and the nation on, sort of beating the Chinese to the moon. What does the panel think our shots are, making sure that we get boots on the moon and Mars first before our adversaries do?
Yes, we should do that.
Yeah, we will do that, for sure. But we can't screw it up.
But for the right reasons, right? We got to go to stay, and we have to go, like the moon in particular, we need to go there to industrialize it. There's 35 minerals of national security significance that you can literally sift out of the regolith of the soil because it's chemically fractionated. And there's many prizes like that we'll glean from the moon. So not just go there to plant a flag and say we've done it. We got to go there, and it's going to be the lily pad for stepping off into the solar system. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I just say philosophically, our goal has always been Mars. That's like the ultimate goal. But really, what you want to do is build the technologies that serve all these capabilities, right? And be able to do that in a fashion that speaks to markets you don't even quite understand at this point. The core technologies, that's why we're so focused on full and rapidly reusable first stage and upper stage, so that you can do all these things. And then, you end up with an American capability to land Americans on Mars.
I'll offer one thing, extraterrestrial. Most of the policy about our human activities in an extraterrestrial sphere will probably emanate from the moon, and precedent. But I think that we have to just go and populate the solar system. It'd be awesome.
Let's go to the moon. Thank you so much for joining me on stage today, guys. Really appreciate it.
Good job. Thank you. Thanks for joining.
Hey, it's great.
And now to discuss first principles for smarter, leaner government. Moderated by Founders Fund, co-founder of Varda Space and Hill and Valley Forum, Delian Asparouhov. Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa. Co-founder and CEO RAMP, Eric Gleiman. And Managing Director, Khosla Ventures, Keith Rabois.
Well, on to a very different topic from space. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. Senator Ernst in particular, you are now the chair of the Doge Caucus in the Senate, which is super exciting. And so I was hoping to focus today's conversation on just government efficiency, but in particular to start off on just like financial flows. How does the Fed send out payments? How are those tracked? What are those done? I know one of the first bills that you put out with the caucus was codifying some of the work that the early, sort of Doge team, sort of put together. I'd love to hear about your sort of work with the Doge team, that early bill, and we can take it from there.
Well, thank you, Delian, and it is great to be here with you. And thanks to Hill and Valley Forum for doing this panel. I think we'll have a lot of fun with it. To answer your question on how are those payments made coming out of Treasury, that's a really good question. Nobody really knows. So what has happened in previous administrations and for many, many years, so we can't put, one particular president on a pedestal here, but the way the payments are made through Treasury, and approximately 95% of federal payments go through Treasury, is they're just submitted. There has been no tracking requirements, no auditory numbers that are attached to any of those payments, no explanations attached to those payments. So if you are double paying, it's not caught, it's not really auditable. So we are changing that. One of the proposals that we have coming out of Doge in response to that is then to require those numbers that go to specific accounts for any of the federal payments, to require that they are putting a description of the payment in there. And Elon has been really great about this. He's like, I don't care, just type something in. It can be a couple of words. Just type something in so we know how to track it. It's so simple, and yet we haven't been pushing for that in previous years. But we've got a lot going on in Doge, and I'm really excited to talk about it today, so thank you.
No, of course, thank you for joining us. Keith, you originally, started your whole tech career, sort of at PayPal, which was one of the early internet payment flow, sort of companies. I guess when you hear about, sort of Senator Ernst talk about some of the challenges internally at the government, how do you think the government should be thinking about adopting some of these, sort of financial services, technology companies and their, sort of workflows?
Well, interestingly enough, 25 years ago, when Elon was CEO, we were losing way too much money in fraud, and the company was almost bankrupt because we weren't actually doing some of these things. So I'm glad that Elon learned from that experience and is applying it to the Treasury at like 1,000x scale. So, these are fundamental things. None of the companies we're involved in, including RAM, would ever survive an audit if we did anything even approximating what the Treasury has been getting away with for 20 years. So it's insane that we don't have basic accounting principles being applied to the federal government.
Yeah, and it seems like it's not only true for sort of Treasury and Fed, but also DoD hasn't passed sort of now a government audit for almost 20 years as well. Joni, I know you also had a request out to the Government Accountability Office. A part of the current government's plan for spend is using the GSA smart card system. And Doge found that there were 3+ cards per employee. Nobody could figure out the maxes or mins, what the payment policies were, who the approver was. And so talk me through a bit about what you guys found there and why your request was out.
Absolutely. Okay. So a lot of folks that work for the federal government will have a GSA credit card. That's to cover official costs for official business. And this is something, Eric and I were just talking about this backstage in the green room. There are approximately 4.6 million GSA cards and accounts. We have half that number when you look at the number of federal employees. So what the heck? I know that I only have one card. That could mean that somebody out there has 3 cards, maybe more, who knows? But the fact of the matter is we're not tracking those cards. We're not tracking those accounts. And again, they can't be audited. So just last year, and I'm going to provide the stats I was talking about backstage, just last year at DOD, okay, our troops, civilians, they all have GSA credit cards, and it's for official travel expenses, etc. Well, what we found is that there are about 8,000 charges just last year alone that were made at what they would consider risky charge points of sale, where things like casinos. Okay. I don't know of much official business that's being done at a casino. And an additional 3,000 charges were done on federal holidays or days like St. Patrick's Day, New Year's Eve, UFC 300. I think a lot of that, $80 on ESPN Plus, and you get UFC 300. So again, a lot of charges that we need to investigate and uncover the fraud associated with it. But then we also need to find ways of tackling these challenges, deactivating those accounts, getting rid of those extra cards. And it could be that somebody on this stage maybe has a solution to that.
Well, speaking of that solution, Eric, you're the CEO of Ramp. You've become this sort of preeminent AI-enabled corporate card financial, sort of management platform. I want to get your take on okay, you guys have, companies that are customers of yours that have lots of employees. What types of technologies do you guys do to make sure that people aren't spending on MGM Casino and, UFC, sort of fights and are instead using the cards appropriately?
Well, it's first, thanks so much for having me here. And look, I think there's just been a tectonic shift in terms of how payments are done by the private sector over the past 10 years. I would almost compare this to if, it would be ludicrous if the Air Force was flying around propeller planes when there are jets out there. In the past, what makes these cards and charges so difficult to audit is you have your expense policy is a long policy document that exists department by department, but it doesn't drive how the credit cards actually behave, what you can and cannot purchase. We rely on people to show good judgment to not go to the casino for government purchases, to actually use the card for the intended purchase. Then you have other systems for receipts, other systems for accounting and auditing. And so when you start to look back, it's no wonder that you have outcomes like the DoD hasn't passed 7 audits in a row. Part of what's really changed over the past decade is now credit cards are programmable. You can, card by card, have the policy drive what particular merchants are allowed or are not allowed. So you can do things safely, like issue for a critical medical supplier a $10 million card that can be used just for authorized medical purchases, but if it's used at a different vendor, it's denied. You can also do things like say, if we have a purchase order for this amount, if this vendor, even a great vendor, tries to charge the government, even $1 more than what was agreed upon, we can have that negotiation. And so the difference is these aren't just different rules that don't connect. It actually is driving the credit card payments. And when you put this together, you see outcomes like for great companies on stage earlier like Anduril to 40,000 organizations, from for-profit to non-profit like the Boys and Girls Clubs of America that are able to cut their costs every year by 5 to 15%, which is dramatic on the scale of the government, which moves more than $40 billion a year per card. You're looking at billions of dollars a year in savings just if we can replicate the outcome from adopting better technology that private companies have.
So you're saying that if a young soldier takes that credit card to the Pink Pony Club, they won't be able to that'll be denied.
That is programmable. That's
okay,
right.
Great. Thank you.
This, sort of whole day of panels, has been touching on some topics where the idea of, sort of the government collaborating with commercial technologies has been talked about for over a decade in all things aerospace, in defense, what Palantir, Anduril, SpaceX are all working on. But it feels like it's sort of a new topic for the government to be thinking about more basic technologies and in the way they should be looking to commercial industry. And so I guess I'd love to hear from you. How do you think that, policymakers and legislators like yourself could be encouraging various departments and agencies to not just look to commercial technology for aerospace and defense technologies, but also for financial flows, auditing, efficiency? How do you think about, implementing that?
Now, I think that's really important because I've had the great opportunity to focus a lot on DoD. I love that, and I'm glad that we're wrapping this technology into DoD and our combatant commands. But if you take that same technology and use it for everyday services that affect Americans, all across the country, around the world, we can really make a difference. And just for example, taking the technology and enabling Treasury to cross-reference with Social Security and a death database to make sure that we aren't paying dead people Social Security. So we're working on those changes in Congress. We need to enable this, simple fixes to use technology and AI for good purposes. So we all think of DOGE as slashing the waste in federal government, but we can also use it, and we forget, Department of Government efficiency. AI can make us so much more efficient across every space and every agency within our federal government.
I mean, Keith, you're on the board of, 17 different companies or something like that, known as a world-class, sort of COO. How have you seen, just like with all these net new technologies, AI, payment flows, even companies of yours that are customers of Ramp, adopting some of these technologies to be more efficient?
Well, at Ramp specifically, we've seen an increase in productivity by 46% already, and the slope is pretty steep, so it's going to increase. So imagine taking any set of employees and making them 46% better, faster, and increasing every 70 days or so. So, the government needs to get on that train. Obviously, we have limited resources that we should send to the government. We're spending a lot in debt, going to fix that. But also, the American people deserve to keep their money. And so if you don't use technology, we're artificially taxing people, taking money from families that better belongs with them than in this city. And if we don't use technology, we're just going to continue to take more money than we need to from American families so that they can't, raise their kids. And so all of this stuff is solved in the commercial world, as Eric pointed out. 5 to 15% on average, we save a company money just by enforcing policies and programmatically. So imagine take the government and take 5 to 15% of all credit card expenditures and just eliminate that. It's probably going to be higher in the government because the abuses sound more stark.
Right.
And, I feel like the government can learn from, contractors that are closely working with the government that are adopting these technologies. Eric, one of your customers is Anduril, where the CEO spoke earlier here on stage. Can you talk a bit about how Anduril has adopted Ramp, what they've learned, what waste they've been able to identify by adopting Ramp?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, I think for any privately run company, and also not-nonprofits, folks who aren't just taking in tax dollars every year, you need to think about the value of every dollar. And I think one of the first motivations that is driving a company like Anduril to adopt something like Ramp is first, a dollar saved is not a dollar earned. The average American company has an 8.5% profit margin. A dollar saved is equivalent to 12 more earned. Saving money is very, very important. It actually leads to long-term compounding advantages. And so a lot of private companies just structurally are thinking about how can we find technologies that will drive this outcome. The second, I would say, for private companies like Anduril is, look, it's very clear when you're employing people and you pay a salary, time is quite literally money. And when you're hiring really extraordinary people, it's very clear, mine is a terrible thing to waste. You never want to take, a top salesperson, a great engineer, and go and have them go spend the last hour of their month, the last two, doing expenses, doing admin work, doing low-value work that, frankly, we can debate how far can AI go. It can definitely do your expenses. It can definitely do your books for you. And I think when you start to go and extend out and think about the context of what government can learn, saving money actually equates to more purchasing power. It means that the dollars that you've raised and are deploying, are not just going, $1 forward. They're counting for $1.10. They're counting for $1.20. And so when you do this, it actually gets leverage, and it means that the initiatives that you care about, you can put more towards that and less towards funding waste. I think when you have great, extraordinary servicemen and women serving our country, why are they wasting time on low-value work? We should empower them, to do the role that they're committing to. For folks in the VA who are working to serve our veterans, we want those dollars to ultimately go towards people, and so ultimately making sure we can get the best out of our specialists in the government, the best out of their time, the best out of those dollars. I think that's not just useful in the private industry, but I think it's very important and profound. And a big part of making this country work in a bigger way.
I think there's 2 points. One's a moral point, that it's unacceptable and unethical to really take an incremental dollar from an American family that is unnecessary. The second point, which is a macroeconomic point, is for every 1% of the federal government we can shave, the Federal Reserve can lower interest rates by 1% without triggering inflation. So we can grow out of this debt problem and we can build, this glorious American age. Right now, the Federal Reserve is terrified of lowering interest rates because they think it's going to trigger inflation. That's actually not true, but it's definitely not true if you cut 1 or 2% through ERIC and through DOGE.
Speaking of, sort of a waste of time and money, Senator Ernst, you have a, sort of bill talking about the fact that Title V federal union employees are allowed to spend taxpayer dollars on time where they're only focused on the union, and you're looking to take a look at that. Tell us a little more.
Yes, absolutely. I do think when federal workers are at work, and I do want to make clear, just as Eric did, we have really good federal workers out there. Yeah. We do, and they are very focused on their jobs. Most of them are. There are a few bad apples here and there, and those are the ones that I tend to identify, unfortunately, through my work. But through the course of the past 10 years in studying government efficiency and fraud, waste, and abuse, we have uncovered the issue of taxpayer-funded union time. It's where we see federal employees, and they can legally do this right now, work during their regular work day and do that as taxpayer-funded dollars going to their paycheck, but they're not actually working on their duties as a federal employee. What they're doing is working for their union, maybe to increase their wages or increase their benefits on the taxpayer's dime. So we did not see any reporting of that taxpayer-funded union time during the Biden administration. They would not release those reports. So the latest report we have is from 2019. And during that period of time, the federal government committed $160 million to paying the salaries of those that were doing union duties on the taxpayer's expense. So what we're trying to do is eliminate that. If you are going to work on union time, which is fine, if you belong to a union, good on you, but let's not do it when you are supposed to be working for the Veterans Administration, when you are supposed to be responsive to our veterans, when you are working at DOD and should be working on a specific project for the American people. Do your union time another time and be paid by the union, not by your taxpayers. So we'll continue to work on that. Some of the examples I have, and I just want to share them because they're pretty egregious, but federal employees who were caught taking, one taking a bubble bath when he was on a Zoom call with other employees. He got ratted out, of course. Those that are on the golf course, we get those all the time. We had one that worked for HUD that was actually in prison at the time she was supposed to be working for the American people. Somehow her supervisor did not know she was in jail. And the reason she was in jail, she was caught in the middle of the day driving drunk. So obviously not working for the American people. And one of the most egregious was one federal employee that was working remotely that had started his own business, full-time business, and during the work hours, his mother was responding to his emails. So this is just one of many examples of what we find when workers are working remote and they're claiming to do it either on the taxpayer's dime or as union paid time.
I mean, Eric, you guys had the challenge of starting the company in the midst of COVID. You were briefly in person, remote, and now have gone back to an in-person culture. Talk about how it's been a lot better being back in person versus trying to do work over Zoom.
Oh my God. I mean, look, when you want to create something, when you want to collaborate and ultimately work together, it takes, look, I think there's many people out there with extraordinary and great skills, but if people are compartmentalized, looking through a screen one by one, you can do work that's just very straight, very simple and in front of you. But if you want to innovate, if you want to do collaborative work, if you want to look from a design perspective, engineering perspective, sales, and bring those learnings together, there's no other way to solve difficult problems like this than ultimately, this collaborative type of work. And I think when you come back together, I think it's when you get the best out of people. I think it's when you get the best out of people, not just generally and specialists, but also of young people. I think at Ramp we employ over 1,000 people, many of which are extraordinary graduates of universities. And I think when you're 22 and you're just getting started, you learn the craft ultimately of what it takes, not just to work hard, but to understand the complexity of what it takes to build great products by seeing and observing other people in person. And I think we deny that to many people when you say, we're going to we're not going to have our lead designer come in today. We're not going to have our lead engineer come in. You can see their work, but not how. And so letting people into the factory, I think, is a part of teaching people how to do well-crafted work. I think it's very important, especially for innovators. But I also think it's important in remembering, this, company's country, it's not standing still. We need to be training the next generation, and not getting people back, I think, is denying a lot of people a great opportunity to learn.
And speaking of the next generation, I feel like a part of what Doge has done really well is if you look at some of the people that they're, sort of attracting to federal work and serving the country are these incredibly bright, incredibly young, but very, very talented, software engineers coming into the government in a way that you just haven't seen in a very long time. The brightest fresh grads for the longest time just wanted to go work off in Silicon Valley in tech companies. How do we ensure that the federal government continues to attract that type of talent in? They serve their time and they may rotate out, but we really want them to serve the federal government.
Yeah, I am so grateful because we have seen this movement with Doge, again, focusing on government efficiency. And that's where we are bringing a lot of these really talented young entrepreneurs into the federal government to share what they have worked with in private industry. Bringing that to the federal government is just really, really important. But we have to make sure that we are really tapping into their talent and abilities, not just talking about it and going through a continual exercise on what can we do to make things better, but actually taking that talent and putting it to work and making things better. In the federal government, we tend to talk a lot about a lot of different things and never really get anywhere. So let's produce a product and allow them to see the results of their work in federal government. But then also the pay and benefits have to be at par with what they would make on the outside as well. I think that's where I know they want to serve. They want to serve in the federal government, and that is great. But we need to reward them for that talent and that ability as well.
Yeah, Keith, you've made a whole career on sort of betting on sort of proven young talent and grooming them from within. How does Doge groom talent the same way that you've groomed talent over the course of your entire career?
So I think this is the most important point. The critical ingredient to building successful Silicon Valley-oriented companies has been marshaling a critical density of talent. Sort of the team you build is the company you build. And one of the best things about Doge is it's become a magnet for talent. Elon, spending his time, who's the quintessential successful entrepreneur of our generation, sets an example so that talented people want to channel their energies into products that can move, the needle for the American people. And so just that alone, the statement of Doge attracting talent and Elon's efforts does make it more exciting for talented people to change their career trajectory and invest in building a better America.
And Senator Ernst, a part of the two bills that you're introducing are meant to introduce, sort of statute to the concepts that Doge has started to, sort of propose and make sure that, look, we're in a current administration, a current environment. There will be a new president, sort of in 4 years. There may be, sort of a new, majority in the, sort of Senate and Congress in 2 years. How do we ensure that, these, pieces of progress that we're making today don't just disappear 2 years, 4 years, 6 years from today, but become true permanent parts of our federal institutions?
It is about codifying what we're working on right now. And in the Doge caucus in the Senate, we have 34 members that actively work on legislation and letters and other action items within our realm, pushing the federal government. But we also have all of those members are Republicans. So we do have some Democrats that operate around the fringes. They are absolutely enthralled with what we are doing. They just don't want their names associated with Doge right now. But we do have willing partners that will help us move legislation. We're doing a lot of that through our various committees, whether it is the Small Business Committee that I chair, whether it is through the Armed Services Committee. We do get bipartisan action on those bills. In the House, we have great partners there as well. They actually do have Democrats in their caucus in the House. And so if we can get the legislation done through the House, through the Senate, we know that President Trump will be more than happy to sign those bills into law. So we are working that. I am so thankful that we have bipartisan support.
Well, Senator, Eric, Keith, thank you so much for joining me on today, and hopefully we can keep the government running efficiently as possible.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ellen. Thanks so much. Yeah, great.
We will now take a short break for lunch and return at 12:15 today. Up next, to discuss Made in America again, a new era of industrial strength. Please welcome 137 Ventures and co-founder Hill and Valley Forum, Christian Garrett. Moderating with Senator Todd Young of Indiana, CEO Ohalo Genetics, David Friedberg, and partner Sequoia Capital, Sean McGuire.
Well, hello, everyone. The topic of this panel is Made in America, a new era of industrial strength. The purpose is to talk about what it looks like to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. across industries and how government and technology can do that together. This is one of the most important issues in our country. We can go down the list of sort of where we have failed in this area. 50 to 70% of lithium refining is done in China. 90% of rare earth elements are mined there. A significant percentage of our fertilizers, advanced pharmaceutical ingredients, all come from China. 80% of global solar module production comes from China. You can go down the list. This is a big focus for this administration, big focus across the aisle. And Senator Young, we have here, who's been a big champion for industrial policy. And so maybe just to start, I'll start on this side. But Sean, we know the problem. How do you think we bring back manufacturing to the U.S.? And then we'll go down and let everyone chime on that.
Thanks for having us here, Christian. Thanks, everyone else. So I think we all view this. I think we all identify the problem, and maybe think about it differently. The honest answer is a complex system, and I don't know exactly what to do. But some of the things that I think will work and are at least like pillars to build more on top of are basically whenever you have a company in a new category that goes and becomes a true dominant market leader in this new emerging category, a whole supply chain gets built around it. I think the best two examples of the last couple of decades are SpaceX and Tesla, where when you go intersect an emerging area and you get to kind of compound in an exponential way, it pulls the entire supply chain with you, whether that's batteries for Tesla or, metalworking for SpaceX, now all the way up to making, engines for satellites and, satellite integration, or now even making doing PCBA. Anyways, I think that one of the things we have to be doing is looking towards what are the industries that 10 years from now are going to really matter and almost be kind of newer areas. In my opinion, it's things like silicon photonics or, drone manufacturing. These are the things where China's not so far ahead and the whole supply chain is not so rich and integrated that it's like if you take leading edge semiconductor manufacturing, it's very hard to go just catch up to it because it's moving so quickly on the leading edge and the supply chain is just so far away from us. I think we have to choose our battles and find these next very, very important areas and go win those. And I actually think sometimes when you win those, it actually helps you win the other areas as well. Like for SpaceX, they're bringing even, PCBA back to America, and that was something that had basically been gone for a couple decades. And just when you become a giant profitable company, it can subsidize, and incentivize bringing back, other tangential technologies.
And Senator Young, you've worked on this from a policy perspective. We're all relying on tech companies in the private markets in order to do this, but government can be an unlock to help make that easier. What are you seeing in regards to government's willingness to focus on industrial policy, and what policies do you think actually may help drive this change and help accelerate some of the work that Tesla and SpaceX have done as examples?
Well, I came to this broader issue of trying to reshore certain tech manufacturing, hard tech manufacturing, over the course of the pandemic. I was persuaded as reality unfolded before our eyes that we didn't have enough semiconductor access. We hadn't prepared for contingencies, whether they're natural disasters like a pandemic or an earthquake, or geopolitical events in which our dependencies on other countries or their ability to interrupt our supply chains are taken into consideration. So I think, we should focus on those technologies, I agree, that we regard as critical to future innovation. We have to relearn, in some cases, how to manufacture certain things. I think we need to bake into the cost of our goods or be prepared to an economic security or a national security premium, just as we have for our traditional DoD investments over the years, and think a little more broadly about what national security is all about. I think in the process, there'll be tons of opportunity for our innovators, our investors, our businesses here to make new things. But first, let's go through the homework of figuring out what is essential to relocate here, then figure out how to seize the opportunity. We don't need, in my estimation, we don't need to manufacture garments in a very robust way. So that we wouldn't regard that as a national security or an economic security threat. And therefore, that shouldn't be our point of emphasis. Government is bipartisan recognition now that government has a role to play in baking in that national security premium and ensuring that we have a trained workforce to work in these national security or economic security relevant areas so that we can manufacture critical components and technologies. And then way upstream, continuing to invest smartly in research will be essential. I think our private sector has done a great job of investing very heavily in research that has immediate commercial relevance. But if we want to stay up, in competition with the Chinese in particular and other adversaries, we need to stay ahead of them in some of these key areas.
And Dave, you care a ton about this issue. I feel like this and the debt crisis and overspending are maybe equal passions, or at least in your top 5. You also see it from a broad lens, right? Our problems here touch bio, they touch ag. They don't just touch, maybe our aerospace and defense supply chains, energy as well. Can you talk a little bit about your thoughts on this issue?
I think the two baselines that need to be addressed are energy and education. I'll just paint the energy balance equation for a second. China, I don't know if you guys have talked about this today, but China has roughly 3 terawatts of electricity production capacity. The U.S. has 1. China, over the next 15 years, is going to 8, and the U.S. is going to 2. So in the next 15 years, China is adding 5 Americas in terms of electricity production capacity. Not only is their cost for every unit of capacity that's being added roughly 1/10 of our cost, so it's cheaper for them to add capacity. The ultimate end product is less than 5 cents a kilowatt hour, and we're running at 15. So there's a major energy gap problem that the U.S. is going to have if we intend to be competitive and sustainable from a manufacturing perspective, because this century, all manufacturing will be driven by the cost of power, and it won't be possible without the availability of power. And we already see this outsized power demand coming from data centers. Now, China's forecast, by the way, I'll also highlight, really only represents committed projects. There's a lot more that China has recently demonstrated that's going to start to add to that number, and there's going to be a reacceleration, it seems, beyond the 8 terawatt capacity that they're shooting for over the next 15 years. They have the world's first pebble bed reactor that's running. It's a Gen 4 nuclear reactor, and it works, and they're now opening multiple of them. This is a safe, cannot melt down, highly efficient, uranium-based energy production system. They're developing 170 gigawatts of power along the Yangtze and hydroelectric facilities. That's 17% of the total power capacity of the United States that they're developing along this river. They have the world's first thorium reactor. It was revealed a few weeks ago that's been running for well over a year, and they did a full life cycle replacement of this thorium reactor, of the fuel. It's running. It's a molten salt reactor. So you add those Gen 4 reactors, you add the new hydroelectric work, and they made a 1 million-ton discovery of thorium in Inner Mongolia, which gives them enough energy for 60,000 years. And thorium is 100% used as fuel, whereas uranium, we have to refine it down to 0.7%. So there's a massive energy gap that needs to be addressed. The solution in the United States is simply deregulatory. Regulatory constraints on a local, state, national level are what are keeping these projects at bay. the capital is there, the intelligence is there, the resourcing is there. So to scale up energy, it's not about solar, it's not about wind. Those might have been nice from a narrative perspective, but scalable energy production requires these next-gen systems, and we have to unlock that. On the education front, I think we've really messed up, and we've sold American kids a dream that if they go to college, they will graduate and live with greater prosperity than their parents did, and that's not true anymore. And I think a large part of the reason for this is the federal student loan program. I believe that the federal student loan program has put kids in $500 billion worth of debt that they'll never be able to get out of because there was no checks and balances, there was no market force that said whether or not what a school was charging for tuition was ultimately going to pay back for that child. So if you had a system where kids were actually forced to go out and pick good schools, and only the good schools that would ultimately generate the salaries needed for them to pay back that loans, you would have a very different set of outcomes. It's also going to be really clear from an industrial-based perspective, and because of AI, you don't need the same higher education that we operated with in the 20th century. It's not needed. Vocational programming, on-job training, the ability to use AI to leverage personalized training and tutoring to bring kids up to the level that they need to be and bring adults into the workforce so they can be productive is going to be necessary for us to build the workforce that's going to be able to work in an industrial setting. I can tell you kids today are graduating from college with $100,000 of student loan debts. They end up in $20 an hour jobs, and they say, when am I getting my promotion? What's next? And there's nowhere to go. So why would I go get a degree in art history or social whatever, come out, and go make $20 an hour and never be able to get out of this situation? At the end of the day, we need to change the education equation, and we need to rethink it, and we need to recast the American dream from education through to the workforce and explain what the American dream in the 21st century looks like. And it's going to require, I think, a radical reinvention of the narrative and of the student loan program, which I think is a big part of the bubble problem. So.
Could I just compliment those thoughts? I agree about the focus on energy and education, and also think that we need more attention on the financing of higher ed, broadly defined. And in the past, I've tried to socialize an idea of improving the regulatory atmosphere for income share agreements, which leave it up to the market to assess the worthiness of particular degrees and also incentivizes those who invest in the skills of tomorrow's workforce to ensure that workers are genuinely prepared on the back end of their educational experience and they land good jobs. And so there'll be labor market efficiencies we could realize. If you have money at stake, you want to make sure those you're investing in are able to get introductions to the right firms and prepared on day one for jobs. The other thing I would add, in addition to your focus on this, too, is transportation. If we don't improve our permitting for rail, for surface transportation, airports, if we don't upgrade those systems, then everything we're prepared to talk about today, the reshoring of tech manufacturing, is really just reduced to talking points. We have to be able to deliver components and products to the end user, and right now we aren't living up to our responsibilities here in Washington. I will say, I think the administration is really focused on this, and they get it. And Congress will be focused on this in coming months.
Yeah. And on the energy piece, are you also seeing, I mean, obviously we talk a lot about nuclear and other sources of energy. Are there any sort of policy unlocks that you're excited about to sort of see that maybe this administration or this Congress is focused on?
Well, modular nukes, the administration has heard the same sort of things that I have in recent years, which is as opposed to maybe just 5 or 10 years ago where there's a lot of reservations, maybe some parochial NIMBYism. People are welcoming, communities are welcoming more power or not modular nuclear power into their communities. I don't know if that will last, but in nearly every part of my state, which hasn't always embraced these new technologies, we started and then did not complete a nuclear plant many years ago. But I think there's a general sense among the public that this is an incredibly viable path to unlocking a lot more kilowatt hours and preparing our communities for these new manufacturing jobs. So we should seize this political moment. These oftentimes don't last forever. And the administration, I think, is really focused on deregulation.
America needs to embrace a higher order of risk tolerance. This is what's happened is a stagnation has enveloped this country because of the complete loss of risk tolerance. If we were going to the moon and we said we cannot possibly consider anyone getting hurt on the process to the moon, we would have never made it to the moon. If we were going to go fight in World War II and said no one can die, we would have never gone across the ocean. The fact that we're not willing to take risk and recognize you're not going to have 100% certainty of every action you're going to take if you're in a situation that America is in like it is today, we are never going to get to where we need to be. We have to acknowledge, and the narrative has to change, which is there's going to be loss, there's going to be risk, we have to embrace it. This is what's needed of America, and it takes us, otherwise we look like Europe. And we're going to end up being completely stagnant, no innovation, and no improvement in the quality of life for the people here over time.
Well, the irony is American taxpayers are helping to foot the bill for deployments of modular nukes in Europe right now through the Development Finance Corporation. So we need to invest in the same sorts of deployments here and prioritize those deployments. I do think we're prepared to do that. It'll take some time, though. There's going to be a transition. I think most recognize that. So in all of the above approach in which we're welcoming more investment in gas, even the occasional coal generation plant makes a lot of sense in the near term.
Sean, what are your thoughts?
Just very quickly, I mean, if you look in the KGB playbook, at least what was revealed orally in the Cold War, the number one thing is to mire your opponent in bureaucracy. And we've let that happen to us. And we have to identify that and somehow find a way out. But we've evolved. You know, we've been the frog that got boiled in a pot, and we didn't even realize it, and we have to snap out of it very quickly.
And I'll go back to you, Sean. You know, one of the things that a lot of our ecosystem in the tech industry have talked about, and you've seen it, you mentioned obviously as an investor in SpaceX and with Tesla, is the role that automation will play. You know, for us to reindustrialize, for us to bring back manufacturing capacity, it's going to look different, right? And in World War II, you had this unique dynamic where commercial enterprises were able to pivot and take their industrial capacity and scale and then pivot, right, and apply that to the wartime efforts. Today, what does that look like, right? Because there is a key component, which is how do we bring back these jobs? How do we reskill and train these folks to go do this? Because we've lost a lot of these skill sets. But also, you can sort of, Skirt said, you can jump ahead of China if we actually just invest more in automation. And automation, like in Tesla's case, it actually does bring back jobs, right? This isn't sort of antithetical to jobs. So can you talk a little about the role automation will play in manufacturing?
For what it's worth, Friedberg started an automation company like 10 years ago. I'll give them a shout out, automating, you know, the kitchen and food preparation. I've also been passionate about automation for a long time, though. The answer is yes. I completely agree. Automation is, first of all, it's already happening in China. Like if you go look in a factory in China, the amount of human labor is going down, but the output is going up dramatically, and it's all from automation. So it doesn't require any leap of faith that this is going to happen. It just requires deregulating, you know, having more base energy. To my first point, I think incentivizing, providing the seed conditions to help some new domestic national champions arise, like, you know, SpaceX and Tesla being examples of national champions in certain verticals. But I think we need a few national champions in next generation defense, specifically, you know, FPV drones, you know, other categories of drones, quantum sensors, silicon photonics, bioproduction. And I think if you let national champions thrive through deregulation and, you know, baseline energy.
And the government being a buyer.
And
right?
The government being a buyer initially to seed these things, not with tens of billions of revenue, but with that first, you know, 100 million or so of revenue. I think then the automation just follows naturally because it's the only way to actually build things at scale in the modern world, as we're seeing even in China, which has like roughly 1/5 the labor cost that we do. And they're already automating. It's obviously going to happen here if we let it.
And, you know, on that, there is a bit of we're talking a lot about how do we bring back this capacity here. This will also look like a model where we also will rely on our allies as well. how do you think about, and whether in your companies, whether the companies you invest in, and obviously from the Hill, how do you guys think about onshoring and friendshoring? And there's this debate around the spectrum where you land there. But maybe talk a little about kind of how you guys would sort of see what this looks like and how we'll work with our allies and then what we need to bring back here. Maybe Senator Young to start.
I'm happy to address that. I've had to think a lot conceptually about this. The practical application almost came first with my work in semiconductors, and then the thought was, okay, should this apply to other areas, and why should it apply, so that you can sort of circumscribe your thinking. As I said earlier, you don't want to be reshoring everything or subject to those sorts of arguments. So number one, I would say friendshoring and nearshoring or onshoring, it's not a binary thing. It's a case-by-case sort of thing, depending on a particular product and what the core competencies of your friends and partners are. Number two, it requires a different mindset from firms. We are asking competitive firms to cooperate in de-risking their supply chains so that we can our countries in which we do business and live are secure against future interruptions. It's really in competition to China and other actors who would manipulate those supply chains. You have to go through the homework of identifying whether this is an economic or national security imperative, and inconveniently, that's not a formulaic exercise. It requires some judgment, some discernment, and policymakers are going to have to get back to working with industry and other stakeholders, national security stakeholders primarily. We've got to get back to making those judgment calls rather than just allowing the market to take care of everything. Sometimes we have to establish the framework for the market. And then we need to make sure that we have not just the commercial connective tissue, but I think government can play a constructive role here as well in dividing and conquering. That is, you identify vulnerable nodes of production and distribution, and working together, you need to pair together the actors and identify who's going to make what and by how many amounts. So that requires government to establish more nodes as opposed to fewer nodes. It's sort of counterintuitive for a lot of people, but if we're unable to produce in one country, we want to be able to access another friendly, high-trust country. Number two, we want to focus on those areas in which we're best. So I think comparative advantage across friendly and trusted countries still applies here. Number three, we need to figure out how to share capital. So let's pool our risk capital together when it comes from research down to distribution. So this becomes very complex, and it requires sometimes government to put together different leaders who would handle these different things. We've seen this in the semiconductor initiative. We saw not only incentives and grants handed out, those were the tangible things. We saw not only export controls implemented, but we've also seen our State Department, our Commerce Department, figuring out where the gaps or vulnerabilities in our supply chains were and working with our foreign counterparts to help address those in thoughtful ways. So it's going to require that in whatever areas are identified as national and economic security priorities.
And Dave,
it's a lot, I know.
What do you think about the friendshoring versus onshoring debate, and as a founder and across different industries that you see? Obviously, it will depend on the industry, but I'm curious some of your thoughts.
Look, it's necessary, particularly in the near term. We have to have facilities that we can access with labor pool that's trained ex-US, and we need to allow partners to build, develop, and operate in the US. So I don't know how we get away with that. There's no, I think, immediate nationalist outcome that's going to be successful. So we've got to figure out who our friends are, and America needs to figure out what are we willing to live with, and we've got to, I think, be very aligned very quickly, given the objectives we have.
And maybe just to finish, all three of you, and we could start with Sean and then go down. If you all had a magic wand and you can wave it and there'd be one U.S. policy that you could change or one U.S. policy that you would implement to bring back manufacturing, what would it be? And this is a broad range of things. You know, a lot of conversations we've had have been around trade schools. They've been around nuclear regulation, deregulation. I'm curious, you know, what you guys sort of would suggest and encourage us to focus on. Maybe Sean to start.
I think, so Friedberg will probably say energy, so I'll let him say that one. There's probably 10 different areas where I would put about $10 billion of seed capital in to get these nascent industries going. You know, FPV drones would be one. I'm investing in a company called Neros, and like, I see it firsthand how important the initial revenue is. And I mentioned a couple others, but I think that on the order of $10 billion, you can get the flywheel going on new industries. To catch up to leading edge fab would be like $1 trillion. I think that I would focus my bets on the smaller next gen industries.
Dave?
I mean, energy is too obvious, so maybe I'll just say the education one. I'd take the federal student loan funding, cut it by some number, and whatever's left, I would put it, make it only available to qualified vocational and training programs that actually are tied to ultimately a corporate employer that's going to bring folks into the workforce. So really making sure that we're giving Americans an opportunity to develop their careers, have a transition from higher education, from their high school education into the workforce in a way that's going to be meaningfully beneficial and also is going to have real payback for them, rather than con them and trick them into thinking that there's some magical rainbow that they're going to climb over and find a pot of gold on the other side. And we've got to break that, and we've got to be really clear about where the gold really is, and reassess how we're doing education funding in this country.
Senator, maybe just to wrap us up.
Sure. My change would be conceptual. It would be correcting this temptation, this tendency to try and reshore everything, and instead focus on truly strategic national security or economic security priorities when we think about reshoring. If you do that, if you go through the hard work of analysis, even if you occasionally get it wrong, on the front end, it's going to save a lot of money. It's going to lead to a lot more consumer value, and it's going to really go further, I think, in the long run to advance our national security than if you're trying to reshore everything, which is adopting the Chinese model, not harnessing the best of our own model, working with our closest partners and allies.
Well, thank you guys, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
To discuss strategic independence, reclaiming America's energy and mineral supply chains, please welcome General Partner, Lower Carbon Capital, Clay Dumont. Moderating with Congressman Richie Torres of New York, Chairman and CEO MP Materials, James Litinsky, and CEO Lilac Solutions, Rafe Sully.
All right, we're going to get straight into it. Congressman Torres, thank you for being here with us. You represent New York 15, the Bronx, many great exports, Justice Sotomayor, hip-hop, J-Lo, not known for mining metals. What sparked your interest in this subject?
Well, look, there may be mining in the Bronx too, for all I know. I don't know, when you're a member of Congress, you not only represent your district, but you have to think about what's in the strategic interest of the United States. And for me, the single greatest challenge that we confront is the strategic competition with China. We no longer live in a unipolar world where the United States is the sole superpower. We live increasingly in a bipolar world where the United States and China are competing superpowers. And in that world, we no longer have the luxury of complacency. And there needs to be a serious reckoning. We should ask ourselves, how do we become so complacent as to allow ourselves to live in a world where China controls almost all of the rare earth mining capacity and almost all of the critical mineral refining and processing capacity, and where almost all the advanced semiconductors are made in Taiwan, which is highly susceptible to an invasion from China? How do we allow that to happen? In the 1980s, the United States was a leading producer of critical minerals and rare earth elements and steel and aluminum. And since then, we've become dangerously complacent, allowing our manufacturing base to atrophy from neglect. Meanwhile, China adopted a 40-year strategy for creating a whole critical mineral supply chain. And so our atrophy of our own industrial base has been a strategic failure, and China's supply chain dominance has been a strategic success. And as a wise man once said, if you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result, that's the definition of insanity. And so we have to break the cycle of insanity and critical mineral dependency on China.
I barely need to ask a question now of Jim Litinsky, the CEO of MP Materials. Just for a little bit of background, MP Materials is operating the only operational rare earths mine today in the United States, and they actually produce double digits, maybe close to 15% of the global supply of rare earths, and in that respect represent a really critical node in our own rare earth supply chains. You announced recently that you are going to stop shipping concentrate to China because your domestic supply chain for processing and actually manufacturing of magnets it's happening now. It's not a future thing. And you've achieved that, and now you can fully operate a domestic supply chain. What can Congressman Torres and people here on the Hill do to help make that happen even faster the next time around?
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me here. And I would echo what the Congressman says about, sort of how we all came into this. I came into this by accident because a lot of those same thoughts happened with me a number of years ago when I was running a hedge fund, and I remember when the predecessor of the assets that I bought, Molycorp, went public, and there was a lot of fanfare about onshoring our supply chain and electric vehicles and electrified motion. And so about a decade ago, I saw this thing headed into bankruptcy, and it quickly went into free fall, and there was literally nobody there. Not a single financial or strategic buyer showed up for it. There was a belief that we just couldn't bring this supply chain back. And as I dug in, what I realized is actually we could. There were a lot of mistakes made in the process flow there, but we could, but you really had to have sort of a long-term strategic plan, the same way that the Chinese took it from us. You had to think about this supply chain in parts and do it methodically. And so we set about to do that. We took over this site. It was 8 people. It was in care and maintenance. We forward sold concentrate product to China to get the working capital to relaunch the business. Some folks criticized us saying, how could you sell to China? Well, it's a multi-billion-dollar supply chain, and that's where the magnets are made, and that's where the refining is. Over time, we relaunched the mine. We raised a lot of capital. We went public. We raised capital. We invested over $1 billion, completing the refining capacity. And then we built a magnet facility, from a greenfield in Fort Worth, Texas. And so we've completed this full supply chain. And I guess what I would say is, to answer your question directly, the way we do this, we need to have a long-term strategy. And I think historically, people hear the words rare earths and critical minerals, and there's this idea that it's an extraction issue. And so politically, that feels very good because there are a lot of sites, there are a lot of ways to spread money. And that's above my pay grade. If Congress wants to spread a lot of money, that's great. But the Chinese have really taken a vertically integrated approach. And so we need to think about this as not just an extraction issue, but this is a refining and downstream magnetics issue. And so that was what we set out to do. Now, we've proven that you can do it. And the thing that concerns me, though, is that I think we're hearing a lot of the right things. I think there's a lot of strong interest from this administration. It's fantastic. I mean, the conversations are great. But we really need to level the playing field, and we really need to figure out how to stand up. As was discussed in some of the prior sessions, there needs to be proof of concept of an actual national champion and then we can build an ecosystem from there.
That's great. And on this point specifically, being able to do the extraction, do the mining, Rafe, you're the CEO of a company called Lilac, which is mining lithium here in the United States, better, faster, cheaper than incumbent technologies. It's actually quite a sight to behold. You have a small demo facility operating on the Great Salt Lake in Utah where the water comes in, runs more or less autonomously through a series of pipes, and then the water minus lithium goes out. It's working today, and it's economical. What is the potential for this technology, and maybe even specifically the Great Salt Lake, to be able to supply domestic supply chain for lithium?
Yeah, thanks, Clay. So, look, I'm a big believer that you've got to focus on technological advantage. We believe we've got the next generation of direct lithium extraction technology. As Clay said, it runs cheaper, faster, and better to a point where we can extract lithium economically from very low concentrations like the Great Salt Lake. One of the things that interests me about our technology is if you think about all of the brine resources that are sitting here in the United States, if you have a technology like ours, you could be independent with your lithium production in a pretty short pace of time, which is pretty remarkable. If you put us on the cost curve versus the traditional hard rock approach, we're well below that. So very excited. Now, all of this comes because we've got some very smart people working in our R&D centre in Oakland, California, that I think they're the smartest people in the world, and we can rely on them to keep this technological advantage going. We've got that. We need to maintain it, and that's how we beat the rest of the world or our adversaries like China.
Congressman Torres, I'm going to bring it back to you. You're on a working group now in the House focused on critical minerals and how we support a domestic supply chain and reinvigorate production. This is one of the issues, as I've followed it, that actually has support on both sides of the aisle, and there seems to be some room to do something. How optimistic should we be about the potential for new action in this Congress on this subject?
Look, I'm cautiously optimistic because the China Committee has been impressively bipartisan. And to your point, the Critical Minerals Working Group is one of the initiatives of the China Committee, and we've put forward a legislative package that is bipartisan, proposing legislation that would promote critical minerals cooperation with allies, or invest in STEM and workforce development, or streamline visas and green cards for professionals who specialize in geoscience and mining engineering. So there's a recognition. And look, we have a talent gap that's only going to widen over time. I remember seeing statistics indicating that by 2029, half of the mining workforce in the United States is set to retire.
We had to import Rafe.
Right. 27% of the geoscience workforce. So, these are shortages that will only compound over time if we do nothing. And China is far outpacing us when it comes to workforce development and education in these areas.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of the hard work right. There's also been questions over time around some of the maybe dirtier tactics they're using to steer the market. This is sort of a full circle moment for me. I actually got my start thinking about critical minerals in 2010 when at the time the director of the National Economic Council, Larry Summers, asked this question of us, which was, hey, Mountain Pass is supposed to come back online in a couple of years. And until then, it looks like all the market is in China. What happens if they cut off our supply? And so that kind of got that kind of put the trains in motion. And just for a little bit of history, Mountain Pass was operating and then shut down in 2002 originally because, among other reasons, the global price of rare earths had plummeted and it was uneconomical to keep you running. And then in 2012, it came back online, only to shut down again in 2015. And we should all be very grateful to Jim and his team who came in, really rescued the place, and have got it operating again. But we can't risk another decade-long hiatus in domestic rare earths production. What are the lessons that we should all be drawing about how to avoid this situation, and maybe specifically to kind of defend against some of the non-market interventions that we see happening out of China?
Sure. Well, thank you for the kind words. And, the question you asked that was asked of you in 2010, I think we're going to find out the answer because that's actually what has happened. And I'm not sure it's getting enough press. I know there's a lot of members of the press here, and you've seen this reported, but the Chinese are not exporting rare earth magnets at all. In fact, I think if you look a few days ago on the Tesla call, Elon Musk commented that they couldn't get rare earth magnets for Optimus and that they needed to get a license and that they needed to essentially validate to the Chinese government that humanoid robots are not weapons and then they can get their magnets. I don't know about you all, but I don't feel very good if our downstream robotics, drones, EV producers need to get a license from the Chinese government and verify that they're not utilized for military purposes for us to make robotics and drones, because, of course, that is the future of warfare, robotics and drones. I think we see that everywhere, and I know that's oft discussed. And so I'm deeply concerned that our manufacturing supply chain in the next couple months may grind to a halt, because as we saw in COVID, if you're missing one critical component, you can't finish the product. And so I think we may see within weeks some real concerns about that and what that means. Now, that said, the mission, what we're all doing here, irrespective of your views on how it was started, is really important. And the way that the Chinese have taken over the rare earth industry and how we must counteract it, I think is also very applicable to all of these supply chains. But the best analogy is really to think about, go back and read the books about Rockefeller in the 1870s. It's just true mercantilism. Control all aspects from the upstream to the midstream to the downstream to the transportation, all of it, and utilize the pressure points where you need to. If you see competition in one area, crush it. Get your profits elsewhere. If capital's forming in an area that looks profitable, wait. Let the capital form, crush it. And that's what we've seen. And so, again, I go back to, we need a level playing field. We need a recognition that, and by the way, I want to caveat, I'm a free market capitalist. This is, so hopefully I have some credibility in the following statement. But, the Cold War against communist Russia was a very different beast, right? We had a superior economic system, and everybody knows the history. Cold War 2.0 is really our corporate, essentially our economy versus a mercantilist approach to national security industries. We will not win that with a free market approach. If you were a small refiner in the 1870s, Rockefeller put you out of business. And so when we take this sort of piecemeal approach and think that we can sort of spread things around, just rely on our ideas of sort of free market economics and the market will find a way, I'm deeply concerned that we're going to lose this battle. And I see all aspects of this. I think we've had this vision for a long time because we've set about on a vertically integrated strategy. The moment we brought our refining online, the Chinese crashed the prices. The moment we brought our magnets online, more. And so we've invested over $1 billion, and they have shown that you're not going to make money. And so I'll give you the last, if you look at the inflation-adjusted replacement cost of the assets that we have in place, it's somewhere in the order of $5 billion. They have taken prices to a level where we just don't make money today. So with all the permits in the world, let's say we brought Greenland online in the Ukraine and we're deep sea mining and we're getting materials on the moon. Who's going to invest the capital to refine and make the magnets if it's a loss-making endeavor? And so we have to really recognize that there needs to be a coordinated industrial-focused strategy to counteract mercantilism. That is the disease. Everything else is a symptom.
The classic arc from hedge fund manager to mining magnate to mercantilist. On that subject, and let's tackle that in the lithium space. Rafe, lithium's had its own issues with pricing over the last couple of years. The spot markets today are at record lows, and they've been there for a while after a couple of years where they were up and down pretty aggressively. What could the U.S. be doing right now to help make sure that this nascent domestic lithium industry isn't killed in the crib?
Yeah, so the word I think about is incubation. Okay, we want strong, healthy raw materials extraction. To your point, Jim, we need to have the downstream processing as well. I'm a big free market guy as well, but I recognise that getting started requires a little bit of a help. And so, I think there's some things out there now that we want to double down on. One is the type of loans programs that are available. The other is tax incentives. We need a healthy biosphere for these ideas to develop and take hold. So we need VC money. We need, and I think tax incentives help there as well. And I think thinking about the rare earths example, I have to believe that there's something else that we could be doing two that would help here, and that's the creation of strategic reserves. If you've got the US government with a long time frame and low cost of capital, one of the things that I think about is, could they be helping set up strategic reserves for some of you can't do it for everything, but are there some critical minerals where, if somebody comes in to crash the market and prices go down, they could be buying to keep a floor or support under these nascent incubated businesses until they get a foothold. Lithium is a new business. It's highly volatile. Part of that is the growth that's been through. 5 years ago, global production and consumption were balanced at about 350,000 tonnes. Last year, consumption was 1.1 million tonnes. So you think about that, that's a huge increase. I mean, kudos to the hard rock miners and others who drove that increase. They went a little bit far, and they got to about 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 million tonnes, and so there's a 250, 300,000 tonne overhang last year, and prices crashed from $80,000 to $10,000. Okay, are we going to see that again? Almost certainly, because the forecasts are that in the next 5 years, we go from 1.1 million tonnes to 2.5 to 3.5 million tonnes. That's a huge range again. So in a new market that's growing fast, it's almost impossible to get supply and demand balanced, and you're going to have these swings. And so again, I just think about incubation. What can we do to incubate these nascent businesses? And maybe a strategic reserve and some of the other things that we're doing now we double down on, and that's how we get it done.
Shifting from policy to markets, Jim, you guys have built a business in some ways helping to educate policymakers, bring them along, and kind of create the environment that we now benefit from in this space. And you've also benefited from policy, right? In Texas, the facility you built got 48C tax credits. I like to call these the critical minerals tax credits, a little more straightforward. But you're benefiting from critical minerals tax credits. Have you found that the market is now kind of meeting the moment and helping you in the next phase of growth?
I think there certainly have been a lot of good intentions, and all of those things help. So, of course, the tax credits, we need it. We have gotten a number of things like that are helpful. But then I look sort of on the other side of the world, and anything that we're doing is really sort of multiples. I'll just give you some small examples. The largest piece of our cost structure in refining is not labor. It's actually reagents. It's a huge piece of our cost structure, nearly $100 million a year. The Chinese get that for free, essentially. Sometimes they get paid to take it, depending on the location. Anytime you invest capital, well, we go out, we raise debt, equity, whatever we're doing, they get it for free. Sometimes they get incentives. And so again, I go back to this point that my concern, all of these policy issues, so I agree with everyone on, loans, stockpiles, all of these things are good, important, but we really need to recognize that their entire approach is to look at our formation of capital and make sure that it can never get a return. And so what good is it if I go out and borrow $1 billion to build something of debt that I've got to eventually pay back and I can't get a return on it? And so I think that coupling with all of these things needs to be some kind of policy and maybe a bunch of these things, but really recognizing that there needs to be sort of a decoupling of, and interpret that as you may as far as kind of what that means for everything else. I don't mean it in the context it's being used, but okay, maybe I do. A decoupling of price and the mechanism. So they essentially set the price in our space in rare earths, but this goes for many other critical minerals, so that it is never economic, period, full stop. So all of these things, again, it's like, forgive the terrible analogy, but it's like, if you have cancer and you get a cold and you treat the cold, unfortunately the cancer is still going to kill you. And so until we recognize the true source of the problem and say, okay, how are we going to fix that? We won't solve it. And so there are a lot of ways to do that. And obviously we try to, share our ideas. There are insurance programs. There are, all sorts of things that we can talk through. But again, I believe that if you solve the price issue, there can be some form of mutually assured economic destruction, where if we have at least a very solid national champion that, again, probably terrible words to use, but is too big to fail, the Chinese will know that mercantilism won't work, and therefore they're less inclined to do it. Why subsidize the world if it's not going to do anything? So then I think that could ease up the markets a bit. And so it's almost like an inverse of 2008. You know, in 2008, obviously the government had to come in and bail out our banks. Now I think, and I hope I can say this, I think the private sector needs to come together, and select national champions need to come in and sort of bail out what has been sort of, unfortunately, a lack of focus in policy over the prior decades, and that's not a partisan thing. It's just we have not yet seen the crisis that we now face, and so we need to meet the moment, and I think that really needs a sort of public-private working together to solve that.
I'm going to go to Rafe, then back to Congressman Torres to bring us home. But what you just described as a phenomenon that you're dealing with in rare earths, Rafe is dealing with in lithium. This room is full of people that are dealing with it across specialty chemicals and iron and steel and a bunch of other really critical inputs to our economy and competitiveness. Rafe, before you were at Lilac, you were leading a $10 billion nitrogen and phosphates business for Nutrien. You have a career in energy and chemicals and critical inputs to the economy. What's the approach you should be taking across all the other areas that we didn't even get a chance to talk about today?
Yeah, so look, I'm going to double down on my point. I mean, I agree with Jim. Let's get the policy right. Let's do these other things. Whatever we do is probably going to be orders of magnitude less than some other governments around the world, but we need to do it, to incubate. I just think that we've got a very special advantage here in the United States. I'm a citizen, by the way, okay? I got my citizenship about 8 years ago, very proud of it. You know, I'm a big fan of the advantage we have in attracting the best and brightest to the US. I work with some of them every day, and I'm just astounded at how smart these people are. And so one of the things that I try and encourage is always be thinking about what the next step is in the evolution of the technology. We may have to pause and get a plant built with this technology, but we always need to be thinking about what the next 2 or 3 steps are. Very practical view is that whatever, regardless of what we do, at some point, some other players out there will have what we have. And so the only way we survive long term is making sure that we invest and double down in making sure there's a gap to us at any point in time. And that's difficult to do, but we've got the advantage here. We do have the best and brightest people in this country, okay? So whatever we can do to keep them, maintain that advantage is really, really critical.
It's our wellspring. Congressman Torres, I don't know if you were here this morning, but Secretary Burgum outlined 3 priorities to open the day. The first one was we've got to win the AI arms race against China. We've got to develop abundant domestic energy of all forms. And we've got to build a critical mineral supply chain here at home. Those sound kind of like your priorities too. And so my question is, over the course of 2024, the main mechanism for doing this, the transferable tax credits, actually spurred a lot of investment. There was something like just in the second half of 2024, $15 billion in tax credit, and 70% of those went to the market for manufacturing domestically, minerals, nuclear energy, geothermal, carbon capture, and hydropower. Can you help all of us here understand really what's at risk if the energy and critical materials and manufacturing credits go away? From the set of priorities that you work on.
One of the highest priorities of Congress is our military defense. And one of the highest priorities of congressional Democrats in particular is decarbonization. There is no decarbonization or defense without critical minerals. Like, critical minerals are central to the world in which we live. It's central to the survival and success of our country, to the national security of our country. We need critical mineral independence just like we need energy independence. And just like we harnessed the power of innovation, particularly the shale revolution, to make America energy independent, I'm confident that we can harness the power of innovation to make America mineral independent, because I think we're just the greatest country on earth. And if we get our politics act correct, if we get our act together politically, there's no ceiling on what we can do.
It's a good note to end things. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Up next, Automation for the Republic, Reindustrializing Through Robotics. Please welcome Chairman of the House Select Committee on China, John Moolenaar. Moderating with Chairman, Council of Economic Advisors, Stephen Myron. And CEO, Agility Robotics, Peggy Johnson.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here with you, and I just want to thank Jacob quickly for the opportunity to be here. And I know you've had a team working on this, hearing great things about this conference, and we're really fortunate to have some amazing participants. I'm going to be your moderator, and we're going to hear from Peggy Johnson, who is the CEO of Agility Robotics. Peggy? And also want to invite Stephen Myron, Chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors. So he is a key person in the administration working on such key policies, and we're really grateful that you're taking the time to be with us. And such an important topic, talking about robotics, talking about our economy, manufacturing, bringing manufacturing back, and the role of robotics in this area. And what I'm going to do is kind of alternate back and forth and ask questions, and just appreciate your expertise. But one of the things that I learned, Peggy, is that you have, I think it's 200 humanoid robots out and working in factories, doing different things right now. Tell us, what is a humanoid robot, and what distinguishes it from other robots?
Sure, thank you, and thanks for having me. It's 200 by about the end of this year, so we are now producing those in our factory right now. So a humanoid robot is a very human-centric device, though it's not necessarily a carbon copy of humans. Ours stands about 5'9", 160 pounds. It can pick up about 16 kilograms, or about 25 pounds. And it basically can do the type of work that we're having a real hard time filling these jobs. We're mostly focused on material handling right now, so moving boxes from one area to another. And they can step right in. It's autonomous. There's no tether. That means the battery has to be on them. And they have end effectors, which sometimes can look like hands, but generally are more like grippers, because that's a better tool for the job.
In what sectors do you see these robots being most effective in? What different areas?
Well, largely they are in places like logistics warehouses, so think an Amazon warehouse, manufacturing facilities, and then any segments of the economy that are moving boxes around. So pharmaceuticals, one, they move a lot of boxes around. Automotive has big, long bins of product that have to be moved line side. And these are the sorts of jobs that humanoids can step in and take, because it turns out all of these factories are built for humans. And so the aisles are as wide as humans, shelves are as high as humans can pull things down from and go down to the floor. So that's a range of motion that a humanoid needs to have.
Great. And Stephen, I wanted to get your thoughts on, when you think of manufacturing onshore, when you think of, I can remember, the last few decades, people thinking the United States wasn't going to manufacture. How does AI fit into this idea of the United States being a major manufacturing power once again?
Thanks. So thanks for having me, and thanks to Jacob for the kind invitation. There's numerous reasons why you want to concentrate manufacturing in the United States. They're good jobs, they're high-paying jobs, but it's also critical for national security. We will have problems defending ourselves if we don't have a robust manufacturing sector here in the United States. That means we need to engender foster such a factor and create situations in which companies want to build manufacturing capacity in the United States, want to invest in the United States. Now, advanced technologies are a critical part of that because the weapons of the future, manufacturing of the future, jobs of the future, all that revolves around advanced manufacturing, new technologies like the ones you work on, and new technologies like I'm sure many of the folks in the audience here are working on also. And so we want to create an ecosystem that's robust, that creates the inputs into the industrial ecosystem we need to know that we'll be able to defend ourselves regardless of situations that come up and whether parts that we're reliant on strategic adversaries for become suddenly unavailable or something.
I'd talk with you a little bit about strategic adversaries and kind of what China is doing in this space. What are your thoughts on, we know that they have a lot of, dual-use technologies, military, civil fusion, everything is subservient to the Chinese Communist Party. How do you view this area of robotics competition? Are we ahead? Are we behind? And what should we be doing to make sure we continue to lead in this area?
So I don't know about this specific industry, but what I will say is that China has been making big investments in trying to gain hegemony and in some cases monopolies over some critically sensitive technology areas. And I know that it's a priority for the administration to make sure that we're on the cutting edge of the technological frontier, and that we maintain our innovative edge so that we can remain leaders in those fields, because they're essential not only for driving the economy forward, but to make sure, as I said before, that we could defend ourselves, keep our shipping lanes open, and make sure that we can support the global trading system.
Yeah, I mean, it's very concerning because the government in China is putting a lot behind that industry. We see a lot of robots coming out. I think there's a new company launched about every week. I get the press releases on those things. So there's a lot coming out, but let's be very clear here. Our technology is not behind. There's nothing that we're seeing right now in the humanoid space that is more innovative than what we have done right here in the United States, and we should be very proud of that. However, what we do need is to be able to keep our lead, because they are catching up. They're just putting out so many robots, which means they're collecting a lot of data, and data can train AI foundation models. So we really have to keep an eye on this, stay ahead of the game, and do whatever we can to keep our lead in this space.
How do you view this in terms of American jobs? I mean, one of the arguments you think about is, will this take away Americans' jobs? Another counter argument is by bringing back more manufacturing and different kinds of jobs, it actually enhances Americans' opportunities. But what's your sense on that?
Sure. So I'd like to mention the story of the bank teller, if I can. And I think it's worth pointing out that when the ATM, when the automatic teller machine was introduced, there were widespread predictions that the bank teller profession would go extinct and we'd lose, hundreds of thousands of bank teller jobs. But in fact, the opposite happened. Because it became cheaper to operate a branch with fewer bank tellers and more ATMs, the number of branches exploded. And so even though you had fewer tellers per bank branch, the number of branches went so high that the number of tellers actually increased. And so rather than the prediction that economists had that this technological advancement would result in widespread job destruction, it actually increased the number of jobs in this profession. And that's why economists know that productivity growth is the real driver of long-run economic prosperity. What you want to do is do more with less. And if you are using advanced technologies that each human is more productive, it doesn't decrease the demand for workers. It just allows the workers that you have to produce more. And there will always be a demand for more stuff because Americans want prosperity. And that's why the administration's policies are aimed at delivering that prosperity for Americans.
So basically what these humanoids can do right now are the jobs that we can't find people right now in the U.S. to fill. There's over 1 million jobs in these sorts of facilities, and people don't want them. The reason is because they are backbreaking, they tend to be mind-numbing, very repetitive, very dirty, very injury-prone. So as less and less people pursue those jobs, the ones who are in those jobs tend to get overtaxed, and the injuries increase even more. So why is this happening? Part of it is our love of next day delivery. A lot of these logistics facilities are just trying to move product, and they need people to keep that product moving. And it's as simple as, moving boxes over and over again. This is the perfect task for humanoids. And now as we begin to onshore manufacturing back here, there's, again, that labor gap is only going to grow more. Again, humanoids can step in there.
Mm-hmm. When I ask you what you need in terms of government policy, you had mentioned that you want to see common sense regulations, that safety is a part of that. Could you talk to that?
Safety is a huge part of that. And we need policy that, first of all, understands what these machines can do. They are brimming with sensors, so we have a LiDAR camera that does depth perception so the robot can see obstacles in its way. We've got 7 RGB cameras that are looking around and assessing the environment. So all of these sensors bring in a whole lot of data. And so we have to make sure that's protected, and any companies who are making robots understand PPI and how to protect data of the customer. That has to be done. The second thing about safety is these are human-like figures, and they have a lot of power and a lot of strength. We're moving from 25-pound packages to 50-pound packages. These things can swing around and actually be very harmful if there's not good safety in place. This is another area we haven't seen much of from the Chinese robots. They tend to throw a lot of robots out there. We don't see what's called e-stops on the back of them, which is a big red button that you can hit and the robot will come down very safely to the ground. You need to ensure that when you become in close proximity to humans, that you stop, you assess how close that human's getting. The closer the human's getting, we bring the robot down to the ground. Let the human pass, it comes back up again and goes. You just never want an accident in this area. So that is definitely one area, smart policy. The second area is the talent. One of our co-founders told me the other day that when he graduated from Carnegie Mellon's Robotics Institute, he was one of two mechanical engineers. We just need more talent in this area. So anything we can do to encourage that to move forward is good. And then the last, basic research.
Are the robotics programs, I see a lot of high school competition. Is that helping with the supply of people in this field?
It is. Dean Kamen is a creator that we have here in the U.S., and he has a great high school robotics program that has done a very good job of sparking interest in young kids to pursue mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, the robotics institutes that are in a number of our universities. And so it's helpful to that. We need more.
Mm-hmm. Stephen, I wanted to ask you, when you think about this technology and you look at that on the screen, it's really remarkable. And as Peggy had mentioned, the U.S. has been so innovative in this area. But obviously China is going to try and do more in this space and create a dependency. We've seen them doing that with battery technology, other kinds of technologies. They also, heavily subsidize. They have these opportunities where they'll try and drive competition out of business by dumping and over capacity, and we've seen that playbook time and time again. What can we do to make sure that the U.S. continues to lead in technologies like this and make sure we have a fair competition when it comes to China and other countries?
The overall goal should be one of making the United States the best place on earth to do business. We should create an economy in which everyone who wants to invest in new technology, manufacture advanced technology, open a plant, open a facility, hire workers, expand their business, thinks the United States is the obvious place to do it. How do we do that? Well, we put American workers and firms on fair ground vis-a-vis China, countering their subsidies, countering their lack of reciprocal market access, standing up to their unfair trade practices, as the president is doing. We create tax incentives that make America the most competitive economy in the world from a tax perspective. And that includes not only extending the president's tax cuts from 2017, but further business taxes that make it smart to invest in the United States. Things like full expensing, things like bonus depreciation that provide tax incentives to creating an investment boom in the United States that people say, hey, you know, this is the affordable place to do it, this is the competitive place to do it, this is where we want to invest. And then finally, it's making sensible regulatory policy. We have so many situations in which we have cascading regulations and companies that are subject to hundreds of thousands of pages of regulatory code, and each one of those lines is a cost of doing business and a delay of doing business. And if it takes 7 years to get the permits that you need to open your facility, well, that can make it difficult also to get the financing to do so because nobody wants to lock up the capital for that long. And it can prevent you from doing the work that you want to do. The regulatory system is in the way of firms wanting to invest and maintain their critical edge, and to maintain America's role on the technological frontier, to create these advanced technologies that will underline manufacturing of the future. We need the United States to be the most competitive economy in the world and the obvious place to do business.
Do tariffs play a role in that with respect to China, and especially in these high-tech areas? And what do you think of the, permanent normal trade relationship, the most favored nation status that China has enjoyed since 2001? Is it time to change that?
So tariffs absolutely play a role in that. And as you mentioned, China engages in numerous unfair market practices. They subsidize their exports and then dump them on foreign markets to drive competition out. We open our markets to their products without getting reciprocal access. It wouldn't surprise me if we had a number of people in the audience who have been trying to sell products into China for a long period of time and are still waiting for their licenses to be approved. And there's all sorts of asymmetries in that trading relationship. And tariffs, and the reciprocal tariffs that the president has brought onto China are reflective of that asymmetry and corrective of that asymmetry. And so tariffs absolutely play a role in putting American workers, American firms, American investors on fair ground vis-a-vis our trading partners like China. And, and the president has shown that these tariffs can be an effective tool for doing so. The most favored nation and permanent normal trade relation stuff, I can't get ahead of any trade processes, but I would say that the tariffs are a tool that we've been using. The tariffs are the tool that we continue to use, and I don't see any immediate change to that.
Thankfully, tariffs have not been a problem for us. We manufacture in Salem, Oregon, and I will say the state of Oregon has been a wonderful partner for us. We have a big facility there, 70,000 square foot facility. We make all our robots right there. Our components, about 80% come from the U.S. and about 20% from overseas, but only about 1% of that comes from China. So we're actually in a pretty good position from a tariff perspective. The 1% that does come from China are the LiDAR cameras. We actually don't make them, though there is. I just learned a company coming to the U.S. or starting in the U.S. that will make LiDAR cameras, and I think there's a couple in Europe. But those are a very important part of humanoids, a critical part of humanoids, and that part does still come from China. But otherwise, we're looking for second sources for even that 1%.
How do we address the threat when it comes to robots? I think Unitree is a Chinese company that manufactures a dog robot, and you see examples of how that's used in military applications. And with this sort of dual use technology, should we, as Americans, how do we make sure that our either taxpayer dollars, our capital markets aren't investing or participating in this kind of technology going to China that could actually be used against our men and women in the military?
Well, first of all, if you've seen some of the videos, China is putting ammunitions onto robots, and they're very scary videos. So two things. Our company has taken a pledge with our general purpose robots, which means they can do several tasks in these kind of environments. We'll never arm those. DoD, however, needs to have the technology, because those things that we see in the videos, we have to be able to defend ourselves against. Absolutely. And so we're very open to having those kind of technology discussions with the DoD. Two things going on here. You want people to be comfortable around robots, which is why safety is very important. And so that's why you don't want to take these general purpose robots and arm them like we've seen them do with the robot dog and things like that. It's just very scary. But, you know, we also want to make sure that we always have the best technology in the hands of our military.
Yeah, we've seen in the area of drones, for instance, you know, DJI, the Chinese have manufactured, I think it's 80% of the drones that are used, often in law enforcement and other areas. And as our committees looked into this, it's often because of some of these unfair practices where they're driving competitors out of business and then create a dependence on those products. And we certainly wouldn't want to see that happening in this area of robots.
Exactly. I mean, that is what happened. They're doing the same play now with humanoids that they did with drones. We did have a drone business here for a while early on. My family's big into drones, and my husband's a pilot, and we just like anything that flies. And it has all gone over to China. So this is what we have to protect against with the humanoid industry.
Mm-hmm. In terms of supply chain, you mentioned the LiDAR. Are there other areas that we should be thinking about in terms of onshoring here, making sure that you know, we aren't over-relying on China or other adversaries?
I mean, there's a part that some of the other companies use called planetary roller screws. We actually don't use them, but those parts are critical to some of the other humanoid companies in the U.S. And that's a part that I think we have to make sure we have second source here, keep our eye on that. Otherwise, that could halt all of their production.
And I gather you guys don't use them, but things like magnets, rare earth, stuff like that China has monopolized the supply chain on through subsidizing and dumping and undercutting all of their production, seems like a sensible thing to focus on when it comes to national security. You don't want to be in a situation in which someone else says, hey, you can't build what you want to build by cutting off some monopoly key part in the supply chain.
And one part like that can bring the whole line down.
Yep. And so things like that, where one part like that can bring the whole supply chain down, that seems like a sensible area to focus on.
Agree.
What should we be looking forward to for 2026 and beyond? What kind of benchmarks? You had mentioned, Peggy, that you know you're eventually this year going to have 200 robots. You can actually have the capacity to do, is it 10,000?
10,000
a year.
Mm-hmm.
So as you think about, you know, the opportunities ahead, you know, where do you see this going, and how should people be thinking about the future when it comes to humanoid robots?
Well, for sure, as I said, as we onshore more, there's going to be a spot for them there to fill in a lot of the gaps. But eventually, and it's starting in the enterprise space and in the workspace, but eventually, over time, I think we will see robots in our home to do the things you don't want to do. It doesn't mean they'll come in and take over everything, but if you like to cook, they don't have to cook, but they might do the laundry for you or mow the lawn. So we really see this technology and the evolution and the further development of which we're learning right now in these factories. We're learning a lot of skills that will get us there, say in another decade or so. It will give humans choice. If you like to do manual labor, you like to do gardening, that's fine. Maybe your robot is doing something else, but there'll be choice in whether we do manual labor or not. And I think that's a good objective to have.
So are we going to see a parable of the bank teller in a few years with respect to robots? And
I mean, I would certainly think so. I think that new technologies give us the ability to produce more with less. And it's not the case that you want less, you always want more. And so I think that we will be in a situation in which technologies like you're developing, other, you know, AI, robotics, and other advanced manufacturing technologies are going to just increase productivity and allow American firms to produce more with fewer resources. And that's exactly how you push economic growth forward in the long run. And that's what American economic growth has been powered by for 2 centuries now.
And how do you know, it seems like, you know, when you think of the movies about robots getting out of control, when you think about AI and the fears that people have, what happens with AI, how do you have a sort of a message that encourages young people to go into this space, knowing that there are such positive uses. Sometimes people focus on the fearful things, whether it makes good drama. But how do you get that next generation? I'm thinking of when Sputnik was launched. It created this urgency for rocketry and young people wanting to go into the field of science and math. And it seems like we're at a point right now where so much of our economy depends on these advanced technologies, yet I'm not sure that we're engaging young people enough in this space. But any thoughts on that as we close things out?
I think for me, if I was a young kid looking at this space, I have to tell you what is magical is when you can give a command to a robot and it performs that command. That's all possible because of large language models now. And we're doing that with our robot. We do things that our people can really relate to, like sorting laundry. I just showed a demo of robot sorting laundry, and I just said, sort the white clothes from the dark clothes. And Digit looks and picks up the white clothes. He does what my husband hasn't been able to do in 30 years, but he can actually sort the white clothes. And it's called the embodiment of AI. It's one thing when you're using ChatGPT and it brings you an answer in an instant. That's amazing. But when you can tell a physical device to do something and it responds, it's just magical. And I think that kind of spark will really get the next generation going.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's important to emphasize that what you're saying is completely the case. We need to increase the workforce for advanced manufacturing if we're going to bring this stuff, if we're going to further this stuff in the United States, bring more of it back to the United States. And that's absolutely critical, and it's critical from a cultural perspective, as you're describing, but it's also critical from a policy perspective. And the President's executive order on workforce modernization is a first step in that direction. It provides for 1 million new specialized apprenticeships to go into the new technologies of the future, AI, advanced robotics, things like that. And creating that workforce is going to be critical to these industries.
Well, Stephen, Peggy, thank you for sharing your insights with us. Fascinating discussion. It's really, obviously, it's about these high-tech machines, but it's also about supply chains, about opportunities for Americans and jobs and bringing manufacturing back to America, which has been such an important part of our history as well as our future. So thank you very much, and always good to be together talking about these things. So thank you.
Thank you.
To discuss AI and the American fabric, rebuilding society from the code up. Please welcome founder and managing director, Lightspeed Venture Partners, Ravi Matre, moderating with Senator Mike Rounds of South Dakota, and co-founder Anthropic, Jack Clark.
That was quick.
Sorry?
That was quick.
Yeah, that was. It's great to be here with everyone. I'm Ravi Matre, founder and one of the lead partners at Lightspeed Venture Partners. We recently led, for those of you who don't know, and we're the largest investor in a $3.5 billion financing for Anthropic. Today, we're fortunate to be joined by two people who have really unique and interesting perspectives on the frontier of AI. Jack Clark is a co-founder of Anthropic and was formerly policy head at OpenAI, is one of the world's most respected thinkers in AI governance and safety. And we're really privileged to have Senator Mike Rounds of South Dakota as well. He's been a leading voice in defense and intelligence policy. He's a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee and also several select intelligence committees. So I just want to set some brief context about the current moment in AI technology. It's clear to just about everyone at this point that we are in the early innings of very major change. We've already seen now AI solving some incredible problems as it relates to the design of new innovative drugs and materials. We've seen the beginnings of very significant change and transformation across a variety of business services. And frankly, one of the most obvious ones, if you live on the West Coast, is we've really arrived at the point where self-driving autonomous vehicles, we call it in San Francisco having the Waymo moment, when you walk around and see that a third of cars on the streets don't have a driver. So it's very clear that AI is already at a point where major change is happening, but it is also very early innings. And how quickly will AI improve from here? If it's rapid, should we be thinking about export controls as a way to manage how the technology proliferates? Or if it's going to happen more gradually, should we be erring on the side of how the U.S. really is strongly pushing AI into the world in a way that it can set the standards? So that's really the key thing we're going to explore today. And I'd like to start, Senator Rounds, with you. At the highest level, how is the U.S. In your mind, and how is the government thinking about planning to have the U.S. stay competitive against a backdrop of more technology competition than AI than there really has been before?
I think perhaps the best example I can give of the way that we win in this challenging world right now with regard to AI is what you're seeing right here, right now. When you talk about from the valley to the hill, you're talking about bringing in private enterprise. You're talking about the individual initiative, the need for the private sector to recognize that they need to be involved in activities on Capitol Hill in terms of helping us to actually develop the right path forward and providing your expertise, but your knowledge as well. Look, none of us here are experts on AI. What we know is that it is a race that does not have an ending to it, but we've got some really tough challengers out there. And the reason why we look at this as a race is because for the folks that are ahead in AI, they develop the standards. They develop the path forward in terms of what the uses are. We are in a confrontation right now with other world leading countries. They recognize how big of a deal, how big of a tool AI is. They're going to do everything they can to expedite it. What they don't have is the private sector that we have. And when we build this together, it means then that we can stay ahead of what they can do. China, right now, they can do a lot of stuff, and they're very innovative, but they don't have the private sector that we've got. In doing so, they're going to steal our chips. They're going to steal some of our intellectual properties and so forth. They're going to create some on their own. But If we can stay ahead of them in terms of the production of the best, if we can keep the brightest minds here, if we can keep individuals that really are the innovators to recognize that this is where their future is, we win this game. So number one, it is a matter of being inviting to other people that can actually create the future with us. Number two, it is restricting what goes to China during this time in which we try to establish dominance so that we can lay out appropriate standards for them. It means then also that we've got to address some problems that I think a lot of you are aware of. Number one, we do about 1,300 gigawatts of power per year. It's basically where our production capability is. And if we don't substantially increase the amount of power that we have, then we don't have the ability to create the data centers, operate them here. It means then that people start looking elsewhere whether they can actually afford to do it, put the data centers in, and create those centers. So number one, we've got to have power. Second of all, though, we need the collaboration that is identified right here. The collaboration is critical.
And just to follow up, and then Jack, I want to get your thoughts on this, but you mentioned the need for innovation and the need to move quickly. But on the other hand, you've been very vocal, I think, in a good way about the U.S.'s, need to maintain leadership in critical technologies. So how does Congress, or in your view as a leading voice in government, to focus on this, balance the need for speed and innovation and driving, the U.S. hopefully being the standard setter with the need, obviously, for some types of controls to prevent adversaries or, key competitors from obtaining the technology which could allow them to be the leaders? What is the balance? What is the thinking?
Part of that's got to be delivered by the folks that are in this room, as an example. It is a matter of we can either push them to develop their own, or we can keep the most innovative, the brightest, the top-end technologies here and allow for the sale worldwide of the medium-sized packages that are out there, the equipment which is not top-end, but that will still provide other people with a reason to buy from us rather than to create their own. But we've got to be in that position to actually create the best and the brightest and to stay that one notch ahead all the time. It is a very fine line, and it's one that you can't just set and put into a law. This is one that you literally have to regulate, and you've got to do it. You've got to do it with industry participating in those discussions on an ongoing basis, not a one-time fits-all set.
So this is about government really needing to have a way to collaborate with the private sector to keep its finger on the pulse and make adjustments as needed to...
Absolutely, but it's more than just saying, okay, we want the biggest to come on in. This is a case of where you have to have a cross-section of the innovators, the young, the new ones on the block, along with those that are the tried and true that are still developing. You needed a cross-section on it. You also got to talk to the folks that have proprietary data centers and those that want the open data centers, the ones, because they're both going to be a part of it. The most dangerous stuff is going to be in those closed systems, but the innovation and the fastest growing stuff is going to be in those open sets. So you have to have them both. You've got to talk about them both, and you've got to have people from both sets involved in the discussion.
And Jack, from the perspective of someone who's on the West Coast in Silicon Valley and working with one of the major AI lab companies, what is your perspective? Has the U.S. found the right balance from the objectives of where Anthropic would need to go between enabling innovation and, on the other hand, ensuring, that AI labs are secure and that potentially technology doesn't proliferate in the wrong way?
So the good news is we're a lot further than we were a few years ago. I've been coming to Washington in one form or another since 2016. When I used to talk about neural nets back then, it was to a relatively small room and people were not very interested, but things have changed. The US companies are really good at going really, really fast. And where we need help is ensuring that the US industry doesn't have accidents or misuses of its technology. Because an accident or a misuse of our technology would lead to a regulatory blowback that would probably do to this industry what happened to the nuclear power industry. So where the US has been smartly developing things is in the infrastructure that lets US companies like Anthropic or the other frontier labs move really, really, really quickly, but with confidence that we're not going to create misuses of our technology that could enable geopolitical rivals. A few years ago, there was no ability for me to go to the US government and have experts on bioweapons or cyber warfare work with me to calibrate my systems so I wasn't accidentally putting those on the internet and selling them to everyone, rather than a subset of people that may be able to use them for good in America. So we've got significantly further than we were a few years ago. The most important thing now is recognizing that if you believe what the frontier companies are saying, and what we truly believe is that we're in this era where over the next few years we will build the largest data centers that have ever been built on the planet to train genuinely transformative systems that will have huge economic and national security relevance. We have to ensure that we don't give the frontier infrastructure to train these things away to our rivals. I think that the work that we're currently seeing on export controls is crucial to this, because otherwise we will make an unforced error of proliferating the ingredients for frontier dual-use technology into rival countries that we're trapped in a geopolitical competition with.
Okay.
So we're doing okay, and there's more to do.
It sounds like there's alignment on this ongoing need for an iterative partnership between the private sector and public sector.
Yeah.
I want to turn specifically to, because we don't have that much time now, to, I don't know, maybe it's a spicy topic, but to China specifically, DeepSeek, and where are we relative to this view that we're in an AI arms race? And first question, Jack, I'm going to ask you specifically for your perspective on DeepSeek. And they clearly, you know, as a foreign adversary in this sense in an AI competition, have taken a different approach to how they develop, you know, AI infrastructure from the labs in the U.S. You know, how seriously, you know, should we be thinking about the impact that they can have? And do you think DeepSeek is a technology that could be dual use for China?
I think the DeepSeek hype is perhaps a bit overblown. I describe DeepSeek as a competent group of engineers and researchers that have read all of the same research papers all the frontier labs have made, and have clean-sheeted a new system off of that, which has some clever algorithmic ideas, but if you actually analyze it, it looks 6 to 8 months behind where US frontier companies are. Additionally, the DeepSeek founder said the main thing limiting his company is compute. So if they had access to arbitrarily large amounts of compute, they might be a closer competitor. Okay. Just to add one layer of detail, we ran the same national security tests on DeepSeek's technology that we run on our own, and it was significantly behind our own. Neither our own technology or DeepSeek's technology are yet what you might call concerning to national security people. It's more like they're symptoms of progress that we should track closely.
Okay, Senator Rounds, I want to ask you specifically, how does Congress today assess the risk that China could have an AI breakthrough, some type of a step function change in their abilities? And if there was a breakthrough, what is the U.S. assessing its response could be?
I got to be careful. Look, they're very good. They're good because anything that they do in any part of their what would be considered private industry is available to government. And so DeepSeek, as an example, if we talk about it having dual uses, the answer to that is yes. By definition, the government in China can access it, can use it. The question is are they progressing at a faster rate than we are? I don't think so right now. Mm-hmm. But they have the capability of continuing it, and they have a mindset. Xi Jinping is not a stupid guy, and he recognizes that this is an area that he cannot fall behind in any more than what he already is, and he's gonna do everything he can to make sure that China has access to this, because they see this as the key long term. You have 5 domains: air, land, sea, space, and cyberspace. And he wants to make darn sure that in those critical areas of space and cyberspace that he is our equal. And so he's going to do everything he can to utilize all of the resources that develop in China that will be made available to his military sources. There's no question about that.
Okay, and not to put you on the spot, but as the follow-up question, I mean, if China did have some type of an existential AI breakthrough, what is the U.S.'s response at this point?
Well, they're not there right now, and the whole key here is not to let that happen. Whoever controls the best, the fastest, the most capable, along with the trained data sets, they will have the weapon systems that can either protect against or be offensively utilized in the future. And you got to remember, when we talk about AI, we're talking about an acceleration in a decision-making process that transcends what are traditional, conventional military systems in all aspects, air, land, sea, and space. AI is the key today. We don't have an option. We have to win this race. There's no question. And government can't do it alone. We have to have the innovation that comes with the private sector. We don't have a choice.
And Jack, I want to ask you a question now about where, Dario Anthropic, the company's stated position has really advocated for the importance of export controls around silicon technology because of post-training time as a way that models are going to really advance in capabilities. But what about policy responses to open source generally and, premier U.S. AI research labs that are making open source models available? Is that another source of vulnerability in your mind? If so, what from a policy standpoint should we be thinking about?
I think open source mostly just helps you build out the economic platform on which all of this runs. And to the extent that there could be risks from open source or open weight models, you just need an effective testing regime like we do with our models for national security tests to ensure that you test out models before you release them. And if they're good at something to do with, bioweapons or something scary, you selectively nerf that capability so you don't proliferate that onto the open internet. Then you should release the models. Not releasing open source models mostly means you've got a extremely large hammer, which you've used to hit like a tiny mosquito, and you've probably made a giant mistake. So we're pretty bearish on having some blanket policy there. I do think, though, that it highlights that we need to build better infrastructure in government. The AI Safety Institute, which is within NIST today, has been a really, really valuable piece of US government capacity for building that testing and measurement which we need. And that will ultimately give us confidence to have the largest possible market and the largest set of open weight models without compromising on misuse or safety.
Senator Rounds, what's your point of view on Jack's position that open source is really not as much of a concern as restricting silicon exports?
Yeah, look, he's a really smart guy, okay? And he's got a really good point here. I want to go just a little bit different direction. We've got to maintain the belief and the support from the American people that we're doing the right thing. It's one thing that when they can't see what you're doing offensively and defensively with regard to your weapon systems, to protecting Americans, they don't see what AI could be doing in terms of making government more efficient. They don't see what it can. They see it when it comes to social media because they see it as a pain in the butt every once in a while in terms of being inundated with stuff that you really don't want to see on it. They don't know whether or not to believe things. But there's something here that we should never forget. There's an opportunity to improve the quality of life for Americans that will drive them to want more of AI development. And I'm going to talk about biomedical research for just a second. If we want quality of life, the one thing that everybody wants is their health. Look, we can cure cancers at an accelerated rate. We can address the challenges behind Alzheimer's, and we can do it with Parkinson's and diabetes. And what used to take, as one of our experts said, would take a normal lab 200 years to do, we can do in milliseconds. One expert told me face to face, we can cure the vast majorities of cancers that afflict mankind in the next 5 years if we would just accelerate the addition of AI tools with biomedical research today. It's not a huge amount of money. But if we do that, now we have people starting to believe that this is really for them too. And that's what we've got to have happen in order to continue to develop this marvelous tool and to use it appropriately. We keep the people involved in it and let them see what the opportunities are. And I'm convinced we can do great things in healthcare, and we can actually save our own federal budget because of the amount that we spend on healthcare today just in treating people that have Medicare and Medicaid. Higher quality of life and less long-term expenses. That's a win-win situation, and it is a matter of incorporating the private sector development of AI with biomedical research, and then laying it out for the benefit of the American public.
Well, and thank you actually for helping with the moderation, because I did want to take the direction of the panel to, okay, with a little bit of all the, maybe the fear and uncertainty about what happens in a bad case scenario, but what is the, what's even at stake here? Why, what is the prize, the opportunity, the benefit that these technologies would be great to juxtapose that. And again, I think at Lightspeed, we talk internally a lot about just in some sense how profound we think this technological transformation is, having seen many important transitions over 30 years, including the internet, smartphones, and high-speed wireless data networks, et cetera. But with this one, I guess, yeah, maybe, Jack, to you, well, Senator, you've talked about science, which is really an important area. AI can advance the speed of research. You've talked about healthcare delivery, where we are massively constrained today in terms of the ability to have the expertise of care relative to the people who need care. Other areas, Jack, you must see a really broad set of things.
The reason we're doing this is that AI has the potential to speed up everything. And today, AI helps speed up the things that might surround invention. We can speed up like coding or translating legal documents or writing. But speeding up the actual scientific process itself is the whole goal here. If we can develop systems that can not just deal with the bureaucracy around a human scientist, but help a human scientist make 100 copies of themselves to do far more science at an accelerated rate, I truly think we can revolutionize every industry. And just to tap onto what the Senator said, Silicon Valley has done a really good job of making AI tools that do amazing things for coders. And coders are like, what's bad about AI? What could possibly be wrong with this? We have good coding now. And I think the Senator made a good point that most Americans, while they may be interested in coding, are more interested in like healthcare, a more efficient government, better education. And these are the really challenging problems which Silicon Valley is going to kind of pursue in the coming years. And it's where the greatest amount of societal benefit will come from. I think truly amazing things are ahead.
A quick, brief follow-up question. Do you think in the area of coding, AI technology will get good enough? People talk about artificial general or superintelligence, where many of the things that happen in coding software, an AI agent or collaborator could fully do on its own. Do you think that's realistic, and in what time frame?
We take it seriously. We test out our systems for AI R&D. We test out how well they can do the work of a researcher at Anthropic, and they used to get 0, and now they get above 0, but it's still very low, so thank goodness we still have jobs. The thing that is really, really challenging, though, is that if AI R&D is possible, and it seems like it's possible at a low level, but if it keeps scaling, the last thing you want is a proliferation into your geopolitical rivals of systems that can have a compounding advantage against you, which would be the ability to develop themselves more rapidly. We think that there's a better than even chance we could see meaningful AI R&D in the next 3 to 5 years, which is why we think we're in a critical window for making sure that the US companies are in the lead, and the US government clearly understands the nature of the technology and whether it can lead to something like this.
Okay, well, we only have a couple minutes left, so quick fire question to both of you in closing. Going forward, what are 1 or 2 specific policy frameworks you think are most important for the U.S. To try to implement, to stay competitive, but also to stay secure?
We've got a program called ASAP. We're putting it together on a bipartisan basis, Republicans and Democrats. Martin Heinrich is my partner in the Senate. The whole program there is to bring up and to create literally the databases necessary, the collaboration necessary, the energy necessary so that we continue to lead forward in an organized fashion. I will tell you that as much as we talk about this stuff, unless we fix the energy shortfall that we absolutely will have, it doesn't matter what else we do, we will not control this thing. So let's figure it out. It's energy, all of the above, period, end of story. And then if I can talk my Star Trek for just a second, I firmly believe that an option has got to be considered is databases and systems that are in space using solar for the energy long term. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm just saying it's one way to keep it. It may very well eliminate some of your cooling problems as well, but we've got to be talking unique and innovative ways as we move forward into the future.
Okay, keep the AI green. Jack?
Well, Senator, at lots of the AI labs, people talk about Dyson spheres, so you don't sound crazy at all. We're big fans of putting the computers in space. 2 or 3 quick suggestions. We need on the order of maybe 50 or 100 gigawatts by 2027 net new power just to support AI training and inference in America, probably more. Number 2, give us systems that in government that help us know what good looks like in these domains like medicine and other things. Give us ways to measure how good the technology is and have confidence in being able to deploy it at massive scale for the benefit of America. And finally, don't take your eye off the ball on securing the fundamental infrastructure, which is used to make the frontier work, and don't accidentally give it away.
Well said.
Great. Well, I want to thank both of you for the insightful conversation. I mean, it's very clear that the decisions we make today around AI could have an extraordinarily long-range impact, both for national security for years to come, but also for, our economy and society. So
you do not fix this with continuing resolutions. You have to lay out a plan moving forward.
Great. Well, thank you, Senator Rounds and Jack, for your leadership and for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next to discuss command and control, AI, autonomy, and the future of national defense. Please welcome founder and managing director, Lux Capital, Josh Wolf. Moderating with Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, and founder and CEO, Applied Intuition, Kazar Yunus.
We're going to kick it off. I'm going to give you a heads up that the senator has to run to some important business in about 15, 20 minutes or so. So he's going to get up, but it won't be a surprise. It won't be something that Castor or I said. Castor's going to move over. We'll continue the conversation, and it's a great opportunity.
Josh, I'm also very busy, so I'm on stage alone to finish up.
And it's really important because Castor usually doesn't do a lot of public appearances, and this is a very special thing. I will say the theme of this has been AI and autonomy, and this is something we're going to talk about. But the one thing that I'm long more than AI or autonomy, because I've never seen this in a room of techies before, neckties. We're going long neckties. I truly have not worn a necktie in a year since I've been here. Castor,
if you watch carefully, I wear the same necktie in every photo. So I think that says a lot about Silicon Valley.
Castor, I want to start with you so people know what Applied Intuition does, because I just have to say we have hundreds of portfolio companies at Lux that span everything from cutting-edge biotech to aerospace and defense. You are the only company that for many years has actually been, and we never asked you to be, cash flow positive. So what does Applied Intuition do, and how did you do that?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Reed, for your 28 years of service, and Josh, the day one investor. So I was super happy to be here. Applied Intuition is a company that was founded in 2017. We got into defense in 2018. What we actually do is, if you think about AI, you're mostly interacting with AI through your phone and through your kind of laptop. We're bringing all of that AI to moving machines. And so our mission is to bring intelligence to machines. So cars, trucks, tanks, planes. We're a dual-use company, so we work both in the commercial sector and we work in the defense sector. But we provide, kind of a good way, illustrative way to think about this is, if you work in a mine and you're a mining operator, you walk up to this machine, which is the size of a house. That AI should know, that machine should know who you are. As you enter the cabin, you can interact with the machine. The machine sees you, you see it, and you team together with the machine. And so the same kind of technology we're bringing to tanks and to planes and to cars. And so we provide all that technology. That's what Applied does.
And I don't know if you're allowed to say it, but how many of the top major automakers are basically running on you now.
Yeah, of the top 20 global automakers, 18 of us use us. It's and the other 2 also use us, but we are not allowed to.
They won't say it. So, you mentioned something. You mentioned something important, which was dual use, and I want to turn to Senator Reid. This is something that you've talked about, but it's an important topic because when you develop a technology that is commercially available, it also means that adversaries can use it, and maybe to our detriment. What is your take on how you deal with this dual use?
Well, it's a problem because our adversaries, principally China, when they get a hold of equipment, it's very difficult to match them, especially if they take that basic equipment and improve it and find different uses for it, sometimes very novel. And my observations of having gone into Ukraine at least twice, and then with our trainers in Grafenfeld, Germany, every day on the battlefield is a new innovation now because they're improvising on the technology that they somehow got, and it's going and going. So that's one aspect we have to be really particularly careful about. But the other thing, too, is that if they use it for different purposes than we ever anticipated, that's a surprise to us in the military. And then the other major problem would be, even if they don't take our equipment illegally, usually, is that if they develop types of algorithms with a different architecture, when we sense that on the battlefield, we're like, it's going to take a while to develop a response that's effective. So this is almost a minute-by-minute situation.
How do you think that industry plays a role in this? Because many companies would say, look, our investors put money into us. We got to make as much money as we can. Is this something that we got to think about? Maybe the answer is no. You're a patriot. I know this from day one. You've been thinking about this. What is industry's role?
Yeah, I mean, I think the mistake that we can make is our fear of our technology being used by our adversaries, and we focus more on like hoarding that information. So I just right before I came from Shanghai, I flew from Shanghai here. We applied to the only country we don't do business is in China, but we watch China very deeply for.
And they watch you very deeply too.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. And we can talk about that. It is a fascinating trip. But the kind of punchline there is, we met with one of the local autonomy companies, and they were strikingly open with us. And then we asked kind of both our employees and folks that we know, like, why is this company going through all their technical details with an American company who has no business in China? And they said, well, I think we had some dinner conversations last night, and it was like, oh, well, the Chinese, they all work together for national spirit. I don't think it's that. I think what it really is there's no culture around IP. There is no respect for IP. And so they not only take from us, they take from each other. And so the concept fundamentally that I've invented something and my edge is you not knowing it is just completely discarded. And so they're very open in the hope that when they tell us all this stuff, we're gonna respond. There's a lesson for us there, which is us being American companies in a globally competitive environment, is we have to continue to build the best products in the business. And let's say the bastardization or manipulation of those products for ill use is secondary to the primary point, which is we have to have the best products in the business.
So I love this because this is a very market-driven approach. This is let's make the best technology and let it win in the marketplace. The other approach is, of course, policy and using the hammers and cudgels that we can to restrict people or encourage or incent or subsidize or tax to do that. So taking this from the policy perspective, the China threat, the billions of dollars that they're putting into everything from AI to autonomous systems to hypersonics and military civil fusion, what are the policy levers that you see are the ones that could actually make an impact here?
Well, the policy levers, first, are resources. Second, and those resources include human capital, probably the key aspect here. Getting into our services and all of our ancillary organizations, the really talented young people and not so young people that can do this work. And then, like anything, continually improvise. I mean, one of the aspects of military culture is it's very stable. But that stability is not effective when you're going against these types of innovative systems, which can change sometimes overnight. But we're stress resources, stress human capital, and also we have to look at not only our commercial partners, but also our academic partners. And that's why there's a lot of stress recently about sort of the administration's attempts to undo a lot of academic research, et cetera, also threatening people with immigration. That's going to cut down on our talent, and it's also going to cut down on our institutional capacity to innovate. One of the difficulties in the DoD is that we've tried to address the issue of got a great idea, we got a prototype, but it's going to take X years to get to the field, put it in the hands of a soldier, a Marine, et cetera. It's the valley of death. We're trying to get through that. One thing we did, and Ash Carter was the author of it, was the DIU, the Defense Innovation Unit. It's doing a great job. It's got to do more. And they also have a comparable private equity entity or buying equity in companies. So we're trying to retool, and we're not there yet. We have to do a lot more.
Are there any policy levers that you would push on, whether it's, we had CHIPS Act to encourage stuff here, there's chip restrictions for both tier 1, tier 2, countries and beyond. Are there any policy levers that if you could snap your fingers, and we know that Congress and government does not work that way, that you would do today to maintain our advantage vis-a-vis China?
Well, I think really what we have to do is focus more resources into research, into private companies and public entities that are really on the cutting edge of technology. But then we also have to think beyond just getting them ready to go. We have to think of how do we take that and quickly get it into the hands of a warfighter. And we've been trying to solve that dilemma, frankly, every year I've been here, all 28, and we're still working on it.
One of the things that you said, Senator, before was the talent piece. And Castor, I want to get your take on this because you have recruited extraordinarily well. How are you attracting talent? How are you retaining them? Do you worry about the China espionage piece as it relates to talent? Are you worried about the immigration policies as it relates to keeping and retaining people?
Yes on the espionage piece. I think it's real. I think in policy broadly, but before I talk about talent, it does matter. I also don't want us to, from my previous point, to have this false sense that we just work hard and it'll all work out. That's also not true. When you're dealing with an adversary which doesn't play by the rules that you play by, you are going to be vulnerable in ways which you're not expecting. And I think we have to be clear-eyed in our expectations of China. And so simultaneously, I do think we need to take action. You can't just say, we just got to work harder and faster and we'll beat them. The concept, though, of talent is, we have Chinese employees. So we have FCL. We do cleared work as well. And at the same time, we have lots of immigrants at the company. It's the strength of the company. And I don't think there's any Silicon Valley company that's not like that. I think, so we have to be very careful not to, the baby in the bathwater. As we try to figure out, we have to have nuanced policies that specifically address China or other countries or other adversaries, but not everybody. The president yesterday was in Warren, Michigan. It's where I grew up, and about a mile from my house. And it was about the 100 days, but it was really about tariffs in the automotive industry. I grew up in the car business. I went to the General Motors Institute. By
the way, just so people know, growing up there and then coming to help effectively run YC in the Valley and learning that game and then deciding to basically come back to this industry. To me, this is like the American dream.
Yeah. It's extremely, extremely fortunate. I mean, when I was coming back from China, literally in the flight here, it's like we do not appreciate the world that we live in, like the country that we live in, purely in the sense of, this. Just a little aside. There is an intense surveillance state in China. Yes. First time I went to China was 2005. The big difference between now and today is today the technology exists for the party to really watch everything that you do. Every payment that you make, every location you go to, there's cameras everywhere. And so when I left, I had this just exhaling. And you realize, there's only a few lines in the Constitution to really separate us. And these are important things that we can't, discard. And so the broad point is policy matters. It needs to be nuanced. The specific point on human capital is the reason we've been successful is we've attracted the best talent globally. And, I think the president recently had this idea with the gold card. It's great. I mean, my version, it would be, let's do something like that for really smart people as well. So it's not that you have $5 million, but you hit some academic or IQ threshold. And, I don't have the president is much better at marketing. I would call it maybe like the nerd card or something like that. So one of you guys can come up with a better thing.
Everybody is going to be competing for the nerd card.
Yeah, exactly. But that's
all the cool kids.
There should be no question. If you're You're a doctorate student. You have a PhD in China. You have a PhD in Russia. And you want to come to the United States, we should find ways to attract that talent. And we focus on adversaries a lot because of the nature of policy and the defense industry. But broadly speaking, there are 8 billion people, and we need to continue to attract them. That's our edge. It's just like any startup or any finance. What's our edge? That's our edge. And we, in the process of being afraid of the changes in the globe and technology, we remove our edge. That's the true, real.
We are big believers, obviously. The history of this country, born in immigrants. You think about the World War II outcome that could have been different had we not attracted incredible German scientists. You think about the Cold War, attracting Russian emigres who wanted to assimilate. Right? And that's the key thing, is having immigrants that want to come here, want a better life. And I would love to see a program where we were able to get the best and brightest, have a brain drain coming from China and other maybe adversarial countries, give those folks a better life and get their families here too. Because the families are sometimes a form of leverage that the country has over the worker that comes here. Because if they don't comply, the family is going to be in trouble. You mentioned before data security and surveillance. And this is something, Senator, I want to turn to you. When we're talking about AI, when we're talking about autonomous vehicles, the sheer amount of information, petabytes of information that's being captured, mapping terrain, mapping cities, mapping people's whereabouts, stores, all this kind of stuff, it makes our lives easier on the one hand. And there's always this trade-off between convenience and security and vulnerability. How do you think about the security and vulnerability with the mass production and consumption of data that's happening with companies like Cassers and others?
Well, we're running into a situation where the data is accumulating on everybody, every detail of life, et cetera, but we don't have any really good guardrails in place to say you can't use it adversely, et cetera. And one of the things I wonder seriously about DOGE in terms of what are they doing with all that data and where's it going? Are they taking it back to their home, or that's a real question, and we have to deal with that in Congress and the administration. But we have to really be wary of it. What we tried to do in the last Congress with Leader Schumer's direction is establish an AI working group, bipartisan, that was going to look very carefully at all of these issues, guardrails, future, how do we make it consistent with our American ideals as well as effective against everyone, including the Chinese particularly. And we had series of meetings, we had roundtables, et cetera, but nothing was able to emerge. And this Congress doesn't seem to be interested at all because they're preoccupied with the current situations and getting people into office, et cetera. But we really have to do that because looking back, I think in respect to social media, we gave them a free ride and they took advantage of it. And now when we're trying to negotiate sort of rules of the road for social media, it's too powerful.
Well, I personally hope that we see some movement on the TikTok bill and maybe that, has part of this grand bargain with China, we see some divestiture because I think it's a great national security threat. On the data side, when I think about autonomous vehicles, these things are effectively giant data centers on wheels. I mean, it's silicon and it's steel and it's software. How do you think about the vulnerability there? You think about adversaries being able to track or capture that data, infiltrate it, potentially corrupt it. What are the things that you're doing? Are there new technologies that they're using or that you're using? Is it internally developed? The threat vectors, are they evolving?
Yeah, I also want to touch on the data aspect because it's a massive part. There's two, let's say, endpoints on data policy or data philosophy. You have the one side, which we just talked about, which is China, which is there's no expectation that you live, you're in a hotel room, you're being recorded. There is no privacy anywhere. And the far other side is you have Europe. You have GDPR, and we have to accept cookies on every website, and it makes us feel good that somehow, the technology is not being abused. The reality is both of those are imperfect systems. The Chinese system is very, very bad, and I think we're not, we cannot go towards that as a country because I think that it'll rot away and it'll really take the underpinnings of democracy away, and we're not America at that point. But the other end, where you have policies that Europe is in, it's not random. OpenAI starts in America and specifically in Silicon Valley, right? The crazy stats are in the last 30 years, there have been $7 trillion companies founded, roughly, depending on where, you look at the market cap in the United States, mostly in the West Coast, almost all in Silicon Valley. In that same time, in 30 years in Europe, there has not been a single $100 billion company founded. So there is something that we can't go to this other extreme, that we're so scared of our own shadow and the potential downsides of new technology that we decide that we're going to live in caves. That's not an alternative. And we are in a global competitive ecosystem, and we are competing with people who are not just the Europeans.
All right, so you've got the Anti-Cave Privacy Protection Act of 2026.
So there's a middle ground, and I think social media. I think things could have been done better, absolutely and obviously. But what part of our history do we look at that we couldn't have done? In the oil age, we could have done things better. In the steel age, we could have done things better. In the rail age, we could have done things better. So I think it's a part of the messiness of a democratic capitalist society that we learn things as we grow. Let's just not go overboard. And I'm really, advocate for that middle way. And I think America's done a great job between, these two extremes and many, many policy decisions that we've struck that right way. And generally speaking, I mean, it is the way towards innovation, and it's letting us create the best technologies on the planet. Even when it comes to defense, Napoleon, there's a great line from Napoleon, God is on the side with the best artillery, right? And so for us as a country, our economy matters and our technology matters, and those are the things we should focus on. I'm not saying discard privacy. Can't do that. But at the same time, I'm not saying everything should be first decided in D.C. and then let everybody kind of deal with those, ramifications.
Senator, anything to add on that?
Yeah, no, I think you've hit the right point, which is we want to find that place in the middle where people feel secure in their personal information, but it doesn't frustrate innovation, technology, which we've always been famous for in the United States, and we're continuing to do it now. We're leading the way. And we are searching for that middle ground. But I think we have to reach something along the way, because just unfettered markets in a global economy and unfettered technologies in a global economy you go down, you don't go
up. And I think that's where the public-private partnership is critical. I think, it's not to toot, the Hill and Valley Forum, but like these kind of things are really important. 15, 20 years ago, 5 years ago, these types of events are very, very uncommon. And so I think this dialogue is important, because the other end, in China, there is no public and private are one. The government owns all the land. All the senior technology leadership are members of the party.
I want to come back to China in a second, but first I'm going to excuse you because you have to run, sir. And
thanks, Josh.
Great appreciation for you being here. I don't want them playing music and ushering him off. So why don't you guys switch seats? Castor, come closer.
Come on, Castor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator. Great pleasure. All right. The good news is Castor and I speak really slowly, so we'll cover an hour worth of content in the next 5 minutes or so that we have. You were just in China.
Yeah.
Are they beating us? Are we losing?
I mean, it depends on which way. I mean, I can tell you, it was a eye-opening trip. This is not certainly the first time I've been to China, but I think the top of the list of what was eye-opening was that the surveillance state, which has been something that the government has wanted to do, is just real. I mean, it is real in every single way. You can't use your credit cards there. You have to use Alipay. You can't use Google Maps. You have to use A-Maps. There's no Uber, Lyft.
Total state capture.
Yeah, and so everything that you do is being monitored. And I think, so I go to I'm there to do Auto Shanghai, as we had about a half a dozen team members there. I get to Auto Shanghai, and the registration, it just, I walk up to the camera and it just turns green. And they say,
already knew
you're good to go. And
by the way, your kids are okay at home.
Yeah. And our Chinese team members were like, isn't China so convenient? And I was like, that is absolutely mind-bogglingly scary. You don't even have to do anything, and they know that you're there for this event. And but the real takeaway was Auto Shanghai is supposed to be this very international event. It's 99% Chinese. I mean, and when we bumped into the Germans and some Koreans and Japanese who are other automotive executives, this topic came up. Yeah, this is for an auto show. This is strikingly homogenous. And Shanghai as a whole, there's less foreigners than I've ever seen in my life there.
Do you have a theory of the case why?
I think people, I asked, and people said companies are leaving because this surveillance state is overwhelming for expats, that you can't breathe. And I think
Are they going to Singapore? Are they going to India? Are they going to the U.S.?
I don't know, but this was the
palpable.
Yeah, it was the number one thing on my mind. And I didn't leave, that flight to Haneda wasn't like, wow, I think the Chinese automotive ecosystem is really going to take us for a ride. I thought, man, this is a ticking time bomb. Like, I don't know where this goes.
Let's look at the geopolitics of this, because that's an interesting dynamic. And of course, the world right now is in flux. It always is, but people always have varying levels of certitude and confidence. Right now, confidence a little bit lower, less predictability. In this domain, which you are pioneering in AI and autonomous vehicles and the automation of stuff that moves, what are we going to see change in the world? Where are there going to be new winners and losers? Who's going to accrue geopolitical power that might surprise people?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of like you can use the Silicon Valley as a microcosm to that answer. Just extrapolate this to the world. Who are the winners in AI in Silicon Valley? You can take mobile. People thought mobile was going to be a huge proliferation of startups, and mobile is actually won by Apple, by Facebook, by Google.
The incumbents.
Yeah, the youngest FANG, the youngest of the traditional FANGs is now Facebook, which is over 20 years old. And that's a worrying statistic. And so OpenAI's emergence, it's owned by Microsoft to some,
You're not an incumbent.
To some degree. Say again?
You're not an incumbent. You're an upstart.
Yeah, exactly. But I think there is something to be said where the value capture is happening by the big players. Okay. So if you take that at a global stage, it's not going to be a small country that's going to, just the sheer resources required in order to do this specific type of innovation. I think once you get to, this is infrastructure innovation, is really, you're in the infrastructure age of AI right now. When you get to the application age, that transition is happening very, very quickly. Then I think you'll see a lot more diversity and a lot more players coming in. But I think the big players are going to have a big stake. And so at the company-wide level, it's the big companies. At the state actor level, it's the big countries. So it's the United States, it's China, EU, maybe.
In the last minute we have, is there anything in this sector, again, autonomy and AI, as it relates to defense or to the commercial sector, which is quickly being upturned, that you would impart on people as advice if they're entering the space for the startups and the technologists and the builders?
I mean, my message to the folks here who are working on the Hill or in the kind of larger let's say bureaucracy of DC, specifically relating to defense, we need to take autonomy specifically. Autonomy is where AI meets the warfighter. Like, that is really what autonomy is. It's the first time AI is actually going to be used and manipulated in the battlefield. And so we're still a little lagging in adopting this. I think everyone tacitly understands that we need to adopt autonomy in basically every major service. But to the level of degree, it's not there. A lot of times we get asked this question, whether it's folks like the senator who say, should we empower the DIU more? Or what are the specific things that we can do? The punchline is like, increased bureaucracy is not going to, broadly, bureaucracy is not going to beat Beijing. And bureaucracy is also not going to make our systems better. That means more processes in the DoD does not make it better. So what makes it better? The more senior officials that actually have worked on AI themselves, the better we are. You can use this in the commercial, and we're a dual-use company. So we go to large companies like General Motors and Volkswagen and Toyota. They just similarly look like the DoD. VW has 600,000 employees. It's not a small organization, and they're going through this AI change. We see our commercial partners, the ones that have more senior team members who understand AI, adopting AI faster. So it's not they just have better procurement processes, and somehow we just get obsessed with procurement because it's an easy, tangible problem to solve. The real problem to solve is how do you find engineers who work on AI to now work at the DoD at the most senior levels and procure this technology?
You've got a big few weeks. I know you're not going to let me spoil any news, but people should watch what's going to happen in the next few weeks. But I think the next few years, you got obviously a big runway with this company, but I'm looking at these American flags behind you, and I see some political office in your future. Passer, great to be with you. I think our time's up, but thank you
for having us.
And now, Maritime Power Reimagined, the naval edge in a dangerous world. Please welcome General Partner, Caffeinated Capital, Varun Gupta, moderating with Congressman Gabe Amo of Rhode Island, co-founder and CCO, Saronic, Rob Lehman, and partner, 8VC, Alex Moore.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Just to start with some context, China now fields the world's largest navy and is launching ships at a pace the U.S. struggles to match. The U.S. Navy has also faced a string of high-profile acquisition failures and has fallen short of recruiting goals by thousands of sailors in recent years, calling into question our readiness for a potential conflict in the Indo-Pacific. At the same time, unmanned vessels, AI-assisted command systems, and other cutting-edge defense technologies are transforming naval warfare. Our panelists today will explore how these trends call into question the character and perhaps the nature of maritime power, particularly how American maritime dominance can be reimagined in the Indo-Pacific. Let's begin with a naval buildup in Beijing versus the state of the U.S. Navy. Congressman, thank you for joining us. How do you see the strategic balance of maritime power in the Indo-Pacific today, and how do we get here?
Well, look, I think this is one of the biggest questions that we have to address for our national security and the long-term balance of power across the world. I mean, we know the story of U.S. naval power. I'm from Rhode Island. We feel a special connection to it. So anybody from Rhode Island in there, hello. And you know that back in the 50s, we had something like 800 submarines, and now, or ships rather. Now we have a diminished capacity, about 230, and we know that the national security context here with the Indo-Pacific is got us really behind China's accelerated production, where they have 200 times more capacity than we have. Now, the good thing is we have addressed the problem that we are facing. The challenge here is we need predictability. Because of our political process, which, it's a democracy that you can have if you can keep it, we are in a peculiar situation where we have continuing resolutions taking us from year to year, halfway through the year, really, making a very unpredictable landscape for those in this space to operate in. And, I had two amendments, for example, in last year's defense appropriations bill that did not make it through, that were focused on building up our capacities. And we have this problem from year to year, and my hope is inserting additional predictability will help us respond. But we know that our capacity to respond to China is going to be what we do in the maritime history that we've dominated, and that we can dominate again with a political process and a supplier base that has the necessary predictability to move forward aggressively and respond to the challenge.
Totally agreed. A constant demand signal would be incredibly helpful. Speaking about what comes next, the Navy is exploring a hybrid fleet where unmanned surface and undersea vessels operate alongside crewed ships, potentially making up the vast majority of the fleet in the future. The Ukrainians famously used naval drones to degrade the Russian fleet in the Black Sea, but of course the PRC and the Indo-Pacific are a completely different ballgame. Rob, you're at Saronic trying to build unmanned surface vessels for the U.S. Navy. Can you tell us more about the Navy's hybrid fleet efforts, and why do unmanned vessels even matter?
Sure. Thanks for the question. The stated intentions from the Navy about the hybrid fleet are public, so it's not a matter of if this is going to happen. It's a matter of when and how quickly. And we always say, especially to our Navy customers, look, we are not here to displace the exquisite platforms that we have. the demand signal for 2 destroyers a year, hopefully more than that. Carriers on a much longer cadence, subs as well. That's not going to change, and it's going to increase with reconciliation, the executive orders, and the SHIPS Act, hopefully. So where we see the value of these platforms is to increase the range, lethality, and survivability of those capabilities that are currently centralized on these exquisite platforms. So how do you federate the Navy's combat warfighting capabilities that exist today, Standard missiles, Tomahawks, EW, C5ISRT, et cetera, and kind of disaggregate that so you have points of presence within a weapons engagement zone in a combat environment and spread across the globe for presence and freedom of navigation operations, because it's not all about combat ops. The best way to do that is with autonomous systems and essentially have them be the reliable and effective pickup truck that can take the effectors, the payloads that are being developed at a pace that is exceeding any acquisition capability. So how do you get a stable capability that is a home for this rapid tech advancement on the payload side of the house and earn the trust of the sailors and Navy leadership that these are reliable, effective, and can be counted on not just in peacetime, but in Phase 4 conflict?
Alex, you were the first employee at Palantir 2 decades ago, and so you've seen quite a few generations of software, data, ML, and now AI kind of proliferate and make its way to the DoD. What are some of the tech innovations, particularly in AI, that are making unmanned systems relevant today?
Yeah, so I think what's actually happening here, which is extraordinarily powerful when we're talking about AI and the autonomy stack for maritime, I mean, also for Waymo and Tesla and your car right outside. Waymo's coming to town here next. Is that the asset itself of software compounds, right? So we're entering a decade where the compounding rate of the software stack around AI and autonomy specifically will compound radically. So I just love the example of Waymo and the Tesla self-driving car because it's a consumer product that we all can understand. So in a way, Tesla and Waymo are showing the world, showing the U.S. public, as an analogy, exactly what's going to happen for maritime, where companies that are building the autonomous stack, more and more data collected from ships over the Pacific Ocean, over all the oceans, it will compound. These boats will get better. In the same way the car drives itself in a much better way and becomes safer every single year. It's very hard to quantify that, but it is real. This is what is most exciting for us on the company building side, and that's right. We're Palantir, and then we've at APC been building other platforms, but it's beyond exciting, right? If you, even from the Palantir perspective, you really understand it. Think about it quite a lot, but that I cannot emphasize enough. That is what's going to happen in the next 5 or 10, 20 years, or the next year, is the dramatic and compounding nature of AI and autonomy software stacks. And it's an entity, it's an asset in and of itself. If you have a maritime autonomy stack, you can plug in any boat into any ship into that. You make 1,000 ships, they all use the same software. You make a large ship, you make a small ship. All of them use the same software. This is the world we're entering, and it's beyond exciting. You can see me get worked up just talking about it.
Congressman, I'm curious for your perspective, as someone who is in Congress, but also, Rhode Island is known for electric boat, which makes all of our nuclear-powered submarines. I'm curious for your perspective on both unmanned surface and undersea vessels, and what you think the future of those platforms look like for the country.
Well, look, it brings me a whole lot of optimism when I think about what we can do in growing our underwater drone capacity. I look at my congressional district. Come to Bristol, Middletown, Newport, Portsmouth, all these great places to vacation are also places where we are going to wage the future of the warfare on the water and under the water. And, I've tried to focus on additive manufacturing processes, with composite technology, really breaking the norm in how we do this work so that we can move at speed. There's a whole lot of capacity to build out. I know Rob mentioned, payload capacity and building that out. We've got this, really great company, young engineers who are really building these intense capacity in terms of the underwater drone fleet that they will be able to send a bunch of them out, recover the great ability of our submarines to do the work that they do, and also do it at a cost-effective manner. And so there is so much that's happening in Rhode Island right now that excites me. But it's all dependent, again, on what we are able to do here in Washington. I am uncertain that, the chaos and confusion that we've, witnessed will, be something that helps us grow this space. And that's why, I spend a lot of time in a bipartisan way with Republicans who understand this great need, that we need to continue to work together because the threat is only growing. And unless we work together, we will fall further behind as China continues to move rapidly to build upon technologies that they have been developing for a long time.
Thanks. So Rob, quick question, because I know you're a student in naval history. Maritime dominance used to be about how many battleships you had. Then it became about how many aircraft carriers and, submarines you also had. What does the future look like, for the next 50 years of maritime dominance?
Well, as a Marine, naval historians kind of recoiled as they heard you say that around the globe. Combat mass is a principle that applies in every domain, and whether it's sail to steam, steam to nuclear, the next advancement in the maritime domain is autonomous systems, be they undersea or on the surface. And he who has more generally has the advantage. And, when you face the tyranny of distance in the Pacific, there's a lot of talk about GPS denial, jamming, et cetera. It is the only time when the tyranny of distance actually can work in your favor, because it's really hard to jam everything over a large distance for an extended period of time. You get to pick one, maybe two. So these distributed systems offer a new way to counter not just electronic warfare threats, but the weapons engagement zone. Every time, and cleared people in the room probably have a mental image in their head of where that range ring is, where it is the do not cross line, and that range ring continues to expand. Kind of almost every time you get in the skiff. So how do you enable the platforms that we have to utilize the warfighting capabilities that are very relevant and they're not going anywhere? But how do you keep them safe in a way that, leadership, whether it's be in the Pentagon or the White House, is not faced with a decision of, do we go or not go based on whether or not we're willing to lose 5,000 sailors on a carrier or 150 on a destroyer? The follow-on piece to that is, I remember when the Ronald Reagan CVN 76 was $6 billion, and hair was on fire in DC that a carrier would cost $6 billion. And now we're up 12, 14 billion, and a destroyer is 2.4 as a full-up round. That's just not sustainable from a budgetary perspective. And the industrial base, no matter how much money you throw at it, the existing yards can't pump out more combatants. They can do more, but certainly not as many as we need. So we see this as really a viable path forward from a technological perspective, but an imperative from a budgetary perspective and a warfighting perspective. And the final piece that kind of from a technology realm is the icing on the cake is Moore's Law is long gone, right? We're 300x compute increases. So how do you have warfighting systems with a 30, 40-year life cycle that can keep pace with that? We just had a cruiser that went through an 8-year modernization program to give us 3 more years at sea. So the current acquisition model needs to change, or at least needs part of it to adapt, to be able to adopt these systems quickly and have the standards that allow them to stay relevant as their life cycles go on.
Related to acquisition, we should talk a bit about reindustrialization of shipbuilding. In World War II, the U.S. produced a Liberty-class cargo ship a day, but today our entire base is withered. The U.S. is virtually last in commercial shipbuilding, contributing less than 1% of the world's tonnage, compared to China, Korea, and Japan, which produce 90%. Congressman, how important is reindustrialization of American shipbuilding for U.S. maritime power? And, especially for this audience, how can we do it in a way that delivers value to the taxpayer while simultaneously incentivizing private sector investment and company formation?
Yeah, look, I think it comes down to 2 questions. One, how can we increase shipbuilding to preserve our national security? And then the second question that you want to answer is how you can increase shipbuilding to grow our local economies. And the answer to that second question is responsive to the question about taxpayers, the value to the taxpayer. Yes, of course, national security, paramount. It can't put a number on it. But if we are able to invest in local economies, again, providing that return to communities across this country, driving towards innovation, unlocking capacity and potential of brilliant young minds, that gives us a win-win. And on top of that, I think something that is incredibly important to us is to do so with a great amount of attention to our alliances, our global alliances, AUKUS being so important in this space. Again, we're at a time right now where those alliances might feel a little frayed. I think this is a great opportunity that we have to double down on something that works, especially as we move towards Pillar 2 of AUKUS that really engages not only the economies we have here, but the strength of our partnerships to move rapidly in this reindustrialization that is necessary for our shared strength around the world.
Rob, Saronic recently announced its plans to open up Port Alpha, the shipyard of the future, as well as its acquisition of 60-year-old Louisiana-based shipbuilder Gulfcraft. Would love to hear more about those plans and broadly what you think it will take to build unmanned systems at scale.
Sure. Well, when you gave the intro about all the stats, I wanted to chime in and say not for long. We're putting our money where our mouth is, and I know Speaker Johnson's not here yet, but we're going to sink $250 million of private capital into the acquisition in Louisiana, and a foot stomp that is not Port Alpha. The reason we acquired that yard was because we saw the need for immediate capacity for medium unmanned surface vessels and up from there, as well as commercial capacity, because this isn't just a DoD problem. Our commercial shipbuilding industry is suffering as well. So we maintained 100% of the workforce and really changing the paradigm. Large raises, you can't be a tech company without having free food and energy drinks, which was, transitioning from a paid vending machine for the workers who would take a 25-cent an hour raise and go to any other yard to really buying in on the mission and the imperative of what we're doing to help the country and also help Louisiana and other shipbuilding centers of gravity. And in terms of Port Alpha, the vision is to really chip away at the PRC's advantage in the global shipbuilding race. So we're talking 10 million metric tons, and that is about 25% of what the PRC is pumping out. We want it to be the largest autonomous shipbuilding yard in the world, and we're building it from the ground up. I mentioned before, Congressman, additional capital, both private and from the government, is going to help the existing industrial base. But we have to build this yard from the ground up so that we're not constrained with legacy processes and some of the things that actually drive some of the legacy workforce challenges. So this is a clean sheet design. We're in site selection right now, and this is going to be a multi-billion-dollar investment to really help jumpstart this. And it's not just a Saronic play. We're hoping that our unique capabilities with operational experience, the private capital backing that we have, and experience dealing with the government will help other startups that don't necessarily have operational backgrounds and don't know how to do business with DoD. We're hoping that we're the spark that brings other players in here. If it's just us, it's a non-starter. So the paradigm shift is underway, and we're really excited about what's coming.
Alex, you get the last question. A number of other companies have begun to enter into the shipbuilding industry. For example, both Palantir and Anduril announced partnerships with South Korea-based HG Hyundai, which is a shipbuilder in the country. What roles do you think tech companies and startups should play in revitalizing shipbuilding, and what help would you like to get from the government?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's getting coming into focus now is shipbuilding and the Navy have more or less been ignored by Silicon Valley. I mean, I've been doing startups for 20 years, and we just haven't seen anyone do a startup where they're building ships or unapologetically building things for the Navy. That's changed, right? So some of this is a shift. That's exciting. So my thing I always look at is not just one startup, not just a small group of people, but when there's a large amount of really good Silicon Valley engineers. And the analogies I use for that is the Silicon Valley is the MBA of engineers, the NBA all-star team of engineers, right? It's not the high school team, it's not the JV, it's the NBA. When those MBA engineers en masse go into a space, magical things happen. Innovation all the way up and down the stack. And I think that's what's getting kicked off right now. I study this. I spent a lot of time on it. I talked to a lot of engineers. We helped helped incubate Saronic, but I've been pitched 10 maritime startups in the past 2 months. 10. Hadn't had really many before that. So it's happening, right? It's really exciting and really cool. What can the government do? I think the startups are getting better at working with the government. I think the government is evolving and moving towards the challenge presented with China and otherwise. So I have confidence in that. What I look at, what I know is true is when these NBA All-Star Team engineers come into a space, magical things happen. And that's what's happening right now. Couldn't be more excited about it.
Love to end on that note. Thank you.
Up next to discuss the Great Defense Reformation, innovation, agility, and the future force. Moderated by 137 Ventures and co-founder Hill and Valley Forum, Christian Garrett. Senator Mike Lee of Utah, and CTO Palantir Technologies, Shyam Sankar.
All right, well, thank you, Senator, for joining us. Thank you, Shyam. As you guys know, the focus of this panel is going to be on the Great Defense Reformation, a title that, Shyam, you've aptly championed recently, which we'll talk about. You did cause quite a stir at the Pentagon by calling for major changes to how the military buys things. You call this the Defense Reformation. Tell us about what the problem is, and then tell us about why you're optimistic on how we're going to fix it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really starts with this idea that we've forgotten how the magic actually worked to begin with. You know, particularly since losing the Cold War, but I'd say even before that, winning the Cold War, but even before then, we started praying at the altar of process over content. We started believing in managers over engineers. And it's kind of strengthened when the Cold War ended. We really empowered the monopsony to be in control. And we forget, like, when we were building ICBMs, the services were competing against each other. When Admiral Rayburn was building submarine-launched ballistic missiles, he had 4 competing programs going on here. And there's a fundamental reality that innovation is messy and chaotic. And we have all these well-intentioned rules and regulations that are effectively barnacles of bureaucracy that we've accumulated on the whole over the last 50, 60 years here that actually they seek to lop off one end of the distribution of outcomes. They intend to make sure nothing bad can happen, but you can't lop off one end without lopping off the other end too. It also ensures that nothing good can happen either. So we're like stuck in a process that can only give us mediocrity at best. And it's actually believing in the primacy of process over the primacy of people that's led us here.
And Senator Lee, you've seen sort of up close how the mood has changed, the discussion has changed in Congress. I think policy is following suit after. There's obviously a real focus to try to cut some of this bureaucracy. Can you talk a little bit about kind of what you're seeing in Congress and maybe what makes you optimistic for this change finally happening?
The American people have started to realize that Washington, D.C. has become its own self-licking ice cream cone. It has become something that is anathema to who we are as Americans. Now, this is a very cliche thing to say, but I'm going to say it anyway because it needs to be said here. To win, you have to play to your strengths. And to know how to play to your strengths, you have to understand who you are, and what your strengths are, and what your strengths are not. We have been playing right into our own weaknesses. Our strength as Americans lies in our ability to innovate. But we've chilled that. We have throttled it. We've thwarted it. By confusing the roles of government. But let me just explain briefly what I mean. When we look at the bureaucracy within the federal government, regardless of where it is, we'll start with the Defense Department. You might see some of the bureaucratic officials at the Pentagon, if you're a defense contractor, as customers. And you'd be right, they are customers, but they're also something else. Whether they're at the Pentagon or somewhere else, they also serve in a different position of permission grantor. And the ability to give permission also includes necessarily the ability to withhold permission. And when you do that in perpetuity, indefinitely, you chill innovation and you create this kind of monopsony condition that Shyam described quite appropriately. And so we've got to get a handle on the bureaucracy. This is a complicated problem that has been brewing for about the last 85 years. But fortunately, there are simple solutions to it, and look forward to talking more about some of those solutions today. But I think a lot of it starts with getting a hold of our bureaucracy through reforms like the REINS Act, which would allow the American people to take charge of their own government again. You know, my copy of the Constitution in Article 1, Section 1 and in Article 1, Section 2 makes very, very clear that you cannot make a federal law without Congress, without both houses of Congress adopting the same legislative text and then submitting it, transmitting it to the president for signature, veto, or acquiescence. What does this have to do with defense contracting and developing our military edge? Well, it has everything to do with it, because these same entities, these same bureaucratic regulators that are there that you may see as customers if you're a defense contractor are also permission grantors. So who grants permission to the permission grantor to be the grantor of permission? Well, it's Congress. We have messed this up. And we've done it over the course of the last 85 years or so by passing laws that are squishy, that say basically we shall have good law in area X. We hereby delegate to commission or department or agency or bureaucracy Y the power to make, interpret, and enforce rules carrying the force of generally applicable federal law that are in fact law, and then to grant or withhold permission, usually granting it penuriously at best. This is how we get beat by China. China has none of this. We have to overcome it by playing to our strengths. We play to our strengths when we return to our constitutional moorings, and there's no better way of doing that than through reforms like the REINS Act, which would require these regulations to go through both houses of Congress and be affirmatively passed by Congress before they may take effect.
And Sham, the senator appropriately touched on the importance of trying to have powers be separated. This topic on federalism has been a long debate and topic for a long time, and we need to get back to undoing some of the derivatives of this market structure. You also talked a lot about not just pulling back the regulatory state in your paper, but you also talked about how we bring more competition as a way to counterbalance that. Can you describe how, one, what you're seeing now in the government's role and what things are changing to bring back competition within sort of procurement, but then also talk about maybe further efforts that we need?
Yeah, I think we've actually, we got competition wrong. The popular narrative after the Last Supper is that's the moment where we went from 51 primes down to 5, and we lost competition in the industrial base. The real thing is we lost competition amongst the organs of government. And that when the government has a monopoly on how they're going to pursue something, there's no competitive threat, there's no fitness function, there's no one challenging your ideas. That's why the example of Rayburn having 4 competing programs really mattered. There was actual technical risk, and how are you going to build a submarine-launched ballistic missile? Should it be solid fuel? Should it be liquid fuel? There were competing ideas and designs. And to the point of Congress and the bureaucracy, they actually asked Rayburn, give me the Gantt chart of Gantt charts. Tell me when this thing's going to work. And he came up with something called PERT. He uses the latest in Monte Carlo, this is in the 60s, I think, or maybe late 50s, Monte Carlo simulation and decision analysis, and it produced the Gantt chart of Gantt charts. It was all bullshit. It was a smokescreen to give to the bureaucrats so they had a pretty piece of paper to look at, so he could protect the engineers to do the hard, messy, chaotic work that no one could predict when it was going to work. And it gave us Polaris, and it gave us faster and cheaper because he competed in doing it. But when we look at history, we see lots of these examples. One of my favorite stories is the Higgins boat, the boat that won the war, according to Eisenhower. Andrew Higgins saw Chinese bootleggers had built these really interesting amphibious landing crafts in the 20s. And at his own expense, he was a shipbuilder in Louisiana. At his own expense, he built an amphibious landing craft. He brought it to the Navy. The Navy wouldn't even let him compete. Then an enterprising Marine Lieutenant Kraluk saw it and got him into the competition. He won the competition. Then the Navy stole his IP and tried to build it themselves, but it didn't work. Eventually, it was the boat that won the war. So there's this sense in which when the monopsony gets to decide everything about how the program is going to work, it doesn't actually work. An alternative to this is actually let's have more competition within government, have competing programs. When I think about the Army Titan project we did, it was Raytheon versus Palantir, but there was only one PM. And in the midst of the competition, the ChatGPT moment happened. It's great, when my son's in the back of this thing, I don't want him flipping through a 10,000-page PDF manual. I want him to have an agent that he can talk to figure out how to debug it. And I didn't even want more resource for it, but there's no requirement for it. There's no reason to get out of bed and do this differently. You can very simply imagine a counterfactual world where there are 2 PMs, one assigned to Palantir and one assigned to Raytheon, and they would wake up every day like hyper-competitive Americans trying to murder each other. And there would be an incentive yeah, let's go faster. Let's do this better. So you can either wake up with that incentive to beat the bureaucrat 2 doors down the corridor, or you have this long cycle time feedback loop of, is this going to beat the Chinese or not?
So we've talked about sort of the problems and maybe, a couple of things like the REINS Act and sort of what you're seeing, Sham, obviously from Palantir's perspective, a couple of things that are beginning to show the trend of things changing from the bureaucracy, the regulatory state, more willingness for competition, more owners and more accountability and power given to the PMs and the program officers. But a big component of this is, Sean, what you call these non-conformist innovators, right? These heretics in your paper. Can you talk a little bit about how we can get more founder mode in government? And I'd love to hear it from your perspective, sort of as an entrepreneur, as a builder, and then also maybe, Senator, hear it from your perspective in regards to leadership within government as well. It seems like we need to get back to what we lost in the Cold War, which were these heretics, these innovators, these founders that were larger-than-life figures that pushed things through, and more importantly, they had the responsibility and the authority to get things done. So maybe I'll start with you, Sham, and then Senator, would love to hear what you're seeing in Congress and how we can support more founders like yourself in founder mode.
Well, when the senator was speaking, I was thinking, amen. I mean, this idea, Americans are fundamentally innovative. You know, of all nations in the world, we understand the importance of founders. We call them the founding fathers for a reason. And when you think about the industrial base, yeah, today we think about it as Northrop Grumman, but it was Jack Northrop and Leroy Grumman. It was Glenn Martin and the Lockheed brothers, you know, and even the founders inside of government. Kelly Johnson built 41 airframes in his career. He built the U-2 in like 13 months. We still fly the U-2. You know, it's absolutely, or John Boyd and the F-16, it could more aptly be called the John Boyd plane. You think about the Apollo program, it's really the Gene Kranz program. And so there's something about our kind of Calvinist sensibility and humility that means that we will call it the Apollo program, but we shouldn't trick ourselves in thinking that it somehow counterfactually the nuclear navy would exist without Hyman Rickover. And that sort of personality, they are heretics. I don't think there was a more hated uniformed service member than Hyman Rickover. You know, his page is torn out of the yearbook at the Naval Academy. He drove a coal ship, but he conceived of this nuclear navy. He was a four-star admiral for 30 years, kept in place by Congress because he was so successful at what he did. The CNO at the time, Zumwalt, said the Navy has three enemies: the Soviet Union, the Air Force, and Hyman Rickover. But you actually need that. I think anyone who's built a tech company realizes that. Their 1,000 ex-engineers all look and feel exactly like that. And the kind of go along to get along bureaucracy excises these very personalities that we need both inside and outside of government. That is actually the consequence of the Last Supper. It wasn't a lack of competition in the industrial base. It was that consolidation bred conformity. It was the beginning of the financialization of defense. It's when they became corporations, not kind of holy missions that were founder-driven. And the founders went elsewhere in the American economy. There's a reason that 90% of tech market cap in the entire world is American. And this is a moment, venues like this, to bring those heretics back in the fold.
Well, Senator, you represent in Congress one of these leaders that we're talking about. How do we get more folks like yourself there?
Look, Newton and Galileo were heretics. The best innovators in our defense industrial complex have been heretics. As a Latter-day Saint, I regard the word heretic almost as a term of endearment. So we do need to promote more of this. And then we also have to look back at what is the opposite of heresy. The opposite of heresy is rigid, doctrinal, unflinching obedience to the status quo, to the norm, to an established set of positions. That is fundamentally anti-academic. It is anti-innovation. It is fundamentally un-American. And if we play this way, we will lose. Let's look just for one of many examples at our energy industry, which I think our energy industry is in many respects inextricably intertwined to our fate on a national security level. We have something that's appropriately being described by many as an AI arms race with China. So where are we in that particular race? Well, let's just look at the power demands alone. We all know that in order we've got a lot of great technology, a lot of great innovators, but we do have to have the power in order to run this stuff in the United States. So let's look at our power supply, our power demand. China is now generating about 11,000 terawatts of power a year, 11,000 or so terawatt hours of energy every single year. In the United States, we're at about 4,200 per year, so less than half. Almost as low as a third of what China is doing. In the meantime, China's electric power generating capacity is growing, I believe, at a rate of about 7% a year, pretty healthy. The United States, we're 4,200 a year, growing at about 2% per year. There's one reason and one reason alone for this. We've got innovation, we've got technology, we've got the ability to innovate. But we have cobbled together this Byzantine labyrinth of federal regulations. Last year alone, 100,000 pages of new law were foisted upon the American people in the form of federal regulations. Now, we call them regulations. It's a bit of a euphemism because in reality, they're just laws. They're just laws that are made by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats, people who will never stand for election. Those 100,000 pages last year, this is roughly the recent norm in terms of annual output in the Federal Register. But those were unusual in one respect. They cost the economy an estimated $1.5 trillion just for 1 year's worth of new regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we will never, ever be able to catch the Chinese, much less beat them in the AI arms race. unless we can get our act together on energy. And unless we can get our act together on energy, not only can we not compete adequately in the AI space, but that's going to adversely impair our national security efforts. And so I mean this very sincerely when I say this is an existential threat. The federal bureaucracy, like any organism, has an instinct to survive. And in order to understand any organism or any system in a computer language or model, you have to understand its purpose. To look at its purpose, you look at what the thing does. Our federal bureaucracy grants permission, or better said, withholds it. We've got to figure out a way to turn that around. I don't know of a better way to do that than through the REINS Act. There are other things, including a regulatory budget requirement and some things like that. But we do have to radically overhaul this, because not only is it contrary to our fundamental constitutional structure, it is also undeniably, irreconcilably at odds with our national defense priorities.
How can the tech community work with you to see this through? Obviously, you talked about the REINS Act. Let's make this practical, right? What are things that we can do now?
I am so glad you asked that. Congress is in a good position right now that it can force change, because the American people, regardless of what their political affiliation may have been in the past, is becoming more skeptical of government. So as far as the tech community and what it can do to help, when you're in town, or whether you're in town or not, a lot of you have access to senators and congressmen, and they'll listen to you. Please encourage them to do this. It can't be something as loose. Everybody in this town has grown very fond of late of saying, yeah, we need regulatory reform, we need permitting reform, and all that's undeniably true. But that's kind of like saying the sun is going to rise in the east tomorrow, and I may have bad breath when I wake up in the morning. It is not insightful at all. What we need is a specific proposal. And so if you want to help, I think the very best way you can help is to ask your senators and congressmen, what are you doing to pass the REINS Act? What are you doing to try to figure out how to pass it through budget reconciliation? If we could do that, we could do it with a simple 51 vote majority in the Senate. Or if it can't be done through reconciliation, if it can't survive the Byrd process, which that is not at all clear to me that it can't yet. But if it can't, what are you doing to identify a must-pass vehicle, a must-pass bill to which you're willing to attach that to make sure that it passes? We do not survive this without the REINS Act. I'm confident of that.
Sham, maybe we'll reverse the question. In your conversations with government, you guys have been working with the government for decades now. What more can the government do to solve this problem and make it easier for tech companies like yourself? But really, you've pushed the door open, broke the door through for all the startups in our ecosystem as well. So what can government do more for tech now?
Well, I think it's doing it. I mean, this administration with the EOs around the Federal Acquisition Streamlining Act, buying commercial, these are seminal things. These are the reasons that both SpaceX and Palantir had to sue the government, just to get the right to compete. And there is, at some very fundamental level, you either believe in the free market or you don't. And everyone, including the Chinese and the Russians, have basically given up on communism except for Cuba and the DoD, or more broadly, the Federal Acquisition System. Right? It is an undue burden to be a monopsony, to have to think of every idea and every product on your own. If Andrew Higgins figured it out, if Intel is building chips, don't try to reinvent those wheels. Draft on the massive tailwinds that you get from the free market and commercial innovation. You get a huge amount of fitness for that. So if you go back to when the Berlin Wall still stood, 89, only 6% of major weapon system spending went to defense specialists. 94% of it went to what I call dual purpose companies. Chrysler built cars and missiles. Ford built satellites until 1990. General Mills, the cereal company, built torpedoes. It was a very different structure of the economy. And over time, we've put all of the people really that not only serve DoD, but the government on the Galapagos Islands over here. And yeah, you get these really beautiful, exquisite tortoises. But what happens when you bring them to the mainland? They're not actually competitive. All the selection pressure that competitive American innovative companies face every single day to innovate and win in the marketplace does not exist in the same way. And the government and the taxpayer deserves to draft off of that. So that's one really important. And it gives you the second thing, which is I think one of the key issues in government is without leaning on commercial items, there's this siren song of efficiency over effectiveness. And you have to realize these are two separate concepts. Like everyone wants to be efficient, but only efficient on things that actually work. So you actually have to solve for effectiveness first. That's what you're going to get from the commercial selection pressures. And then you can focus on efficiency. And it's the inability to hold the kind of duality that's necessary here that I think costs us a lot. Why do you have one program? What's the most common pushback to competing PMs? Well, we don't have the resource to do that. That sounds duplicative. Well, that would be true if we thought every one of these programs actually succeeded and was being run as efficiently as possible, right? But first, you got to get to effectiveness to drive efficiency, and I think you would find you get both.
I mean, you've had some pretty innovative ideas, and you guys have been a part of some of these discussions. Can you, and maybe from both of you, I mean, outside of the REINS Act, what are other policy ideas or initiatives that you would like to see or changes within this bureaucratic regime, right, outside of cutting red tape? What are some high leverage things that we could also kind of focus on or push for? Maybe I'll start with you, Sham, and then we can end with you, Senator.
I'll throw two out there. The first is that all of these processes need to have an SLA. You know, there's some sort of expectation of how long these things should take. When we were conceiving of NEPA, did we think it should take 4 years? What was the baseline expectation? You know, should a security clearance take 2 years? I think probably not. All these things are absurd, and you frog boy your way there. So if you say, look, we've got to do this, you have the expectation is it takes 2 weeks. Now people understand that they're violating they're actually violating the statutory requirements that are kind of baked into this. I think if you look at Golden Dome, one of the most genius things about the approach is setting the timeline. The timeline is set. That means you have to work backwards, and you throw out all the crap that's never going to work that you would have just done by default, and you have to actually think about the problem. That is a precondition to innovation. It starts to approximate what you get in market forces around this stuff. The second one is we need to understand that a requirements document, again, it's not just DOD, it is always wrong. You know, somehow we doctrinally understand that no plan survives first contact, but planning's useful. So yeah, like the process of generating the document is useful. It forces us to think, but then to treat it as doctrine, as orthodoxy that you must follow rigidly is bananas. The only requirement is winning. And that comes, you really achieve that by shifting the primacy towards people.
And Senator, what are other ideas that you're kind of championing outside of the REINS Act, and hopefully we get that passed?
All right, so a couple of things. Number one, on the topic of permitting reform, which is related to regulations, but it's analytically distinct from regulations. Sean mentioned the NEPA analysis that very often dogs all kinds of projects, including defense contractors in many circumstances. NEPA was designed as a procedural tool. We have become accustomed to substantive remedies under NEPA, but it was designed to be procedural. It sure as heck was never designed in order to mire permit applicants in years, often literally decades, of delay at what I call the front end. There are basically two hemispheres in the permitting universe. Hemisphere 1 occurs up until the moment of the issuance of the record of decision. Hemisphere 2 begins the moment after the issuance of the record of decision. They're both time-consuming. In neither circumstance do we have meaningful, enforceable shot clocks, and we need them in both. We passed legislation in the Senate last year to bring about reform in Hemisphere 1, pre-issuance of the record of decision. We still need permitting reform for the second hemisphere, and we need, by the way, the Senate passed bill last year, didn't pass the House. I'm confident we can get it passed this year through both houses with bipartisan support, with some improvements to reflect the fact that there's been a change in Congress and even more favorable attitude toward permitting reform. On the back end, we need to reform the judicial process and look at three primary things. Number one, the fact that we are currently paying under the Equal Access to Justice Act. We're funding one side of the litigation, challenging the issuance of permits. We're paying third parties, often at above market rates, for lawyers to go and sue and then to delay this litigation. That's the best way imaginable to produce litigation delays that last for years or even decades. Number two, we need to reform the way we recognize standing. Standing in federal court requires the plaintiff to show that he has suffered an injury in fact that's direct, concrete, particularized, non-hypothetical, non-speculative, that's fairly traceable to the conduct of the defendant and capable of being remedied by judicial authority. Right now, we've basically looked the other way in environmental-related litigation, which affects permitting, including permitting for defense contractors in many instances, to include just about everybody. Now, if you If you negligently drive your car, you run over my foot, you break my foot, in theory, I could sue you if you're negligent. Wouldn't do that because you're a great guy. But, you broke my foot, a remedy would lie from me against you. Sham, even if he's standing next to me, doesn't get to sue you, even though he's grossed out by the fact that he had to see my foot all mangled. That's just an aesthetic injury. And yet we allow that kind of aesthetic injury nowhere else but in environmental litigation. We pay their lawyers, and we allow them to exercise standing, which they should not have. And then finally, we need a back-end shot clock on the judicial authority. There ought to be some limit, a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is, a statute of repose beyond which no court may exercise jurisdiction to second-guess the issuance of the record of decision. We make those reforms, bring about front-end and back-end permitting reform. We starve the beast by lowering the overall volume of money the federal government has to spend. It will have to divest of some of its surplus personnel. And we pass the REINS Act. This industry is going to start humming like never before, and we will be unstoppable as a nation.
Well, that's a great place to end. That's a great place to end. Senator Mike Lee, thank you so much for taking time. Thank you for being an ally to our industry and championing all the causes for the people of Utah. Sham, thank you for being, looks like our industry's Martin Luther. And speaking of heretics, it turns out Martin Luther was right, and so I look forward to your theses and proving true and changing things. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now to discuss digital dominion, reviving American leadership in the 21st century. Please welcome co-founder Hill Valley Forum, Jacob Helberg, moderating with founder Thrive Capital, Josh Kushner.
Josh, welcome to the Hill Valley Forum.
Thank you for having me.
So I figured we could start with maybe you walking us through Thrive's core investment approach and what makes Thrive different.
Well, first off, it's an honor to be here. It's been an amazing day, incredible speaker, so really appreciate you guys having me. Thrive is an investment firm. Since inception, we have effectively created an opportunistic vehicle that builds and invests in companies, all technology businesses. We have always been oriented towards being agnostic to stage, sector, and geography. And what that has enabled us to do is, as we've scaled as an organization, we've effectively been doing the same thing since the beginning. Over the last 14 years, there's a lot of things that have been very consistent, but I think the two things that have changed the most are, one, we've realized over time that our ambition is really to be the most meaningful partner to those that we work with. And as a result of that, we've been really orienting towards concentrating in both people and ideas. And I think, we've recognized that for us, it's more about the journey than it is the destination. So We don't do a lot, but when we do things, we tend to be deeply involved. And then the second thing is, we've really kind of developed a deep understanding being a part of some of the most important category-defining businesses that have been built over the last years, that innovation and progress really takes a long time. And I think structurally, we have really reoriented the organization towards partnering with companies that we really believe have the capacity to compound over very long arcs. And we really believe that the best businesses take a long time to build. So that's the general orientation of what we do.
And Thrive led some pretty big rounds in AI recently, Databricks, Isomorphic, and OpenAI. Do you want to walk us through a little bit Thrive's approach to artificial intelligence and what you see so promising about this new technology?
Yeah, as I'm sure we'll talk more about and has already been spoken about today, this is definitely the most exciting time in my career. I believe that this paradigm shift is one in which I don't think we even begin to appreciate the potential impacts of what is going to transpire. To date, we've invested in 5, I would say, different ways. The first is we feel very fortunate to be partnered with, the leading model company in OpenAI. They're the leading consumer business, the leading enterprise business, and I think have been the most innovative with regards to the things that they've built out. I think the second thing that we've primarily focused on is there's definitely a ton of nuance around domain-specific models, and that is very much oriented towards data needs and the ways in which these models are trained. The 2 primary areas that we've focused on are robotics. We feel very fortunate to be partnered with a company called Physical Intelligence, which is actually creating its own data, and a company called Chai and Isomorphic on the bio side. We think these are efforts that are very specific and are going to take dedicated teams. The third area is on the application side. One example is a company that we're partnered with called Cursor, which is very much focused on coding. I think the application side is both the potentially the most exciting, but also one that gives us a great deal of insecurity. I think we're kind of living in this moment in which Apple has launched iOS, but the leading labs have not really figured out what applications they want to own versus what they're willing to let other people build. The fourth is infrastructures. We've talked about Databricks. As we kind of take a step back, 95% of the world's data exists within nation states or corporations. 5% of the data that exists is on the internet. That's where all the large models have been trained. And I think the capacity to utilize unstructured models and fine-tune alongside leading labs is something that we're tremendously excited about. And last is we announced yesterday we're starting a holding company where we're buying traditional businesses and we're applying some of the lessons and insights that we've been able to gather from our association with some of these companies to provide greater efficiency to them. But I also think most importantly, utilize the data that these companies have to help these companies grow more organically as a result of fine-tuning models based on the flywheels that they have.
And if you zoom out, what do you think is at stake for the country and why it's so important for us to continue leading in AI? And since we're at the Hill and Valley Forum, how do you think that the public sector and the private sector could better partner together to make sure that America continues to lead in artificial intelligence?
I think this is the most important moment in our lifetimes. I think in many respects, AI is underhyped. And I think that our capacity to work together and to be unified, to recognize that it is so fundamentally important that we win this race is just of extreme consequence. I say this with a tremendous amount of humility, and I don't believe that any political party has a monopoly on the truth, but sometimes from an outsider's perspective, I feel like the political arena at times can feel more similar to the entertainment industry than anything else. Jacob, if you get the part of the movie, I don't. Whatever side you take, I have to take the opposite side. I think we all understand what we want the outcome to be, which is to have security, to have prosperity, and to advance humanity. And I think as long as we recognize that those are our goals, it is so fundamentally important. It doesn't matter what your politics are, to kind of do whatever is possible in order to ensure that the United States of America really is the leading effort and country behind this effort. More tactically, for me, it's very simplistic. One, I think the private sector is doing its job, right? Like, we have extraordinary people building incredible products that the entire world is using. There are three things that we need to make sure that we continue to have access to. That is talent. We need to make sure that the best people in the world are here and that they are building alongside of our companies. The second is compute. I know that you spoke with Jensen this morning, but ensuring that we have the chips that we need in order to continue to train and for inference, and making sure that we're in control of our own destiny around that topic. And last is energy and power. I think just ensuring that the fastest growing companies kind of have access to the power that they need in order to power the compute, I think is fundamentally important, and just making sure that everyone is on the same page around those topics, hopefully will lead to great outcomes.
You tweeted recently about the open sourcing of DeepSeek, and you said pro-America technologists openly supporting a Chinese model that was trained off of leading U.S. frontier models with chips that likely violate export controls, and according to their own terms of service, take U.S. customer data back to China. So what does that mean to be pro-American AI innovation, and how do we respond to the dangers of something like DeepSeek? It's a very hot topic.
I feel very grateful, given that I think that's one of my 50 tweets ever, that everything that I said ended up being true. I think the most proficient and efficient artificial intelligence needs to be built with American democratic values. And if it's not, then I think the consequences are going to be quite extraordinary for the Western world. I believe that innovation can happen from anywhere, and I think there are many great lessons from the paper that came out from DeepSeek that we can all learn from in terms of decreasing inference costs. And also, I'm a capitalist, but I think the reason why I wrote that was it was very disappointing for me to see a lot of people in our industry being excited about that moment because it would lead to the demise of companies like Meta, Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, et cetera. In my mind, I hope, given the deep partnership that we have with OpenAI, that they are the leading company globally in artificial intelligence in a decade. But in my heart, the thing that I care most about is that any American company is a leading AI company. And I think it's really important for all of us, despite the fact that a lot of people here work in finance, to ensure that there are moments where we put our pockets aside for what is most important for this country and for the world. But I probably shouldn't have tweeted, so.
I thought it was an important part of the conversation, so
Thank you.
It was good for you to get that out there. The flashiest AI successes in recent years have largely been relegated to screens between LLMs and language models. Do you think that the AI wave will make its way to the robotics and automation sector? And will we see a ChatGPT moment in robotics?
Yeah, I think robotics is tremendously exciting. Maybe taking a step back, I think this future vision of embodied intelligence can lead to great outcomes, and I think there's second and third order implications associated with this that I think we should all pay attention to as well. So a year ago, I think historically, like we've gotten really good at training robots to do exactly what we tell them to do. And, a year ago, you could train a robot to flip a hamburger, but the second you put pancake mix on the stove, it wouldn't know what to do. And I think we're kind of getting to the point where that is possible. And the types of things that are going to be possible as a result of the fact that these machines will be able to reason is going to be extremely powerful. In many respects, the internet has been this incredible democratizing force. Anyone can have access to information, and we talk a lot about this internally at Thrive. I actually think the current manifestation of AI is an incredible democratizing force as well, because it enables people to get access to skill. I think as this embodied intelligence world plays out, right now we manufacture things in other parts of the world, one, because of labor costs, and two, because we don't know how to make certain things. In a world in which that is possible, that can be very isolationist. And I think there are benefits to countries like America where that's possible, but at the same time, we also have to think about the second and third order implications for countries that don't necessarily have the capacity to bring these things on shore. But it is going to be soon, I think within the next 5 to 10 years. I think the impacts are going to be powerful.
And are you optimistic about the cost-benefit analysis of job creation? One of the earlier panels was basically saying that while robotics might automate certain categories of jobs, it would ultimately create entire new categories of jobs, like maintenance, supervision of robots, and the like.
100%. I think, the framework that I always have when I think about these net new innovations that occur is there will obviously be some level of displacement that happens. But at the same time, if we kind of project out, will our lives be better? And when I think about the amount of access to information, skill, labor that all of us are going to have, I think the capacity to live more prosperous lives is going to happen. So I am very optimistic that will move in a positive direction.
So the Speaker of the House is coming a little later. If you had to whisper in his ear, what would be your policy advice to folks in Washington and policymakers for how to best support and facilitate American innovation, especially in cutting-edge technologies like AI and advanced robotics?
Yeah, I think in many respects, we've talked about this a lot in the past. I think the best entrepreneurs in the world are thinking in first principles, and they're always questioning the norm. They're always asking, why has this been done before? And let me think outside the box with regards to how we can do it differently. And I think this moment is different than any other moment. And I think in many respects, the government orienting towards thinking in first principles is going to be fundamentally important. I'm very proud of my brother for a lot of the work that he's done, but I remember this incredible moment during COVID when Operation Warp Speed came about. And it was incredible to see the amount of collaboration that occurred between the private sector and the public sector as a result of the fact that there was a crisis. I think right now, as we kind of exist in our current state, it does not feel like a crisis. And the reason why that is the case is because the U.S. is leading across all of these dimensions. But what if we weren't? What would the consequences of another nation state that does not share democratic values leading in these efforts be? So my advice, and I say this with sincerity, I feel like I should be getting a lot more advice from people than I should be giving, would be to treat this moment, even though we're in first place, as an absolute crisis. And if we don't, the consequences could be dramatic.
And on first principles, are there first principles that you've seen make founders incredibly successful or correlate with success and execution that you think might be transposable to policymakers? Like, for example, your brother's experience with warp speed or...
Yeah, I think, in many respects, if you're flying a plane, you don't want to fix every aspect of it. You do at the same time want to honor the legacy of the ways in which things have been done and the protocols of the ways in which things have been done, but also at the same time question the norm. And we think a lot about this at Thrive because, when we started as a firm, there was no such thing as an opportunistic vehicle. Before our first investor ever said yes, we got 50 no's. You were either an early stage firm or a later stage firm. You're either a software firm or a consumer firm. You're either a US firm or a European firm. And our question was, why? You were not meant to incubate companies. You were not meant to do all the things that we did. But even to this day, we are constantly questioning the norms of what is possible. And that doesn't mean that the solutions that we come up with are always right. We have a ton of humility that some of the things that we come up with are incorrect. But I think even that framework of just questioning and trying to push as far to the line as possible, but ensuring that you never cross it, is I think that the best founders in the world do.
Josh, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, thanks.
Up next, winning the decisive decade, tech, resolve, and the arsenal of democracy. Please welcome 137 Ventures and co-founder Hill and Valley Forum, Christian Garrett. Moderating with Senator Joni Shaheen of New Hampshire and CEO Sierra Nevada Corporation, Fatih Osman.
Senator Shaheen, thank you for doing this. Fatih, thank you as well. The focus of this panel is what are the decisions that we need to make this decade in order to win this century, right? How does the U.S. win in this great power competition? As an industry, we want to make sure that we have technological and economic supremacy here, and partnering with government is a key focus of this forum, and you guys both are representatives in how we can partner with the U.S. and its allies. And so maybe Fatih to start, last year the U.S. Air Force awarded Sierra Nevada Corps a $13 billion contract for its SAOC program to replace its Night Watch fleet. We've seen similar success for you guys with Dream Chaser. The government's even showed a willingness recently to bid out sort of failed contracts to other contractors in order to give them a chance. You've been working with the government for decades. What's different today that you're seeing, and what's encouraging you right now?
Well, there's a lot of difference today than I've seen in the last 30-plus years. And it's a very interesting time, interesting place. And my company is also in a very interesting place because we are unique in our own space where, as an entrepreneur, immigrant, founder, builder, and one of the largest privately held companies now in the government contracting, I've lived through this entire spectrum, and my entire life was focused on having an environment like this today, which was how you challenge the status quo, how you bring the new innovation, disruptive innovation, and how you expand the industrial base. Because we have a major problem in our country here, especially dealing with peer threats and great power competition. Our industrial base is so consolidated on top, and the bottom, even the supplier base is being consolidated. Mid-tier is totally missing. So timing is very interesting right now. The willingness of bringing commercial technologies, Silicon Valley, into conventional, traditional, bureaucratic defense environment is much needed. So what we need to do is really not protect the industrial base, but expand the industrial base. The way to do that will be we need more competition. We need a government to kind of level the playing field and have those reforms that we are talking about, accountability, responsibility, and focus on not just the acquisition reform. Acquisition is to me, kind of low-hanging fruit for almost every administration. We have so many reforms, one after another one, but we got to fix the requirements side of things and the budgeting side of things as well for this to be effective. So I'm excited to be where we are today as being a hybrid between, beating programs, getting major efforts like the major 747 program that we just won, going against Boeing's of the world at the same time, partnering with Palantir, Anduril, and the newcomers, if you will, including smaller companies. So what we need to do is, since I've been there, I am trying to build that ecosystem that we are missing right now. With the smaller companies and privately held companies, there's a difference between privately held and publicly held companies too. So I have seen the best and the worst, but right now the environment is very convenient for making those big changes. The question is, can we execute some of these promises? There's so much excitement, there's so much pull from top. Our users want it, our mission warfighters want it, and the bottom wants it, but the middle layer is the one that we are trying to work through.
And what you're describing is what we're going to talk about a lot here is, what are the unique strengths and what is uniquely American in how we do this, right? And what you're describing is more competition and more cooperation, right? Senator Shaheen, we've crossed over the first 100 days of the administration. What has been encouraging to those 100 days? And then what would you like to see the next 100 days look like, right? Where can they improve?
Well, I have some concerns about the first 100 days. But one of the things that I agree with Fatih on is that we've got to look at how we address our defense industrial base in a way that ensures that we are safer and more secure as a country. And one of the things that I think the Ukrainian war has revealed to us is that our defense base is not in as good a shape as we had hoped it would be. And we've got to think about, as you say, not just procurement reform. And while it is low-hanging fruit, no administration has seemed to do that very well to date, and so that's still a problem. I can tell you when the war in Ukraine started and several of us tried to look at multi-year contracting so that that could happen without going back to the Appropriations Committee in the Senate. We were not very successful because, and I'm an appropriator, the appropriators didn't want to give up control. But I also talked to a lot of companies in New Hampshire who are doing defense work. They're building out their lines to do the defense work, and then they think they've got a long-term contract, and suddenly a year or two down the road, they don't. They've built out this line, they've hired people, and they can't continue to operate. So I think that's one of the things we need to do. We had a hearing yesterday for the Assistant Secretary for the industrial base policy. And one of the things we talked to him about, the nominee about, was the fact that we don't track what's happening with our supply chains. The Department of Defense doesn't track that. So when COVID hit, we didn't know what we had because we weren't tracking it. Well, we're still not tracking it. And we said, okay, we've got all these tariffs that are now going to have an impact on supply chain, and yet we still don't have a program to track that at the Department of Defense to see what difference that's making. And I can tell you, I was at a company in New Hampshire Ball Bearings, last week. They make bearings for the aerospace industry. They do a lot of work with the Defense Department. And they told me that because of the steel tariffs, that their time frame for steel, for their ball bearings, has gone from 20 weeks to 2.5 years. Well, that's a problem as we think about what we need for our military to defend the United States. So I think there are a number of things we need to do, and that's certainly on the list of how are we tracking, what difference are the tariffs making, and what other initiatives do we have to put in place to ensure that we can expand on our industrial base in the way that we need to be secure. Because I can tell you that China is not waiting for us. They're going on their own. And if we're going to be competitive, we got to figure out how to do this better.
On that competitive point, can you talk about how America can leverage our unique strengths and positioning to win the great power competition, right? What are the things we should double down on, triple down on that are unique for us? And your perspective is interesting, right? As the top ranking woman on the Armed Services Committee, ranking member on the Foreign Relations Committee, you've been a real leader for domestic and foreign policy. Maybe give us some insight into kind of your thoughts around how we navigate good domestic policy, good foreign policy, and how we double and triple down on the strengths that America has.
Well, you asked me about the first 100 days of this administration, and I'm actually concerned about several areas, because I think a number of actions that have been taken undercut our ability to compete with China rather than promote our ability to compete. And one of those is our foreign assistance programs. Now, we can all argue about whether we should be able to decrease the overhead for foreign assistance or not. But as the result of the cuts that Elon Musk and Doge have made, we've cut about 90% of our foreign assistance. And we're already seeing China moving in to the places where we have moved out of. In Rwanda, they've taken over a program for maternity and child care. Myanmar, after the earthquake several weeks ago, we sent a 3-person team to Myanmar to assess the damage. While they were on the ground in Myanmar, they were fired, and China moved in with over 30 teams and a commitment of over $10 million to help with the earthquake damage. So that's a challenge for us. We had a hearing this morning in the Appropriations Committee about scientific research, and we had representatives from the scientific community around healthcare there. And virtually we had the head of the Cancer Institute from the University of Alabama. We had someone from a medical lab facility in Maine. We had someone who heads the Science Association. And we had somebody who works with the FDA, an association to promote the FDA and effective, stable regulation. And they all said, look, the cuts that we're making right now to scientific research in healthcare mean that we're going to lose our scientists for the next generation because they're not going to stay here if they can't do their clinical trials, if they can't do their research. And most of that research is funded by the government in terms of healthcare. It's not being funded by the private sector when we're looking at things like cancer research. And so again, our ability to compete with China is not just on a military level, it's on an economic level, as all of you know. And if we are not making those investments to position us for the next generation, then we're losing that fight. And based on the actions that I've seen in the first 100 days, we are not investing. We are not positioning ourselves in the way that we need to in order to win the battle with China.
So this is making sure that we invest in maintaining our technological lead and research lead, but also, which is very true, right? China will willingly fill a void from a foreign policy perspective, so making sure that we still maintain presence in places and support.
Right. I mean, China's increasing their diplomatic footprint around the world. We're talking about reducing our footprint.
Well, Africa's a great example where we've really lost that battle, and there's other places, definitely. Yeah. Fatih, as a founder, we talk a lot about, calling the theme of today has also been about founders and founder mode a lot. But, as an entrepreneur running your business, how does our country, from your point of view, right, win against China, and what are the strengths that we should double and triple down on, from your perspective?
Well, a lot of things that Senator said is very important. So how do you protect our supply base, small businesses? That's essential. The industrial base is key. But and many other things you said about my pay grade, so I'm not going to go there per se. But I think from my perspective, one of the things that we have to do that we don't have, that China has, is whole of government, whole of nation. One guy can say, go do this, everybody lines up. So how do we achieve in our country the whole of nation, whole of government approach? We don't even have whole of Air Force, Navy, Army. I mean, we have so many spread out different areas. So one of the things I think that I see that can be done, bring these new investments in capital markets, which is our strength, and innovation, and AI, and Silicon Valley, the commercial technologies into the mix, number one. Number two, we have to really allow the competition take place in a fair way so that the best wins, not necessarily favored or not because you have been there for 30, 40 years.
That's the biggest company.
Exactly. So majority of, hundreds of billions of dollars, almost half of our total spending in DoD budget is going to a handful of primes, 5 primes. And like I said, the middle tier is missing. So we have a challenge to fill that ecosystem. Industrial base will be very, very important. And in terms of how do you bring the other companies into the play, that's one thing that the example you gave on that major Air Force program, that National Command Control Center called Doomsday's Plane. Hopefully we'll never get there, but it's National Command Center for President and SecDef and everybody else. The way that we won that was this strategy I'm going to talk about is the open architectures. What you do is open architecture and share data rights. So if you share data rights with the government, this may go against some of the specific IP protection things and innovation, what have you, but in general, I think the fact that I don't care, it's a fighter, it could be F-35, B-21, anything, but if you open the architecture, you're not afraid that government can go away from you, pick another contractor. They only pick you because they want you, not because they have to come to you. that opens up the spectrum for any company that can do better and plug in their system. So you have a plug-and-play architecture. That's how you build an entire infrastructure of the industrial base. So we have to have these new way of thinking. Everybody talks about open architecture, but we really don't have it yet fully. F-35 could be a wonderful program, but it could be so many other partners in there that it's not. It's going through a hierarchy, and it's very difficult to break into that. I've been fighting all my life to break the vendor lock, and it's so hard. Even at no name necessary, but secretary levels of service secretaries, they complain about not being able to do that. So I think we need new policies and reforms to be able to open that industrial base. Like Senator said, that it's too concentrated on top. And the bottom is also being concentrated. Suppliers are being bought out by a lot of financial firms, and it's getting more expensive, and the problems are getting harder. So that's one key aspect. The second piece, I'll give the example of NASA, the way that they've done this Space Act agreement, where it's really a public-private partnership. It's a different way of government buying products and services. Instead of getting an RFP, here's the money, go build it, I'm going to pay you as you go. You have a skin in the game, you contractor, and I will have a skin in the game. So with that, there will be no SpaceX, no Dream Chaser, none of those newcomers into the commercial called COTS program. And NASA started this a while ago. And that's a different model. And that's what we do right now. A lot of the new founders and new companies coming, tech companies, especially commercial tech, and some defense tech are putting a lot of skin in the game, more than they probably should sometimes. But that's what's needed. But the government needs to be part of that. The government needs to first create the demand signal. Secondly, invest along with us, and we invest hundreds of millions of dollars to win this major program. I'm giving one example. There's so many examples I can give you over the years. How do you break the vendor lock? That's what it takes, and those are the things that I think we can do against China. Then, and other thing in the international comment that you made in terms of our leadership is space is a very important domain. We have Golden Dome initiative started now, which is very important from the whole of government approach. You can't do a Golden Dome unless left hand talking to the right hand. You have to have all domains from undersea to the deep space connected to be able to intercept these missiles, protect ourselves. So to be able to do that, space is going to be key. A very different domain, as you heard National Security Advisor Waltz this morning talk about, first shots will be made in space if there was a war. So I think that's on the warfighting side. On the civil leadership side, NASA's role is very important. So I'm concerned about science budgets also being cut. That is a shorter term view of saving money, but in the long run you pay a price. How do we keep U.S. leadership? How do we keep a space station alive? That all the other countries come in. Right now we are planning how we bring ours down. China built new one up. They're sending people. They're giving free access to all the other countries. And just like the Africa example, we are falling behind. So we need that initiative leaning forward, make the investment so we could continue our leadership and protect our values, because that's how you promote the values. The other countries, the world sees that we protect our freedoms and we can fight in space and other domains, but also we are leading the way ahead for future research, exploration, inventing new drugs. There are a lot of companies here, like Varda we were talking about today. They were trying to bring that back to the way that it was before. Apollo days, and everybody I got inspired. I watched the moon landing, a little kid. I want to go to this country, that we need that inspiration. We need that energy and excitement put in place. So I think that helps to lift the whole country industrial base and also inspire the world and deter China from a fight. I think we can, if we are strong enough, we will deter it. I believe in the peace from strength peace.
And look, I think Congress certainly has a responsibility here that we've not been doing a very good job at. One of the biggest challenges we have is getting a budget done every year. What I hear is that one of the most, you all know that uncertainty is one of the biggest challenges that you face as business people. And when you're not certain that Congress is going to pass a budget every year, then you don't know if you should make the investments. And DOD can't say, we're going to keep this contract because we don't know what Congress is doing. The fact that we're operating on a continuing resolution for the remainder of this year means that there are no new programs are supposed to be started when we're in a continuing resolution. Well, what kind of environment does that mean for the kind of certainty that we need in order to make investments? And, you know, I put the responsibility squarely at the feet of the partisanship that has developed in Congress in a way that is not in the best interest of this country and what we need to do. And I don't know how we get out of that, but I know that's a real problem because that's one of the things that's keeping us from doing what we need to do in Congress, particularly with respect to the budget.
Well, on that point, right, we need more leaders in Congress like yourself and all the folks who spoke today who work across the aisle and are actually forward-thinking on policy. What can our community, what can the tech community do to support folks like yourself and support you better?
Well, I think to make your voices heard and let people know that you don't think it's acceptable to have that kind of partisanship. You know, you're talking about NASA and the role of NASA and what China's doing. I remember when we had the longest government shutdown that was going on over the budget, China was landing on the dark side of the moon, something that we hadn't done. And we were in a government shutdown. We can't hope to compete with that as the basis on which we operate. And so I would say to all of you, you need to make it clear to people on both sides of the aisle that you don't think that's acceptable, that you want to see people work together, you want to see things get done, and if people aren't willing to work that way, you're not going to give any contributions. No. Don't fund candidates. Don't fund political committees. That'll get people responding.
I have a more extreme solution, maybe.
Oh, good. What is it?
Half of a joke, but accountability is key to everything, right?
Absolutely.
Accountability in DOD, government, that's one of the biggest things that we have, accountability based on the merits and how do you keep track of who's doing what. So the Congress, nothing personal, but I think there's a lot of finger pointing going on. So like any other business, if I don't make my payroll, I can't pay my rent, I'm not going to be in the business. So maybe our representatives shouldn't get their paycheck until they pass the budget and keep them accountable to something. I mean, waiting 2 years or 6 years to elect them or not elect them again is too long. People don't have that long of a memory. That's the way to do that, keep them accountable. But we need to find some other ways because you hit the nail on the head with the CR. I mean, there's so many investments. We are holding up ourselves. Other people are holding up. We don't know what's going to happen. Uncertainty kills the business. So we need a more predictable, accountable structure in our government that across the board, that accountability, responsibility, and authority all three line up.
I mean, that's a market force dynamic that works all the time. You run a business, you're accountable to your customers, it creates good incentives. Only in government do you remove that, right? From government contracting all the way down where you get rid of those, that feedback that creates the right incentives. That's a good point.
Well,
yeah.
I would argue those of us who are governors who are now in the Senate kind of joke about the fact that when you're a governor, you have to be accountable because you don't have the ability to say it's somebody else's fault because you're in charge. And so we kind of joke that if everybody in the Senate had been a governor as opposed to people who are coming from other elected positions, that we wouldn't have that problem.
That's good. Fatih, maybe to end it, what can government do for you, right? You represent the tech ecosystem, you represent industry. You know, if you were to quickly say, what's the one thing that you think government could do better to support you?
I think government being able to share their requirements early, way early, not focus on very detailed specific product specs, because the requirements process takes a long time. by the time it becomes acquisition and sustainment and everything. So one recommendation I have, let users share their capability requirements with us, not product specs. You know, I'm trying to take this Chinese satellite out. Tell me how I can do that, as opposed to saying, man, design this widget, this much power, this much accuracy, and do all this. The second piece is I encourage our government to look at life cycle costs. I think that's where we are paying a huge inefficiency bill, because we are buying things at the front end. That's only 1/3 of the cost. 2/3 of the cost is the sustainment. So we are not, a lot of times, you know, we as government fall for the trap, buy this airplane, buy this platform or weapon, sensor, whatever it is, because it's a better deal for me now, and I pay arm and a leg later. I'm not only stuck with a single company that can take me to cleaners if they wanted to, but also it's not efficient. So how do you have a full life cycle cost view of life? And the requirement comes in, I need this, even if it's in a shorter term, 5-year cycle maybe, don't design a system for the next 30, 40 years, because I've, Indo-PACOM, Admiral Paparo screaming, saying, I need to be ready in 2 years from now. Clock is ticking. Now, 2 years. Right. And most people you talk in the building, the DOD, they're talking about 5, 10, 15-year, nice exclusive programs and ideas. So how do we address that? So that will be what government can do, saying, I have this timeline, I need speed and scale. That is two things we need against China. Speed and scale, as fast as we can build things at high quantities, and we need to build them fast.
It's a great place to end. Fatih Osman, Senator Shaheen, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Fatih. Nice to see you.
Up next, the AI Reckoning, how artificial intelligence is rewriting America's future. Please welcome Founders Fund, co-founder of Varda Space and Hill and Valley Forum, Delian Asparouhov, moderating with Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, Emil Michael, President and Chief Investment Officer, Alphabet and Google, Ruth Porat, and Chief Product Officer, OpenAI, Kevin Weil.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the ethics lawyers in the audience, I do want to clarify that Emil is the nominee for the Undersecretary of Defense for Research Engineering. He is not yet the Undersecretary. Well, I'm not sure how many of you got to catch my comments this morning, but I flagged AI as one of the fields where the United States has a lead, but we need to maintain that lead, and in particular ahead of China. Alphabet and OpenAI obviously are two of the leading research labs in the United States, Alphabet having even invented the transformer sort of architecture. And so I first wanted to start off with a little bit of a bragging session to remind everybody how great American AI is. And the two data points that I want folks to cover are, Kevin, if you can start off with just talking about how ChatGPT has a bajillion, monthly active users and keeps growing, and whatever you guys are up to next. And then Ruth, you guys won, I think, basically one of the first Nobel Prizes of AI with AlphaFold. And so I want to hear you guys talk about that. But yeah, Kevin.
All right, so, because Ruth is here, who's ridden in a Waymo? All right, some folks, they're all over San Francisco, they're coming to DC, you should definitely do it. My first ride in a Waymo was the first, minute you're in there, you're like gripping, like, oh my God, watch out for that bicycle. And then your blood pressure comes down, and like 5 minutes later, you're like, oh my God, I am living in the future. I'm being driven around San Francisco by a robot. And it's amazing. And then 10 minutes later, you're bored, looking at your phone, and there's an analogy, like all of a sudden this thing that was incredible to you 20 minutes ago is like now just a boring part of your life, and of course robots drive you around San Francisco. And there's an analogy there to AI in general and how we adapt, because who uses ChatGPT? Love it. There are over 500 million people using ChatGPT every week. That's like 7% of the planet that's used ChatGPT in the last 7 days. And we've gone, and it's 2 years old. So you've gone from GPT-3, which at the time was mind-blowing, and now if I asked you all to use GPT-3 inside ChatGPT today, you'd be like, ugh, what is this thing, right? But ChatGPT and it's the intelligence of models is on a literal exponential curve. It's getting better incredibly quickly, which I think is one of the reasons that people are adopting it so fast, because every few months, computers can do something that computers have never been able to do in the history of the planet. So as a couple examples, we launched our frontier model, 03, just recently. And if you go back a couple versions ago, one of the ways we judge the intelligence of these models is on these benchmarks. There's a competitive programming benchmark. And a couple models ago, this was like, 5 months ago, the model was the millionth best competitive coder in the world. Which it doesn't sound great, but that's still top 2 or 3% in the world, so that's pretty good. People were using this all over the place to write code in production environments. The previous model, which was like 3 or 4 months ago, was the 1,000th best engineer, competitive coder in the world. 03, which we launched a couple weeks ago, is the 175th best competitive coder in the world. So over the space of 6 months, you've gone from a millionth to 175th, talking about exponentials. It's not going to be long before we're going to have a model that is the best competitive coder in the world. And forever after that point, computers will be better than humans at writing code. But I'm actually excited about that, because if you've seen Hidden Figures, remember the movie? There are a bunch of women helping, do calculations to help compute rocket trajectories to help get us to the moon. And they're writing on pieces of paper, they're calculating rocket trajectories. We look at that as so anachronistic. Of course, people don't do rocket trajectories by hand. Computers do that way better. Coding is going to be the same way. We're going to look a few years from now and say, well, of course computers write code. They're better at it. But by the way, we still have rocket scientists. Rocket scientists are hugely important. And engineering and engineers are going to be hugely important. We are just going to be able to move faster. We're going to be able to do more in our personal lives, in business, in government, in national security because of these models, and I could not be more excited.
Nobel Prize, AlphaFold. Incredible.
No. So if I go back in time to your point that the U.S. has led in technology, we need to continue leading in technology, and we can't take it for granted. I think that's a really important point. And to put this moment in history in context with AI, I'll go back actually to another one of our colleagues, Vint Cerf, who is the chief internet evangelist at Google. And if you Google him, you will learn that he is described as one of the fathers of the internet. So I asked him this question about how profound is this moment in history. He said he believes that AI has a greater potential than even the internet did. This platform shift is going to be more important because with generative AI, with agents, the potential to augment human capabilities is so profound and endless. And we are very excited. We have AI now with Gemini already in billions of people around the globe are using it. Thank you for your comments on Waymo. We absolutely love Waymo, and hopefully very soon everyone in DC will be enjoying Waymo. When we look at the implications, it goes to a number of areas, and one, to your question, is about advancing science. So we were extremely proud when Demis Hassabis and John Jumper were awarded the Nobel last fall. And as probably people in this room know, it was for AlphaFold, which is predicting the protein structure for all known proteins known to humanity. And previously, it would take a couple of years just to predict one. They did all 200 million. And that is being described as the single greatest contribution to drug discovery in our lifetime. And that to us is thank you. So what we're really excited about is this opportunity, as Demis has described it, to address many, many diseases in our lifetime. And we're looking at that. We're looking at early detection of disease. You can detect early stage metastatic cancer, breast cancer, lung cancer with AI in ways that augment physicians, radiologists everywhere. And as someone who's been through cancer, I asked my oncologist and he said, the only way to democratize healthcare for everyone anywhere in the globe to get the same level of diagnosis is with AI. So whether it's the economic uplift, the science benefit, healthcare benefit, it is stunningly transformative.
And Kevin, you guys are also doing some work with some of the national labs, right?
Yeah, I think honestly, it's what Ruth was saying. The capacity for these models to drive fundamental science is one of the most exciting things, because what is the why is America America? It's because we have entrepreneurship, we have innovation, we're driving scientific innovation that leads to GDP growth. Everybody wins. We have a partnership with the national labs where we're working with Los Alamos, Sandia, Lawrence Livermore, folks like that, have deployed frontier models on a high-side supercomputer. These are folks that are advancing materials science. They're doing fundamental physics research. They're safeguarding our nuclear stockpile. And we have seen them do unbelievable things. They're some of the most sophisticated users of our AI models out there. And humans, great scientists and researchers, plus AI models, move scientific research faster. They discover more things. And if we could invent things 2x faster, 5x faster, 10x faster than we do, think of the good that will do America and the world.
And we're talking about AI, but the next step is really all about quantum AI. And we're extremely excited, to your point, about the application of quantum computing to life sciences and many other applications. And so continuing to maintain the lead of the U.S. is key as this unlock.
So, about a quarter ago, the Chinese released DeepSeek, an open source model that was, sort of highly capable, maybe a generation behind, sort of the leading labs. But by default, as an open source model, it's effectively free for anybody to deploy. This gives them significant soft power if it now gets deployed all across the globe, whether it's in hardware systems that are used for the military or in consumer applications. If that AI is unwilling to recognize the fact that the Tiananmen Square massacres happened, that gives China, sort of a huge advantage. And so, as two of the leading labs, I guess I'm curious how both of you guys think about, are you going to be, sort of releasing open source models? How do you guys think about that relative to the things you keep closed source?
I can start if you want.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we said maybe a month ago, we're going to be releasing an open weights model. We're super excited about it. The way we think about it is, first and foremost, we want to bring AI to the world. We believe deeply in the ability of AI to improve all of our lives. So an open weights model contributes to that. Also, I want the best open weights model in the world to be a U.S. model. I want it to be built on democratic values. I don't want the best open weights model in the world to be a Chinese model. And so from that perspective also, we think it's really important that we put a great model out there. Now, it will not be our frontier model. The way we think about it is probably something like a generation behind,
because putting a frontier model out is also accelerative to China. But we think we can put out a great open weights model that the entire world can adopt. So we have a model that the entire world is using built on democratic values. We will also have our full frontier models that'll be a generation ahead that we offer like we do today. And the U.S. will have the best models in the world regardless of how they're used.
I think the critical point there is the frontier models are not open sourced, and it's the smaller models. But I think core to your question is we do need to be very mindful collectively about the conditions to keep the U.S. in the lead, because we've been talking for quite some time that the gap between the U.S. and China, whether it's on models or on chips, has been narrowing. And now we've seen it with DeepSeek. We see it with the Huawei progress on Ascend, on Harmony OS. You see it in a lot of the data around graduates, the ascendancy of universities. And so that's a big concern, and see it what they're doing on energy, which we should get to at some point. So this is not a foregone conclusion that the U.S. will stay in the lead.
And also, one of the reasons, Emil, why I'm excited for you to formally take on your role as soon as you do, is America has the best models in the world, but it does us no good if those models are sitting on the shelf. Everything that I understand from various conversations is that China is doing a better job today at integrating and deploying and using these models, not just in business, but especially in government, in the military. And it's not just about having the best models. We've got to actually use them, and I think there's a huge opportunity for the U.S. there.
Speaking of keeping the U.S., sort of ahead of, sort of Chinese models, Emil, how do we feel about the fact that, a prominent U.S. venture capital firm, which may or may not have also, fired your former coworker, is choosing to invest into frontier Chinese AI models and funding those with U.S. capital?
It's very curious, to say the least. It's not like there's not a plethora of U.S. companies doing AI to invest in that are high quality. There's big companies that are doing some incredibly innovative stuff, which you don't usually associate with big companies. I mean, our big companies are really innovating quite quickly, and there's a lot of small companies that are doing that, sort of investing in a Chinese AI company where by definition, the products that they produce are going to be dual use for their Chinese Communist Party and their military, is a curious sort of move to me. So it just doesn't make sense. But I do think it's surprising to us in a way, because the era that hopefully we're at the end of the last era, and the last era was, not to pick on Google, but when Maven was a thing of like, well, should we support the U.S. military's use of our own technologies developed in the U.S.? And I think that era is over, which is good. So I think you'll see a lot of cooperation, not only from OpenAI, but all the big companies here. That's a big positive. And then when our venture capital community, which is trying to invest in innovation, ideally they're doing it here, or at least in allied countries, or else we're going to have some cross incentives that make things weird.
Yeah, I mean, you clearly have such a unique perspective in that, sort of, when confirmed, this won't be your first time, sort of serving for the, sort of department. You flip-flop, sort of back and forth between the department and tech. How do you think about just like, within your seat, what you think needs to, sort of change within the Pentagon to ensure that you guys are adopting some of these phenomenal technologies as rapidly as possible?
Yes, one of the things that I've learned as I was preparing for this confirmation process, and I'm not confirmed yet, so I don't want to presume that I'm going to get it, but, and I think it's obvious to anyone who's been in the department, who's worked with the Department of Defense, is that there is actually a law. There are regulations that say if there is a commercial option, you must try to use that first, for software, for hardware, for all kinds of things. And it's just not followed that rigorously. So what you end up doing is duplicating in a lot of areas. While the Navy might be doing something, the labs might be doing something that Google can be partnering with the Department of Defense on, or OpenAI could. And imagine the net waste that causes in the whole system. And now we're talking about a budget deficit and a debt that adds up. And you're looking for places where not only can we save some money, but we can save time. Saving time is a thing. And saving time is not something that's inherent in the DoD business model. It's about reducing risk to its smallest possible component at the expense of moving as fast as possible. And when you're in an AI race where every innovation could lead to tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions worth of value creation, or and you could think of value creation as a better defense shield, more deterrence. Every minute you're losing is costly, and so hopefully that ethic can be infused more into the DoD now than ever.
And part of it is kind of like a lack of risk-taking culture where it's not encouraged. If you're making a sort of portfolio of bets as a program manager, your expectation is that 10 out of 10 of those better succeed versus, you've been an investor, many of us around the room have. The expectation if you make a seed stage bet is definitely not that all 10 succeed. And in fact, if all 10 succeed, you're probably not taking enough risk. How do we start to incentivize risk-taking so that people want to take the bet on the commercial technologies?
Yeah, I mean, first, and this goes for companies, and all this from running companies, you have to celebrate the successes for the people who have them. And there's a lot of successful people in government who've done some quite amazing things, and we should be celebrating that achievement. And you can't punish failure that much either, because by definition, if you have DARPA and if it's succeeding at every project, it's not trying hard enough. So it's got to be able to be failing at stuff. So you want people coming in with good ideas. But you do want to kill those ideas quickly when they're not working. And that's not another thing government writ large is not good doing. Right? You get an appropriation and the next year you want more and more and more and more, even if it's not fulfilling its initial mandate. So I think there's some sunsetting of laws and appropriations you could do as a sort of broad concept. There's celebrating success. There's not punishing failure. And then there's has to be more partnership between what's available in the world and what do we need, as opposed to we need something that's always bespoke, because we don't need things that are always bespoke. We just don't. And as you're proving with your experiment with the national labs, and you have your model there. Well, that's a great thing for DoD and for OpenAI. There's a win-win there.
Yeah, Chris Brose, who's now at Anduril, used to be on Senator McCain's staff, wrote a great book. It's called The Kill Chain. But there's this line in it that has stuck with me forever when it comes to working with the government, which is, the government is not going to change until they realize there's something worse than change. And it's so instructive. And I think the whole value here is figuring out how we get there without something, big and bad having to happen. And so much of this, in our experience at least, is just people adopting the tools, just trying it. And you start with basic things, and then you realize that these models are much more powerful. They're not just summarizing emails for you. They're actually doing things for you out on the web. They're saving you first 5 minutes and then an hour, making the workplace more efficient. And then, by the way, 3 months later, the models can do something brand new that you never would have realized unless you're using it on a daily basis. There's so much, but we just have to start taking the steps and get going.
I want to touch back on Secretary Burgum's, sort of opening remarks today, where he talked about in order to maintain this, sort of wave of AI innovation and staying at the forefront, there needs to be just like a complete revolution in how we think about, sort of energy production in the United States, the permitting of those types of, both, energy production facilities and data centers. Ruth, I know Alphabet, this morning actually published, sort of a policy paper outlining what you guys think are some of the, sort of policy changes that need to happen to ensure that we stay at the forefront of AI. Could you touch a bit on what your recommendations were this morning?
I thought Secretary Burgum's comments were fantastic, because I think it is very clear that to realize the potential of AI, you have to have the power to deliver it. And we have underinvested in this country, and to stay ahead, we need to actually address it head on. And so what we did is we released a paper this morning, and we drew from a body of work from a number of years. What we were looking for were the most broad-based policies, solutions that have the broadest base of support. And it really goes into a couple of different areas. Number one, we need additional sources of energy. We need to be investing in and leading with innovative solutions, in particular nuclear. When you look at what China's doing with nuclear relative to the U.S., it is very concerning. They have 30 gigawatts in production. They have 200 gigawatts, which is under development, under consideration. And as Secretary Burgum said today, that's a 2030 solution, but 2030 will be here tomorrow. And we don't want to be sitting in this room in 5 years and not have the power that we need. So anything that can be additive is key. There's a lot of policy proposals out there that go to cost, permitting, they go to fuel sources that are key. The second that he addressed, which is absolutely critical, is the grid. We have a grid that is antiquated in many areas. We need to expand the capacity of the grid to have a more flexible grid. The Department of Energy last year put out a study that said there's up to 100 gigawatts of incremental capacity from our existing infrastructure if we just utilized it effectively, if we modernized it. And so again, a critical area. To upgrade the grid, we need more electrical workers in this country. And one of the things that Google has done for many years is digital skilling, looking at cybersecurity skills, data analytics skills. We obviously don't train electrical workers, so we partnered with Best in Class on the electrical side and have announced also a training program for electrical workers. And I think this is an example where collectively we need to pull from the body of work that's been done, get some things landed, because we need to ensure that we have the energy capacity to fuel this economic upside.
And then Kevin, obviously you guys had a ton of support from Secretary, sort of Burgum on your guys' Project Stargate, where you guys are doing a massive amount of, sort of capital allocation to, sort of building out data centers and energy production. Tell us again on how that's going.
I mean, so you kind of need four things to build a great frontier AI model. You need infrastructure, which is power and GPUs and so on. You need data, you need algorithms, and you need great talent. We can take care of the last three, but when you say, people ask sometimes, what's the thing you believe that other people don't believe? I think for OpenAI, one of those things is we believe in the exponential that is the increase in intelligence of these models and the corresponding value that we can provide back to all of you, all of your companies, the agencies that you work at, and so on. So we announced on, I believe, the second day of President Trump's tenure with President Trump, Sam Altman, Masa Son, and Larry Ellison in the Roosevelt Room that we were going to be putting $500 billion towards building out infrastructure here in the U.S. Power, data centers, GPUs, because the one thing that we've learned over and over and over again is that the more compute you apply to these models, the more you put in, the more intelligent the models are on the way out, and the more intelligent the models are, the more amazing things that we can build for all of you. So we're going to put everything we can into building infrastructure here in the U.S.
If I can build on his point about this is exponential, the best visual I keep coming back to is what Google has done with Google Translate. We now offer translation in 250 languages. It's been a 20-year journey. In the last year alone, we added 110 of that 250 languages. So you're chugging along, and then you hit a vertical lift. The incremental cost to add languages continues to diminish. And what's very important when you then apply that to the workplace, what we're seeing in the public sector, in the private sector, is translation applied to customer support activities wherever you're going. It's not just about the cost savings from running a more effective call center. But what people are now seeing is they get the feedback loop from the queries that is enabling them to better design product assortment, identify where their weaknesses in their suite, define the direction for R&D. So there's a revenue and a cost benefit from it. In fact, when we went to Minnesota, they said, we need your help in 4 critical languages to get through a pipeline of services to deliver for constituents. Within 6 months, they said we need another 26 languages. So there are things that once you start, to Kevin's point, once you start, you hit this curve and you start seeing more and more opportunities that enrich the feedback loop that make you more productive.
Emil, I kind of want to sort of double click on the comment you made earlier around we're in this era now in 2025 where, and obviously sort of this conference represents the fact that sort of Silicon Valley, the Hill, the Pentagon are hopefully sort of coming closer together. But I'm curious from your perspective of hopefully soon sort of being in the Pentagon, is there any sort of perception internally of like, well, what if this just turns out to be a fad? Like, is this Silicon Valley, sort of coming back to its roots, and we're here to be great collaborators, or is it, hey, it was this president, and this is sort of the thing that's the current thing, but we get to 2028 or 2030, and there's protests on Market Street, in San Francisco yet again, and the blue-haired, woke crazy people somehow take tech culture back over and make it so that nobody's allowed to work on important technologies, and so China just invades California.
Gosh, I hope not.
That really escalated, Delian.
I think, I do worry about that sometimes. I look at the last 4 years and the energy discussion was about green. It wasn't about abundance. And this whole abundance strategy that you're talking about can be turned off in a heartbeat depending on policies and intention and so on. So I hope that's not the case. I feel like part of this is educating Americans about the new competitive environment that we're in. Like people who are old enough remember the Cold War. This is a different kind of sort of rivalry but it's real and it's impact, and you're seeing it with the tariff situation, and you'll see it. So I think as more Americans understand that this is a true national set of prerogatives that we have to pursue, hopefully there's no U-turns, because if there are, we're in trouble, because there are places we're behind in certain kinds of weaponry like hypersonic missiles and so on, and falling behind on AI would be tragic. Falling behind on some of these things would be tragic, and we do not have the same powers that the Chinese government has to just say, oh, that's a great technology you built in your business, we're taking it or we're using it for our own purposes. We negotiate with our partners, and that there's a goodness to that, but it requires us to sort of, be on the same page as to what the goal is. So I hope.
One other thing Secretary Burgum said this morning is that economic strength is national security, is security strength. I would say tech strength is economic strength, is security strength. And completely agree, we have to get it right at home because it unlocks the upside at home, and we need to be doing that across the country. But it goes to our then ability to engage with allies, which I think is part of what you were touching on. Everywhere I go, I hear from heads of state, I will be a part of the digital transformation. I want to do it with the U.S., but if we're not there, they will be with China. And so that level of engagement is another critically important piece of the puzzle of keeping the U.S. at the forefront.
Well, Emil, Ruth, Kevin, thank you so much for joining me, and I hope that this forum helps prevent any U-turns.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Try to keep it fun.
And now to discuss the AI race against China. Please welcome Founders Fund, co-founder of Varda Space and Hillen Valley Forum, Delian Asparouhov. Moderating with founder, Khosla Ventures, Vinod Khosla.
I admit it's always a little intimidating to interview your former boss, but at least now Vinod can't fire me if I ask the wrong questions. So, okay.
Well, we might still fire you, we're investors.
That's true. That's true. Okay, I've got a I've got a fun first one. I don't know if you remember your talk at last year's Hill and Valley Forum, but you ended on this note of saying that releasing open source models within the sort of United States by our leading labs could be incredibly dangerous because the Chinese could go and adopt that into their weapons systems. Kevin, the sort of chief product officer from OpenAI, was just on, and they do now have a plan to release an open source model, partially in response to DeepSeek's sort of release and that giving China some soft power. So my question to you is it the right move for us to go release an open source model that's a generation behind to mitigate that soft power? Or, maybe a little bit conspiracy theory, did China release DeepSeek just to bait us into releasing more powerful open source models that they're going to then go use to integrate into their Chinese weapon systems?
Well, China has good AI researchers. Let's acknowledge that, and they put a lot of resources behind it. There's maybe more orchestration, which is a weakness in China. China's approach to R&D, ours is more haphazard and chaotic, which I think has real strengths as a developing methodology. So if you go back to last year's forum, and by the way, I said the same thing the year before that at this forum, I don't think we should release state-of-the-art models. We should release the one before then. And that's exactly what OpenAI said they would be doing. And it is the right strategy, because we don't want to lose on open source, but we want to win on SOTA models. In even a 6 or 12-month lead in AI model development, given the rate at which capability is developing, will be a self-reinforcing advantage. So I've always argued it's only the SOTA models that shouldn't be open source, just like we wouldn't open source the Manhattan Project. We wouldn't open source that, or our fighter blueprints, which the Chinese have access to now. But so I realize it's hard to contain, but even small leads matter in this space. And SOTA is the only thing I've objected to. I'm saying in the national interest, we should not open source them.
And 2 years ago, there was a bit of this trend in Silicon Valley. It seems like it's mostly disappeared, but around a bunch of people trying to say we should stop development on AI, come up with a treaty with China.
That's about the silliest idea I heard.
Why would an AI treaty basically never work?
Well, very simply, when we've had treaties in the past, in nuclear or in biowarfare, the use of the technology is verifiable. The use of AI technology is not verifiable. And so you can't have a treaty when you can't verify if somebody is adhering to the treaty. And we'll try, the West is more likely to live by treaties, but China, or imagine Putin, is he going to live by a treaty that nobody can verify he violated? No, not a chance. So I don't believe in trust in this kind of geopolitical game. So.
And, sort of Kevin earlier said that the 4 key things for us to stay ahead of the Chinese are infrastructure, so energy and GPUs, data sets, algorithms, and talent. When you think about what it takes for us to stay ahead of China, what of those 4 do you think are the riskiest in terms of our ability to make sure that we have them?
Today, not getting the right amount of immigration. America's advantage is we get the best talent from anywhere in the world. If there's one thing I'd say we could do, it's for people who have PhDs in math or physics or AI, get them here, proactively go woo them to be here, because it will be our largest advantage. The other stuff follows from having the best SOTA models and the best data. Now, China's also very liberal on data issues for their AI companies. And that's a disadvantage we have. Now, I still think we should do things like respect privacy, but we cannot afford to lose the race. And let me elaborate on that just a little bit. I think, and I used to say, 2 years ago I said in 20 years, I will today say in 10 years, whichever country has the better AI model will win the economic race by a long shot. It is such a powerful technology, and I could be talking about 3 to 5 years, not 10 years. I used to talk about 20. Once you win the economic race, you also have both the hard power stuff, cyber warfare and on-battlefield warfare. That's obvious. But people haven't thought about the soft power issues. I suspect China could easily go to all of Southeast Asia, Africa, and say, we will offer you free doctors. Every doctor you need, every specialist you need for free. Because it's going to cost less than $1 a month for providing that service. And that's soft power. You could go and say, and this is what I would do if I were China, what I would do if I were the US. Instead of the foreign aid program trying to feed a few thousand people, I'd go to offer free AI tutors to every country, every child on the planet. It will cost us under $1 a month per kid, far less than almost any of the foreign aid programs we have, and dramatic in terms of soft power. What scares me is, and I was pretty active in the effort to ban TikTok. I saw a speech from President Xi that said the next battle, and this was a year ago, and this was the argument I used when TikTok was being considered. The next battle will be fought on the internet, and the battle will be for people's minds. Connect that to, they took the algorithm for TikTok and made it a national security asset. It couldn't be exported. Put those two together, it's obvious, and we know the results. Kids on TikTok are much more China inclined. So, more than almost anything else, which is hard power stuff, persuasive AI will be such a powerful weapon. I'm afraid of that in Chinese hands with Chinese ethics, used to perpetuate a political philosophy that's different than ours. Even if they won the economic race, it wouldn't be as bad, but if the world converts to their political philosophy, which would flow from their economic wins and their soft power, and that flows from AI race, that's why the AI race is so important.
And so when you think about like policymaker, let's say priorities or sort of leaders within the government, is, let's say, integration of AI into the warfighter community, is that actually sort of a distraction relative to the North Star of all that matters is win the AGI and win the economic race, and then whoever integrates AI into the warfighters, well, that's just a natural thing that will trickle through?
That is a natural thing that will trickle through. So there's a lot of implications of that in so many areas. So it will, look, there's a conflict going on in the world. If I sit down with a Sam Altman today, and I did this fairly recently, and sit down with a Larry Page today, or any of the people really knowledgeable about what's going on, their view of the rate of progress is so dramatically different. On the other end is unions like the American Medical Association that won't let you bill for AI-based consults, which could cut out half of expertise costs, which is a quarter of all healthcare costs. My bet is the expertise part of our medical spending, $4 trillion, could be cut in half within 2 to 3 years if we allowed AI to prescribe and provide medical advice. But we have the AMA as a union preventing that from happening. They won't even let a nurse with 4 years of medical school prescribe you a Z-Pak in most states. A few states have bypassed that. But that world, which is doing a lot of rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, colliding with this world of OpenAI and Google and others, X and others doing exponential development of capability, we have a titanic shift coming, and it'll happen in the next 5 years. It's almost hard to imagine how it gets resolved.
Yeah, I mean, touching on, sort of the, sort of AI doctor side of this, the current administration clearly has a, sort of broad set of priorities around cutting government costs. And they spend a lot of time on, sort of USA and other areas. But if you look at the budget of the U.S. government, the vast majority of it is entitlements, and Medicare being one of the largest ones. How do you think this administration should be thinking about, rather than focusing on certain smaller budget areas, thinking about how to implement the AI doctor, the AI teacher, or how, we had the, sort of panel here earlier today on how to even think about the, AI that just catches the individual soldier that's spending money at MGM casinos, and that probably shouldn't be happening.
So there's a big battle this week on Medicaid. I was just talking to David Schweiker's congressman, who's been a huge proponent of AI being able to prescribe. And I said, hey, part of the trade-off, I'd cut Medicaid spending a lot if they let AI prescribe. So maybe that's a tool in this political horse trading. It's such a big deal that you could actually make Medicaid, even with large cuts, profitable if you allowed AI to do some of the job. So I see David Sachs sitting there. Make that happen. Look, it's a big deal. And we could take a fair chunk of our medical spend out. Expertise is at least a quarter of all healthcare costs, and that could be cut in half in 3 or 4 years, and probably by 80% in 5 to 7 years. And that's the magnitude of the opportunity. With that one thing, and I think even if we said AI can only practice under the license of a current physician, but acts like an AI intern, fresh MD out of a medical school, we'd still cut costs 80%. Where they get to review the results of the AI, say within 24 hours or 8 hours, same day, whatever the requirements. It's such a large opportunity, especially in a big budget area like healthcare, HHS.
I guess related to the implementation within these sort of medical areas, there probably is some room for some sort of sort of regulatory oversight sort of process in that. The last administration, I think we could argue, was trying to regulate AI in a way that was more to control the AI and potentially stifle some of the innovation on it. This administration has taken a very laissez-faire approach. They appear to have sort of no interest in trying to overregulate AI. Perhaps the answer is somewhere in the middle, where there needs to be some amount of sort of licensing. Where do you think that right sort of blend is?
So first, I do think there's real danger of AI going rogue. So let me acknowledge that. And the people who propose that are thoughtful people. People like Joshua Bengio and Jeff Hinton really worried about it, and those are respectable scientists. So we should worry about that. But the benefits so far outweigh the potential risks. There's also a risk an asteroid hits the planet. Not all risks are controllable. So I do think we should worry about it. If we did any funding in universities, it'd be on research on AI safety, because they don't have the resources to develop foundation models anymore. There are other approaches to AI than the traditional transformer model that I'm very interested in that may actually solve the safety problem, and we should be doing more of that. At the very least, there'll be more efficient ways to do some of the things that take a lot of power consumption and a lot of GPUs and stuff like that. So I do think there's other answers here that we should worry about. But by far, sentient AI is a danger and may kill every human on the planet. Way, way bigger danger is China's AI in China's hands. So you have to look at the basket of risks humanity faces. China AI is by far the biggest risk and more immediate.
In some ways, this administration's approach on trying to limit China AI has largely been through both sort of tariffs as well as sort of sanctions. Obviously, some attempts to sort of limit the amount of GPUs that are flowing there. I guess maybe if you were, in the presidential suite, or you could determine the, sort of tariff and foreign policy, what would be your recommendation, and how do you think the, sort of current tariff approach, by the administration is working, not working, and, how can AI, help U.S. manufacturers, deal with the current environment?
So first, independent of the tariffs, COVID showed us we don't want to be dependent on President Xi's policies. For his own domestic purposes and probably good, reasonable thinking, he did a lockdown. Suddenly you couldn't buy a refrigerator in the United States for 12 months. You couldn't buy a car. We cannot be dependent on our supply chain in China. That's a strategic issue for every corporation in America today and worldwide. So outsourcing the supply chain from China, I used to call it the China plus one strategy, was really, really important. And we can get to how we get there. The answer is the same. In addition, they've manipulated their currency to achieve a balance of trade that's totally lopsided, right? And we should balance trade. So am I in favor of tariffs? Because they're essentially subsidizing through currency manipulation? Absolutely. But where I would disagree with the administration is that let's declare a consistent policy over 4 or 5 years and then help onshoring. What will help onshoring? You can't just move a people operation from there to a people operation here. As much as it'll create jobs, it'll have inflation go through the roof. China's been a great deflationary force the last 30 years in this country. What you want to do is say, are there better ways to onshore? AI and robotics, absolutely the most significant force in producing goods and services inside the United States that have a better cost structure than goods produced in China and shipped halfway around the world, with very large latencies, huge inventories, lots of problems with manufacturing in China. But using AI and robotics will have its magic ChatGPT moment in the next 2-3 years, most likely, this exponential improvement in capability. So it's a real opportunity to do manufacturing in the United States, not only for the U.S., but for the rest of the world, too.
I mean, one of the key components that's required for us to even stay in this, sort of race is obviously the semis chips that go into the GPUs for these, sort of models. We've obviously, in the prior administration, passed the Bipartisan Chips Act. That has enabled TSMC to start to set up some, sort of shops in Arizona. They recently announced that 30% of their, sort of frontier nodes are now going to be produced in Arizona. Do you see that as a sort of potential for us to, sort of more rapidly decouple, or do you think we're nowhere close to being able to decouple, from, let's say, semis in particular, from, sort of Taiwan and China?
I do think it'll help decouple. Look, one of the very large dangers is China taking over Taiwan. I think it's a major risk, and I think the timeline for that has accelerated. For those of you interested in that topic, there's a great book called The Danger Zone that argues that we are in a particularly critical time for China, and the longer they wait to invade Taiwan, the less likely they are to succeed with it. So there's a critical danger, but if they do invade, we got a problem on chip supply. And so as soon as we can bring this up, we should absolutely do it. And it's critical that we do and decouple from dependence on Taiwan as much. Obviously, Taiwan doesn't want to see that happen because it's their security shield. But I also think there's a different form of warfare that we are starting to see in the venture community, AI-based drones, coordinated systems, new kind of dynamic in warfare. And for those interested in that, there's actually a 5 or 7-year-old book called The Kill Chain, how the nature of warfare is speculated is going to change. It's become very evident from this 5 or 7-year-old book that that's what Ukraine is about. And I do think we have the ability to build defense capabilities if we rely on the venture community to do that. And If you rely on General Dynamics, they'll wait for a contract from the Air Force to develop X over 10 years, and that doesn't work. They won't take any risk themselves, while the venture community is happy to plow $100 million into demonstrating some capability so they can get a contract if they can develop the capability. So that risk-taking attitude is so critical, and the venture community can really help because all we do is take risk.
Yeah, I was talking with Emil earlier. How do you incentivize the government to start to think about risk being an okay thing, and you have to celebrate, the wins, and then also be willing to sunset and cut off the failures versus by default today?
I ask people a question. I always say failure doesn't matter. It's the magnitude of the success that matters. So most people know my background. I started Sun. Probably a fair number of any audience knows that. Nobody can ever tell me the other company I started at the same time with the same co-founder that I started. Do you know that answer?
I do not.
No, nobody's heard of the failure. Who cares? I argue failure doesn't matter. It's large successes that we should aim for.
True on the investing side, too. I'm sure there's been some failures, but you also led the Amazon Series A, which I think that's turned out pretty well.
And Google. When I was Amazon, Google, things like OpenAI help.
Yeah, not too shabby. How do you think about some of the reshoring of things that aren't necessarily obvious that we want to have happen in the United States? So as an example, for neodymium magnet, sort of processing and refinement, 90% of that basically happens in China. It also generates these, I think they're called tetrafluoride, basically, sort of compounds as a part of that process, where you basically have to, there's no way to really, sort of process or dump it. They have these poison pools around the manufacturing site. Do we want those poison pools back? I mean, yes, because they go into fighter jets.
No, we don't want poison pools back, but we absolutely have to ensure our supply chain, and it can't be in China, right? Because it's a very important, is the biggest geostrategic enemy. And I don't mince words on that. I don't think there's any compromising with China because of what's at stake geopolitically. So we have to do it. I'll tell you a story. In the early 2000s, we had a solid oxide fuel cell company called Bloom Energy. They were doing scandium oxide made in China. Suddenly, China imposed a policy that you couldn't export scandium oxide. You had to add value inside China, which was a way to ensure the use of the technology was in China so they could steal it. That was the whole purpose, right? So Bloom had to set up its own mining operation in the U.S. for that particular rare earth. And I think we can't not take that risk. We have to have these supply chains, and we can do much better. We've just invested in a company that can do process control in a radically different way than almost all minerals and mining operations processing is done. In China, they've opened up so many lithium facilities, and they put gobs of people on it. Well, there's a much better, smarter, AI-driven way. It's called Mariana Minerals. We invested in that last year and re-up. But AI, these mineral resources are critical, and better processing is entirely possible. It's been in the hands of people like Rio Tinto that have such large operations. They have no incentive to take the risk to do it differently. That's what we are trying to do. Take the other issue. People will remember in 1960s, everybody declared peak oil. There was no more oil to be found. And then we created the tools to discover more oil and gas and technologies, and there's no shortage of oil. We've also invested in AI-based discovery using proprietary data sources for new minerals and resources. I don't think we need to go invade Greenland to get mineral. Plenty of it here. We just don't have the tools to look yet. And so our focus is to have new kinds of tools to look. Can you look a kilometer under the Earth's surface? We only do minerals and stuff where it's near the surface. And then we start digging deeper. much better ways to do it. It's never been a problem. So we haven't spent innovation time and R&D dollars to try and find ways, but we are doing it now.
Absolutely. Well, VK, I want to say thank you so much for joining me on stage. Hopefully you can tell Samir not to fire me from Varda, and enjoy having you at every single forum so
Great
far.
to talk about these really critical issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
For closing remarks, please welcome to the stage 56th Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Mike Johnson.
Good afternoon. I can't think of a better way to close out this year's Hill and Valley Forum than with a message from a true champion of America's technological dominance, House Speaker Mike Johnson. Over the past 18 months, I've had the opportunity to get to know Speaker Johnson not just as a legislator, but as a person, and let me tell you this, it's hard to think of a smarter, more genuine, and humbler person than our House Speaker. He's more than just a good person. He's a leader who steps up to the plate to take on some of our most difficult challenges, whether it was his effort to take on the China threat, whether it's his leadership in standing up for Israel following the horrific October 7th attacks, or his constant work to strengthen our national defense. Few people have been more passionate advocate for American leadership than him. We're so lucky to have him as the Speaker of the House at this critical moment, because everyone here knows when the task seems impossible, it probably is for everyone but Speaker Johnson. I know I've only lived in Washington for a few weeks now, but I've quickly learned this. You doubt this man at your peril. With that, it's an honor to introduce my friend, the 56th Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Jacob. Very kind introduction. All right. Well, that's nice. Hey, I'm glad to close this out. The fourth annual Hill and Valley Forum is something I'm sure many of you look forward to. I've looked forward to being with you. I told Jacob backstage, I wish it was just a normal day on Capitol Hill. You know, nothing of real consequences going on today at all. What could go wrong? We're negotiating the final stages of the big, beautiful bill you might have heard about, reconciliation, which is going to solve all the world's problems all in one piece of consequential legislation. So I've been a little engaged deep in the weeds today, but this is a great break, and I'm glad to be with you. I want to talk to you about an important issue that I know is top of mind for all of you, and that's about some long-held assumptions. There is a long-held assumption out there that government and innovation have to be at odds. We don't believe that. You don't believe that. I think today's thoughtful and insightful conversations in most of American history, for that matter, actually tell a very different story. Most of our most consequential innovations emerge from what was really a healthy interplay between private ingenuity and public engagement. Today, America is eager to get back to the days of making and building things again, and rightly so. But as we know, for the better part of this century, we've actually been moving in the opposite direction. From the steel towns of Pennsylvania to the textile mills of the Carolinas, American communities watched as their factories shut down and main streets emptied out. We were told that we could simply innovate here and build elsewhere. The result, of course, was a gradual erosion of our industrial strength, which was part of the great strength of America. In recent years, we've seen the consequences of allowing the industrial backbone of our economy to atrophy, whether it's strategic vulnerabilities in semiconductors, rare earths and pharmaceuticals, or the regulations that have smothered businesses and jobs far too often. Our economy is coming back. We are doing the right things right now. We are making the decisions to get this going. And that's after very damaging effects of Bidenomics the last 4 years, but we also see warning signs just below the surface. And I think we owe it to ourselves all to be frank about this, because we're the ones that have to figure this out. Company profits are up, but the productivity of key American industries, of course, is down. Unemployment is low, but the number of Americans in the job market still stagnates, still below pre-pandemic levels. And our industrial capacity, which is, of course, the real engine of a resilient economy, has barely begun to recover from decades of neglect. What we are slowly learning is that our technological and our industrial strength is inextricably linked to our national prosperity and security. I mean, the people in this room understand that, but others are taking notice. And this situation didn't happen by accident. It didn't happen overnight. Decades worth of policymakers made it too easy to offshore entire industries while providing few incentives to reinvest right here in the USA. And it happened because government forgot that its role is not to control the markets, but to cultivate the conditions in which innovation can not only survive, but thrive. We saw this failure play out in real time under the last administration. I mean, these are just objective facts. I didn't want to give you a partisan speech, but we have to look at reality. President Biden put the full weight of the government behind clean energy and EVs and broadband as a way to implement his, what he called the Green New Economy. What we got instead was billions in spending with very little to show for it, if anything at all. The EV charger program has to be one of the worst boondoggles ever. There was fewer than 10 functioning stations built in the first 3 years. Billions went into these failed programs, while burdensome permitting processes and red tape worked against the very innovation the administration had hoped to spur. And while Joe Biden paused America's LNG exports, his administration enriched adversaries like Russia, who were all too willing to fill the void in the market. Our European allies quite literally had to go get their natural gas and get their energy needs met by Vladimir Putin. It fueled his war machine, and it caused so much of the chaos that we're still dealing with. These policies didn't just handicap America and American technology, they fundamentally misunderstood the role of government in our system of free enterprise. Republicans, and especially President Trump, see things very differently. And we believe government's job is not to pick winners and losers. It's to set the rules of the road, clear the obstacles, and get out of the way so that American capital and ingenuity can get to work. We have to allow the job creators and the risk takers and the entrepreneurs in the economy to do what they do. And government can't have a boot on the neck of those people and expect them to perform. Today, we've got an opportunity to reckon with all these failures, to recalibrate appropriately and get America back to being an industrial powerhouse once again. Our survival as a nation, I think, depends upon this. So what role should government actually play? Let me just outline three quick broad policies that Republicans in Congress are pursuing right now to accomplish all this in concert with the White House, because this is we're trying to operate as a seamless team. You'll see that we're working day to day, hand in hand with the administration, and that Republicans who control now both chambers of Congress, because we have unified government, you'll see the Senate and House Republicans working together in tandem. That's very deliberate, and I think very, very important. But three broad policies that we're pursuing. Number one, unleashing abundant American energy. I don't have to tell the people in this auditorium why that's so important. Artificial intelligence and data centers are consuming enormous amounts of energy, and this demand is growing exponentially. They come in and show us the charts where the demand goes like this on a chart, and we're behind the eight ball already, as we know. If we're to support these innovations and build the jobs and factories of tomorrow, we need reliable, affordable, abundant energy. And that means that unleashing the full potential of American energy and cutting red tape and tapping into every energy source like commercial nuclear and liquefied natural gas is just critically important. Our second priority that we're trying to pursue here is keeping taxes low and keeping competition in the marketplace. The 2017 Trump tax cuts sparked a real resurgence in American industry. The year after they passed, business investment jumped by roughly 10%, real wages grew, and companies began to reinvest in U.S. manufacturing again. I mean, quite literally, all boats were rising. We say in these big forums as I'm going around the country to campaign, I say, look, President Trump is a known entity. The first Trump administration, look at what he did and what he was able to do prior to COVID. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world because we cut taxes and cut regulations. It's not rocket science. We aspire to get back to that. At that time, every boat was rising. I mean, literally every demographic in the country and every region of the country was doing better because these policies were implemented. Right now, we're working to make these tax cuts, the tax cuts of the first administration, permanent, not just for families, but also to ensure that American innovators have the confidence to take risks and to reinvest boldly in expanding our industrial base. The third big priority I wanted to mention today is reducing the size and scope of government. We got two important levers to do that. One is reining in wasteful spending, and number two is cutting back regulations again. Under President Biden, we crossed the dangerous threshold of $35 trillion in national debt. This is a dire situation. I know the people in this room understand it. But a lot of people back home don't have a full scope of the threat that this is. When we bring in leaders from the Pentagon or the Joint Chiefs of Staff for the last several years, I served on the House Armed Services Committee, among other assignments, and we would ask them, what is the greatest national threat to our country? What is our top national security concern? And you would expect them to say China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. They don't. They say the debt. And it's true that our interest payments alone are on track to outpace our entire defense spending. It's not a sustainable situation, and everybody knows that. Our adversaries know it as well. So we're working right now on the one big beautiful bill is the reconciliation process. And we're going through that. We're taking an honest look at every corner of the budget, including programs long considered to be, quote, untouchable. We know that when we work to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, just like any smart business, we make our system and these vital programs more effective and efficient for the people who really need and deserve them. And we've got all hands on deck to do this. At the same time, we need to cut harmful regulations that smother innovation. All of you have run into this, I'm sure, at some point or another. You may be dealing with it today, but I hope to tell you in good faith that help is on the way. America's industrial comeback can't wait on government bureaucracy. We need to clear the runway for capital to move swiftly into new factories and robotics and advanced automation. Just before COVID, Tesla built its gigafactory in Shanghai. They did it in under 1 year. If you did that same thing here, it would take just as long to pull together the darn permits just to get started building. We can and we must do better. We cannot allow other countries to to exceed our performance in that way. Nowhere is it more necessary for Congress to move with caution than AI. If we overregulate here, which, Washington tends to do, we don't just risk regulating American AI out of existence, we would cede critical ground to China in this fateful race to dominate this new technology. And it's a race that we cannot afford to lose. Our priority with AI and technology more broadly is creating an environment that's competitive and open to new and emerging players, and not just one that benefits the big guys, right? Let me talk about tariffs briefly, and I know I'm the last speaker of the day, so I don't want to give you a long policy speech, but I think some of this is important, and I'm sure it's timely for you, and it's probably one of the questions you would ask if we open it up. President Trump is taking a serious look at our trade relationships, and it's something I think that we should applaud. We have been mistreated. We have unfair trade partners around the globe, and this has been going on for quite some time. We're living in the relic of really what happened after World War II. If you think about it, the historical terms, I mean, we emerged as a great superpower, and Europe largely had to be rebuilt. And so all these trade agreements were made with America as the new great nation and, the emerging superpower, and they sort of rationalized, well, Americans can afford it, and we need a break. Well, I mean, we're a long time past World War II. President Trump's right to point it out. He said, reciprocal trade means it's got to be fair. He said, every time I talk to him, Mr. President, we're free traders, free market guys. Yeah, free and fair trade, he says. Well, it's a good point. So tariffs are one tool among many that he's using to try to do a rebalancing there. He's trying to rebalance trade and restore a level playing field for American workers and businesses. We're in uncharted waters on this. This hadn't been done, so there's bound to be some market disruption. That's what we've all kind of lived through the last several weeks. But I trust the president's instincts here, and I know that American business leaders are tired of tactics from China that just constantly undercut and outmaneuver American firms. They've stolen our IP. I mean, everybody here knows it. People are tired of competing with Chinese firms that are propped up by state subsidies and use actual slave labor to produce their products, and they steal our intellectual property. But tariffs are just one part of the equation. Securing our long-term security and the competitive edge that we'll need, all that's going to depend on leaning into innovations like AI and advanced robotics and automation. I really empathize with Americans who feel uneasy about the rapid pace of technology advancement. I mean, I get that, but history gives us reason to be optimistic about this. From the automobile to the aircraft to the internet, each new breakthrough has unlocked entirely new industries and professions and forms of prosperity that have worked in our favor. They've transformed the way we live. We should always invite and celebrate those advances, because we know that better technology makes our workers more productive, and when our workers are more productive, they earn more, they build more, and we see more human flourishing. At the end of the day, that is our objective. We are trying to bring about human flourishing. That's the goal of all this. It should be the goal of all of our public policy. Not everybody thinks about it that way, but we're trying to change things so that they do. We should invite new ideas to reinvigorate our industrial base, not just to decouple from China, although that's critical, but to give the American people a renewed sense of pride in what we make and what we build and what we export to the world. I have to say I'm incredibly bullish on America, not just because of the talent and ingenuity in this room and across the country, but because of what I've seen with my own eyes around the country. I'll just leave you with this quick anecdote. I was, 2 weeks ago, I was down in South Texas. I visited Saronic. Y'all probably know, some of you guys know the company. Y'all heard about it earlier on the stage, I think. But its headquarters sit in an unassuming lot right outside downtown Austin. I drove up and I was like, we're here? But what I saw inside this building was truly extraordinary. What they're doing is incredible work to bring back American shipbuilding, essentially from the ashes. We're blessed where I'm from. Saronic is soon expanding its manufacturing operation in my home state of Louisiana. And we're going to welcome them with open arms because it's really exciting stuff. I'm telling this story because that is what American renewal looks like. It's not just about Silicon Valley or Washington or bringing back the smokestacks of the 50s. This is about expanding the pool of opportunity for every American in every community in every corner of this great country. It's about pioneering innovation. It's about taking risks and betting big on America once again. It can happen anywhere in the country, and we want to bring about the conditions to allow that to happen. And And that's why I'm more confident than ever that our best days still lie ahead of us. Last thought, because I know you want to go. In July of next year, we'll celebrate our 250th anniversary as a nation. This grand experiment in self-governance has lasted 2.5 centuries. We have already exceeded the expiration date, the lifespan of a nation like ours, a republic. And we've done something totally different than no one had ever done before. America was truly revolutionary. The very concept was. And we're built upon these very firm foundations. These ideas, some of the things I've articulated today, are made us who we are. Sometimes in this job, I take the opportunity to go and speak to university and college students, and I'm often alarmed, my friends, because I will ask at the beginning, I'll get up on a stage like this, and I'll say, would you raise your hand if you agree that you live in the greatest nation in the history of the world? And sadly, I mean, sometimes you get 10, 15% of the hands raised in an auditorium like this. I'll say, gee, what is it? Well, if you don't believe in living the greatest nation, would you at least concede you live in a great nation? Get a few more hands. And then I spend the rest of the time explaining to them, I mean, I'm a constitutional law attorney. I can put on my case. I need several hours, but I try to condense it into 20 minutes or so. And it's, look, you live in the greatest nation in the history of the world. It's not even close by any objective measure. We're the most successful, most powerful, most free, most benevolent nation that has ever been on the earth. But there's a reason that we are. And it's incumbent upon us as stewards of this great republic, if we are going to keep this grand experiment in self-governance, it is incumbent upon us to understand what those foundations are and to nurture them, to get back to those foundations, because we can't allow them to be destroyed. So what you're doing here is so critically important. I know it's the 4th year. I'm honored to be the the closing remarks of the 4th year of the gathering. You always have a welcome mat here at the Capitol. I hope you'll come by the Speaker's office when you come individually or with your family. We'll roll out the red carpet for you. And you got to come to the Speaker's balcony. It's the most epic photo op in all of Washington, okay? But we want to help you. We want you to be successful. Because if you are, then America is. And we can enjoy another couple centuries. That's the quest. Thank you all so much for the time. God bless you.
This concludes today's programming. Thank you for joining us at the 2025 Hill and Valley Forum